351. 351. Superior. Seeing the trap that they've prepared doesn't work on Ben makes the Aetherius demons warier now. They have prepared some plans, but now they think that most of those plans won't work too. So they need to find a way to defeat Ben using the most suitable plan. Damn, I can't just stay still here. Let's just fight him head on, says Jackal while transforming into his demon form which looks like a demon beast. Jackal dashes forward and Tempester shouts, "Wait, Jackal." Tempester wants to stop Jackal, but Keys stops him, "Let him be. You know how he is, so stopping him will be futile. Just use this chance to observe that human." Keys only wants to see Ben's power and Tempester knows that. But he follows Keys's instruction because he knows it's the best thing to do. They can always resurrect their dead members using their secret method, so dying is not a problem. Jackal arrives in front of the thin Ben and touches Ben's body with his black arms. He smirks because Ben doesn't move and just looks at him. In Jackal's mind, Ben is doing something very stupid right now. "If you want to die that badly, then I'll grant it to you," says Jackal while smirking. Then, a massive explosion happens with both Jackal and Ben in the center. The other Aetherius demons are backing away because the radius of that explosion is wide. They even get pushed because Jackal is going all out in that attack that breaks the surrounding tanks and walls. "Did it work?" asks Franmouth. Torafusar scoffs and says, "It surely works. Even if his magic is heat-based, it is nothing in front of our curse power which is superior to magic." "Superior, hey? I don't know which part feels superior," says Ben amidst the smoke, surprising the Aetherius demons there. Ben is unscathed because the explosion that Jackal made didn't affect him. Jackal widens his eyes in disbelief because he was using all his power in that attack. But not even a scratch appears on Ben's body. "Do you think this level of explosion can damage the sun?" asks Ben while grabbing Jackal's neck. "Let me tell you something. Explosions of a much bigger scale than this happen every time in the Sunday. So unless you can make something far bigger than those explosions, you would never hurt me," says Ben while placing his left palm on Jackal's stomach. A dark red magic circle appears on Jackal's stomach and Ben says, "Let me show you a real explosion before you die." Boom. Boom. A much bigger explosion happens in the spacious room. It engulfs Jackal, Ben, and every Aetherius there. The explosion even reaches other rooms after breaking walls, floors, ceilings, etc. It kills many Aetherius demons in the other rooms that get engulfed. The cube shakes and everyone can feel the tremor caused by the explosion. It's a really massive explosion even though Ben controls it to not affect his friends. So none of the fairies get hurt by that explosion that killed many Aetherius demons. Jackal who is in the center of the explosion has disappeared. Nothing is left of his body as he has been destroyed into smithereens. The other 9 demon gates in that room are also injured, but they don't die. Jaama and Minerva are still alive too. "What's wrong? Why are you just standing there?" "This is a battle, you know," says Ben as if there's nothing happened. The Aetherius demons get back to their senses and they all decide to go all out. "Yes, this is a battle. And you've made this battlefield to our advantage," says Keys as a dark aura covers his body. Then suddenly, all the dead Aetherius demons get up again as if they've returned to life. "Necromancy? Very interesting," says Ben before looking at the other Aetherius demons. Torafusar, Tempester, and Franmouth are transforming right now. Both Torafusar and Tempester transform into their Aetherius forms while Franmouth transforms into Hades with a far more sinister and strange look. As for Keys, he doesn't transform. Ben is now surrounded by many revived Aetherius corpses and the transformed demons. He is quite interested in their transformation, especially Franmouth who transformed into Hades. Ben isn't interested in the power-up, but he's interested in the method. But it doesn't mean he will take his time to observe them. He is already tired from his 22 days project and he is very hungry right now. So he will finish this faster and go home to eat a lot of food. After deciding to get serious, Ben tells all of them to come and not waste his time. Furious by that taunt, the Aetherius demons immediately move to attack Ben. Jaama also joins in, but Minerva is staying behind. She even moves back because she knows she won't win. Ben smirks as they move forward and suddenly a very wide dark red magic circle appears below all of them. The Aetherius demons don't know what it is, but they also don't care. They just want to attack Ben as fast as possible. Then, the Aetherius demons hear Ben chanting his spell while bumping his fists. Sun Devil's Domain. The Cursed Sun, Life Burner. A dark red flame comes out of the wide dark red magic circle. Then in an instant, the dark red flame engulfs everyone there. A massive dark red flame sphere appears in the cube and it burns everything that it touches. Everyone in the cube can feel the heat coming from that dark red flame sphere. But Ben controls the heat to not spread too much and just concentrates inside the sphere. His targets are inside the sphere, after all. The revived corpses get burnt instantly and the Aetherius demons feel their body are burning too. They all can't move again and they just squirm painfully because of the burning sensation. No one can resist the heat except Minerva, who looks fine. I won't do anything to you because Sting personally asked me to save you if I ever meet you again. You better thank him and change yourself because you don't need to follow your trash father anymore, says Ben while looking at the dying Jaama. Jaama died first because he isn't as strong as the 9 demon gates. But even the 9 demon gates are struggling against Ben's power. They all know it's just a matter of time before they die from this super hot solar energy that looks like a dark red flame. But even in the middle of this, Keys still has time to think of something. This sensation, don't tell me. You are using a curse, right? That question shocks the other 9 demon gates and Minerva. Ben doesn't answer and just smirks while looking at them. No way. A human is using curse, and it is even combined with Devil Slayer magic, says Keys in disbelief. Ben smirks and says, you are underestimating humans too much. We can even learn the magic of demons, dragons, and gods. Do you think that we won't be able to use this curse power too? Ha, you are not that smart, aren't you? But be glad, demons. You have realized this before your death, so you can die peacefully. Right after Ben said that, the 4 Aetherius demons finally get burnt to ashes. They can't resist Ben's magic at all even though they said that their curse was superior. It's still a unique power though, or Ben would never learn and used it. Ben removes the sphere and a massive spherical room is created. The edges are fiery red and there are many melted materials around the edges. Ben's hot dark red solar sphere has burnt and melted everything it touched. After the sphere disappeared, the only ones left are Ben and Minerva. Minerva slumps on the floor weakly while trembling. She has just witnessed something amazing yet terrifying at the same time. And she is very relieved that she comes out of that hell alive. Ben walks past her while saying, go back to Sabretooth and be a better person. This will be the last chance I give you. After saying that, Ben walks away from the terrified Minerva. He still has one more target to remove, the Guild Master of Tartaros, the man called the Underworld King, Mardgeir. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 386 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 397 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 352. Mardgeir Tartaros. Mardgeir Tartaros, the founder of Tartaros Guild and its sub-leader. The reason why he became the sub-leader even though he was the one who made it is because he made this guild to be led by E.N.D, Zeref's strongest demon. Well, that's what Ben hears from the guy himself after they met and talked because Ben wants to get some information first. He found Mardgeir in a castle located in this massive cube. The guy is sitting on his throne arrogantly even though he knew Ben has defeated 6 of his 9 demon gates. It will be 7 actually because Silver also get defeated when Ben killed Keys. Silver is actually a revived corpse that Keys revived through his necromancy. Ben knew it from Wendy who called him when he was on his way to find Mardgeir. The surprising fact is that Silver is actually Grey's deceased father. Though he told Grey who has come to the cube some time ago with Elfman, Juvia and Kana that he was Deliura in Silver's body. It's when Keys' spell wore off that he told Grey the truth and even passed his Ice Devil Slayer to Grey. You guys are very annoying, aren't you? This Mardgeir don't know how you could keep coming here in a short time, but Mardgeir won't let it anymore, says Mardgeir rather angrily. Ha, you talk as if you can stop us from coming. Let me tell you, it's impossible because everyone in our guild has known this place's location. You can't prevent us from coming here, it's too late, says Ben while looking at Mardgeir with a smirk. Mardgeir suddenly feels something and gets up from his throne. He looks far behind Ben as if he is looking outside the cube. Have you realized it now? You were targeting us before, but now, you have become our targets, says Ben. Mardgeir frowns and Ben continues, you are messing with the wrong man, wrong people, wrong guild. You shouldn't mess with Fairy Tale. Boom. A super loud explosion sound is heard by everyone alive in the cube. They can also feel a strong tremor that even makes most of them fall on the floor. Mardgeir clicks his tongue because he never thought of this scenario. The massive explosion is coming from the outside of the cube. It comes from a massive shot coming from a big airship. The airship is white with gold accents and big gold marks of Fairy Tale. It is Fairy Tale's airship that made that super strong attack using its magic cannon. The cannon looks small and it is located in the middle. But even if it is far smaller than the ones that Grimoire Heart and Phantom Lord had, it is far more powerful than those 2 cannons. Ben built the cannon himself and he uses his past life's knowledge as an elite soldier who knows a lot about weapons along with his magic knowledge. The result is this super powerful cannon that can destroy a mountain. Maybe the only cannon stronger than this in Ishgard is Etherian. With the cannon's power, it can create a big hole in the massive and strong cube. This is the reason why Mardgear looks very pissed right now. This cube is a part of his power and it is built to be very powerful and indestructible. But Ben has destroyed a lot of its parts and now Fairy Tail's airship gives it a lot more damage too. Mardgear really wants to attack the airship right now, but he can't leave because of the man in front of him. Even the arrogant Mardgear knows that Ben isn't an opponent he can face while thinking of other things, after all. So he focuses again on Ben, but he does it a little too late because Ben has made a move when he was distracted. Ben doesn't attack Mardgear though, he only takes something in Mardgear's hand. It's a book that has piqued Ben's interest since he arrived here. This book was the reason why Ben bothered to talk with Mardgear for a rather long time just now. He wanted to just steal it, but he didn't know if Mardgear has a monstrous reaction speed or not. So he played it safe and distracted the demon first. The Book of Zeref's Strongest Demon, E.N.D. Hey? This must be an interesting book, I will take it, says Ben while grinning and storing the book in his spatial storage. Mardgear looks very enraged right now and he shouts, "Where's the book? Where's E.N.D. book?" Ben just smirks and says, "You want it? Defeat me and you will get it back, Tartaros." The enraged Mardgear's body suddenly starts to transform into his Aetherius form. Wings come out of his back, his fingers turn into claws, horns grow on his head, and his whole appearance changes. His current appearance is the coolest demon form that Ben has ever seen actually. Damn, man, you should just stay in your demon form all the time. Your human appearance made me want to punch you in the face, but this appearance looks good, says Ben impressively. Shut your mouth, puny human. Just give me the Book of E.N.D. back. Shouts Mardgear angrily while dashing at Ben. Mardgear moves very fast and as he moves, a lot of big thorny vines come out of the floor. The thorny vines are moving toward Ben even faster than Mardgear. But Ben just stands there calmly and looks at the attacks that look slow to him. Sigh, I was hoping more from you, Underworld King. But it seems even you are weaker than dragons, truly disappointing, says Ben before snapping his fingers. After Ben snaps his finger, dark red solar energy appears on the floor around him. The dark red solar energy suddenly spins and grows bigger. A dark red flaming tornado suddenly appears and it moves toward the incoming thorny vines. The attacks clash and Ben's dark red solar energy tornado breaks through the vines quite easily. It burns the vines and makes them explode. These thorny vines will explode if Ben let them hit him, it's quite similar to Azuma's Great Tree Arc's spell. Mardgear is surprised to see his attack gets destroyed quite easily by Ben's magic. He is just like his guild members who believe that curse is superior to magic. That's why they all are surprised when Ben destroyed their curse with ease. Ben's dark red solar tornado hits Mardgear and it grinds the demon inside it while moving around in the castle, destroying many of its parts. When Ben stops the spell, the castle looks as if it has been abandoned. Mardgear is also kneeling with a lot of injuries on his body. Whoa, you defended it better than I thought. To only receive minor injuries means that you are very durable, says Ben impressively. Even if Mardgear seems to have a lot of injuries, they all are just on the surface. Ben knows that he doesn't get any fatal injuries despite looking miserable right now. This guy was doing well on his defense and Ben is very impressed. Sure, Ben wasn't doing his best in that attack. It could even be called a warm-up to test Mardgear's abilities. But it was still strong enough to kill normal Aetherius demons and injured strong demons like 9 demon gates quite deep. This shows that Mardgear truly deserves his title as the Underworld King and the leader of the Tartaros Guild. But even if he's impressed, Ben is still not excited because Mardgear is still weaker than the dragons he fought last month. Those dragons won't receive any damage from this level of attack. It seems Zeref didn't create you well enough. For someone who lived in the era of dragons, he couldn't even make a demon who is as strong as a dragon. Oh, wait. I think you are still as strong as a baby dragon though, says Ben while smirking. Ben's mockery angers Mardgear even further because Ben has just mocked his creator. His goal as an Aetherius is to kill Zeref, but he won't let any insult to his creator like that. So Mardgear attacks Ben again while yelling angrily. Ben faces Mardgear's attacks head-on while keeps taunting the demon. This is one of Ben's bad habits, he likes to mess with his opponent's minds. But this is also a good strategy because somehow it always works. Myra once said that he can make people angry just by looking at his face. Others even said that he is that annoying-looking friend that always care for them, so they can't leave him. That's why he doesn't need a lot of effort to play with his opponent's psychologies, just like now. Ben smirks while he evades Mardgear's attacks, it seems this isn't enough to make him come out. I will step up my game, then. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 387 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 398 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 353, 353. End of Mardgear. Ben decides to end his battle against Mardgear because there's no challenge at all in this fight. He stops evading Mardgear's attacks and flashes toward the Aetherius demon. Ben evades all Mardgear's thorny vines and flesh-like things that come out of the cube. Time to end this game, Zeref's little demon, says Ben before sending a punch at Mardgear's face. Mardgear crashes onto the castle walls and breaks through them until he crashes onto the cube's wall, which is located quite far from the castle. His nose breaks with that one punch and blood come out of it. He is still conscious, but his vision is blurry and his ears are buzzing. You are fine, aren't you? If you get defeated by this level of attack, then you will never reach Zeref forever. But well, both Zeref and E.N.D are weak and easy to deal with though. So maybe even this puny you can kill them if you try, says Ben with a mocking tone. Mardgear knows Ben is mocking his power and it already pisses him off. But he gets even pisser when Ben mocks Zeref and E.N.D too. This guy is arrogant and believes in his power, but he has more belief in Zeref and E.N.D than himself. So Ben's little mockery angers Mardgear, who immediately feels refreshed again. Mardgear's body suddenly glows bright and he releases a lot of magic power. Ben gets a little excited seeing this attack because it might be able to entertain him a little. Human, you will be punished for your blasphemy. Memento mori! Shouts Mardgear as numerous dark spirits come out of his body. The dark spirits move toward Ben and surround him completely. They envelop him completely, but he doesn't make any move. Then the dark spirits explode, creating a massive greenish spirit beam that shoots up to the sky. When the explosion stops and disappears, Mardgear looks at where Ben stood. He grins when he sees Ben's body has become black as if he was burnt into charcoal. Mardgear is sure that Ben has been erased from this world. That attack doesn't kill someone, it simply erases the target's existence. That was a dangerous curse, god damn it, says Ben, who is supposed to get erased. Mardgear widens his eyes as the black color starts to disappear. The black layer is actually Ben's Devil Slayer mark that covered his whole body. It gets smaller and smaller until it becomes a black Kate Shelter mark on Ben's left chest. Well, it seems that power is useless against Devil Slayers. My mark got activated on its own to resist that attack, after all, says Ben while rubbing his chin with a look of interest. Mardgear widens his eyes because that attack was created to destroy Zeref. But it doesn't have any effect on a Devil Slayer like Ben. It seems you don't have anything else to be used against me. None of your attacks so far reached me, so this must be as far as you can go. Let's end this here then, says Ben while pointing his right hand at Mardgear. 6 red magic circles suddenly appear around Mardgear. 1 below him, 1 above him, and 4 on the sides. Ben then chants, Sun Devil's Judgment, Flame Execution. The magic circles glow and Mardgear's body suddenly burns. He screams in pain as fire covers his body and burns him. The heat from that fire is burning Mardgear inside out. He tries to resist it, but he can't, no matter what he does. It doesn't take long for the flame to kill Mardgear and turns him into ash. Ben doesn't play around and he used a strong spell to finish Mardgear with 1 spell. Still, it wasn't even one of his best Sun Devil Slayer magic spells, but it was enough to kill a demon at Mardgear's level. Ha, you really didn't come out and try to save him, Zeref, says Ben while peeking behind him. Zeref suddenly appears out of a black orb and looks at Ben very seriously. You look very weak right now, but your magic power says otherwise. Such a ridiculous amount of magic power for a human to have, says Zeref. Ridiculous? This is still not enough to get back on that monster, says Ben seriously. Acknowledge, is it? Are you sure you won't be like him when you have the power to defeat him? Asks Zeref with an intimidating look. Shouldn't you ask that question to yourself? A man who talked about annihilating humans and creating demons that kept killing humans is worried about someone else who might have the power to match a world destroyer. What a joke. Stop talking as if you are the one who's right about everything, Zeref. I don't care about what you've witnessed in your 400 years of life or if it's the effect of Ank'Saram's curse. You wanted to kill yourself by creating those demons, but instead, you were killing people through them. I will destroy you before you cause harm to my loved ones, says Ben. Both of them stop talking and just stare at each other for a moment. Ben really wants to kill Zeref right now, but he needs to wait until he rewrites the book of E.N.D before killing Zeref. He won't sacrifice one of his friends even if it's for the sake of the world. Ben's world revolves around him, after all. His family and friends are his life. He will even destroy the world if it's for his family and friends. Ben doesn't want the same thing that happened in his past life to happen again in this life, and that's why he is hungry for power. It seems we will never get on the same side, says Zeref. Ha, you wish, says Ben. That's good then. I hope you'll never experience the things that I've gone through. Then, the next time we meet, it will be the last because one of us will die, says Zeref. Yeah, you better prepare yourself, says Ben. I am always ready, but are you? Asks Zeref for the last time before disappearing again. Ben can feel that Zeref has really left the cube now. But Ben still thinks that Zeref must still be close to the cube to see what will happen next. He doesn't care though because now he just needs to end everything here. But he still needs to wait for the other battles to end first. He senses that there are still 2 battles going on right now. It means Myra and Urza haven't finished their battles yet. And he also senses that the rest of his guildmates are assisting Urza right now, so he will go to Myra's place. Ben arrives at her battle location in a short time without breaking the walls right now. He just watches from the side though without revealing his presence because he doesn't want to disturb her battle. He also wants to see her progress because he hasn't seen her in a real battle for a rather long time. Her opponent is very tough right now because her attacks don't do much damage to Seela. But Seela's attacks also don't give her much damage. Both of them have high resistance to each other's attacks, so this is really a tough battle for both of them. Isn't this interesting? An ability that controls others or oneself's bodies. Myra's resistance seems to come from that ability that was injected into her body before. Or maybe it's something else. Ponders Ben while watching. Seela has an eye on each of her palms that radiate strong magic energy. She is making strong attacks that revolve around those 2 eyes. Seela can make a massive blast after gathering her power around the palm eyes. However, even her strong blast isn't enough to be used against Myra who is in her Satri form now. Myra can counter that blast using her fire or darkness blasts. Their attacks have similar power including their physical attacks. But then Ben ponders, when will Myra use her full power? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 388 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 399 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 354. End of Tartaros. A moment after Ben ponders about it, Myra finally increases her attack power. It seems she has found a way to defeat Seela now. She attacks Seela again and now she is more focused on fighting at close range. Myra coats her left arm with fire magic while her right arm is coated with darkness magic. And surprisingly, she is also using Seela's curse power, Macro. She combined it with her magic which enhances her attacks. Of course, Seela is very surprised by this turn of events. She was injecting her macro into Myra when they tried to transform Myra into a demon because they need to control Myra. They all knew how powerful Myra is and they were worried about Ben too, so they need to control her and use her against Ben. But all their plans backfired and not only Ben destroyed them, even Myra can use Seela as macro now. Myra's attacks get more effective now and she deals more damage to Seela. Also, because Myra uses more power, her speed has increased too and Seela can't match it. This battle becomes one-sided and Myra is dominating it. She pushes Seela back and pummels the demon without giving her any chance to fight back. Myra sends punches, claw attacks, elbows, kicks, knee kicks, and even slamming Seela's body. Ben can only sigh when he sees Myra enjoying her brutal fighting method. It reminds him of when they first met years ago. She has become softer since then, but that personality just can't disappear completely. Well, at least she doesn't show that side in front of the kids, says Ben while leaning on the wall. Myra beats Seela up until Seela can't fight back anymore. She knows she can't show any mercy here because Aetherius demons are very dangerous. In the last few years, Myra has fought against many Aetherius demons alongside Ben, so he knows them quite well. To think that I have a hard time against an opponent of your level. It seems I was relaxing too much these days. I won't blame my children, taking care of them is my responsibility as a parent, after all. It just means I need to train harder in my free time because I can't just rely on my husband to protect us, says Myra while standing beside Seela who lies weakly on the floor. What are you talking about? Asks Seela weakly. You don't need to understand all of that. Just know that I need to be stronger and you will help me to do that, says Myra before touching Seela's body. Seela's body suddenly glows and she can feel her power being sucked by Myra. Even her soul starts to leave her body which also starts to disappear. You. Says Seela in surprise as she realizes Myra's intention. Don't worry, you won't die, but you won't live too, says Myra calmly. Seela finally disappears and Myra sighs in relief because she succeeds. She has just used her takeover magic to absorb Seela who is a demon. Myra always wanted to absorb Aetherius demons, but she never found a good one before this. It seems you really like her power, says Ben who finally shows up. You're done? Asks Myra. Yeah, some minutes ago. Now it's just Kyoka left, but she won't hold for too long, says Ben. So you've defeated their leader, hey? How is he? Asks Myra. Well, I can say he's worth his title as the Underworld King. But it was a very disappointing battle, says Ben. Of course, it will be disappointing for you who have slain real dragons. Everyone is weak compared to you, after all, says Myra. I won't say that's true. The world is vast and there must be people stronger than me out there. Besides, I am still not strong enough to face that calamity, says Ben. You're right, but you still have time to improve, says Myra. I hope so. How about you? You seem satisfied with your battle, says Ben. Yeah, she has a unique power that I really like. Among all demons here, her power is my favorite, that's why I took her over, says Myra. That's good then, but you'll have more things to absorb. This place is the demon's den that houses numerous Aetherius demons. I've killed many and the clones I've sent to explore this place also have killed a lot of demons. Their souls must be scattered around, waiting to get absorbed, including the elites, says Ben. Myra widens her eyes because she has just remembered it. Then she smiles because this means she can get stronger by absorbing those demons' souls. Ben can also take those souls for himself as a devil slayer, but he chooses to give them to Myra because she needs them more. It seems the other battle has finished too just now. Let's meet them so they'll know that we're fine, says Ben. Myra nods and then Ben takes her to the other's location by breaking through the walls again. He just likes destroying the enemy's base, especially a massive one like this. They arrive at the other's location and see them sitting tiredly after fighting Kyoka. You guys get tired just facing this one? Sigh, it seems the current training is still lacking. I will revise it and make a new one, says Ben to the others. They have just felt relieved because they've won their battle and see that Myra is fine. But then they get depressed when Ben says that he will increase their training menus. Their fatigue suddenly disappears and their energy returns in an instant. What? Tired? Haha, you must be joking. We just want to sit because we want to stretch our back and legs, says Gray, who immediately does some stretching. I was just inspecting the floor, and now I'm checking the ceiling, says Natsu while looking up. They make different excuses to save themselves and avoid getting harder training from Ben. It's not that they don't like better training, but Ben's level of improving their training is ridiculous. He has done it a few times before and they always felt like they would die for days. The only ones who could withstand the demonic improvements were Wendy, Carla, Bella, Myra, and Elfman. They were used to this already, especially Ben's sisters because they've gone through it for a longer time. Myra and Elfman also have trained with Ben before he joined Fairy Tail, so they were used to it too. Fine, I also want to rest for a few days, so you can do it yourselves, says Ben, making everyone sigh in relief. The group then checks each other before deciding to leave the cube. Ben's clones that spread all over the cubes also have finished their exploration to slay demons and find interesting things. Tisk, Ziref has moved faster than me, hey, asks Ben disappointedly. Tartaros is a guild composed of demons from the books of Ziref. They united here and formed a guild to fulfill their goals of returning to Ziref. But that's not what Ben was interested in, it's the books of those Aetherius demons. Their books must be in this cube too, that's why he sent his clones to search for them. They could only find some books of low-level demons. There are no books of high-level demons at all, and Ben knows why. Ziref must have taken most of the books because he has anticipated Ben's move. He might have come to Mardgear's location to save the book of E.N.D, but Ben was faster. That's why Ben is not too disappointed right now because he already gets what he needs. Before leaving the cube, they all go to its core location first. It is the place where Ben fought the 9 demon gates, the place with many tanks that have been destroyed. The others are amazed by the destruction, but they are also confused about why Myra wants to come here. They see Myra transforms into her Satan soul form and fly into the center of the room. She closes her eyes and sometime later they all feel as if there is a wind that moves toward Myra even though there isn't any wind. Then they see Myra's body glows and her power increases. Is she absorbing the souls of the dead demons? Asks Elfman. Yeah, it will be a waste to leave them, after all, says Ben. They all then wait patiently after knowing the reason. Myra finishes it after a while and now they really leave the cube. Their guildmates have waited outside on their airship which is always ready to attack. Makarov and Ben's kids aren't here though because it's dangerous here. Luckily, everything is over now, so they can return to Magnolia. However, things don't always go as they wanted and fate sometimes plays with them. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 389 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 400 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 355. The calamity arrives. Ben's group comes out of the cube and sees their guildmates have been waiting there. Surprisingly, Sting, Rogue, and their exceeds are there too. The twin dragons have been searching for Minerva to take her back to their guild, after all. Ah, right, I forgot about her, says Ben before disappearing. Ben returns in a short time while holding Minerva's collar. He holds her as if she is a cat and she just stays there silently. Then right after Ben released her, she immediately runs and hides behind Sting and Rogue. What were you doing to her? She looks very terrified of you, says Myra suspiciously. I don't know, I just killed a lot of demons when she was there. Ah, there was her dad too, says Ben. It seems you traumatized her, says Carla. Well, it was a battle, so I need to. Ben suddenly stops talking and his expression becomes very serious all of a sudden. He looks far to the right while gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Ben? Asks Myra while touching his shoulder. Leave, says Ben. Hey? What do you? Asks Myra again, but Ben suddenly interrupts her. Leave. Go back to Magnolia now. Shouts Ben impatiently. What? Why? Asks Grey. The others also question it, but Myra and Ben's sisters already walk to the airship. This is the first time they see Ben this panic, so they know there must be a great danger coming, and he can't protect them while facing it. He's coming, that damn Acknowledger, says Ben before flying to the top of the broken gigantic cube. Everyone widens their eyes when they hear it and now they understand why Ben reacted like that. They immediately enter the airship and then they finally feel it too, Acknowledge's magic power. It's so strong and ominous that nothing can be compared to it. This is, Acknowledger. Asks Sting as his body trembles. The Dragon Slayers can feel Acknowledge's power more than other mages. He hasn't even appeared yet, but they can already feel his massive magic power. They thought Ben has a ridiculous amount of magic power already, but now they find an individual with far more magic power than Ben. Ben knows it better than them, the difference between his magic power with Acknowledger. It seems I was still underestimating him. Now that I've gotten stronger and have better sense, I can finally judge his power more clearly. He is stronger than I thought. He has a grim expression, but then Ben suddenly grins. Still, I am catching up to him. This new power isn't perfect yet, but I should be able to do something now. The thing that happened 7 years ago won't get repeated. Ben sees Fairy Tail airship finally flies away from the cube toward Magnolia. Just like Ben, Myra is worried about their children, so she needs to return fast. The others are also worried about their families, that's why they return as fast as possible because they can't do anything here. But, there are 4 people who stay behind, and they also climb the cube to meet Ben. Natsu, Grey, Sting, and Rogue are the ones who stay. They know they are weaker than Ben, but they can't just leave when he is fighting to protect them. You are responsible for your own lives. I can't protect you while fighting, says Ben without looking back. Don't underestimate us. We will also attack that guy, and unlike in the past, we will be able to injure him, says Natsu. Yeah, I've received a new power too. Although it won't be effective against a dragon, I will be able to do some damage, says Grey. We are dragon slayers too, so we won't back away from fighting a dragon even if we'll lose, says Sting, followed by a nod from Rogue. Whatever, just don't get in my way. Here he comes, says Ben while looking at a black dot in the sky that keeps getting bigger. Some time later, Acknowledger finally arrives above the cube, roars. Ben crouches and puts his right hand on the floor as his body gets covered by golden solar energy. I won't let you do as you please again. Feel the wrath of 7 years. Boom. A big part of the floor suddenly breaks and Ben disappears. He shoots himself at light speed toward Acknowledger. Even the Black Dragon King can't anticipate such speed, he can't even see Ben at that speed. Bam! Ben crashes onto Acknowledge's chest and he pushes the Black Dragon back. Acknowledger roars because of the surprise attack and some air comes out of his lungs. This attack is very powerful, after all, and Acknowledger feels pain in the spot that Ben hits. But Ben hasn't finished yet. He is clinging to Acknowledge's chest and preparing another attack. Ben places his hands in Kamehame position in front of him, which is right in front of Acknowledge's chest too. A golden solar energy ball is glowing between his hands and Acknowledge's chest. Ben then says, "Take this, you damn bastard." Sun Dragon's ultimate skill, Supernova. Boom! The golden solar energy ball explodes and the explosion engulfs Acknowledge's whole body. It's a very massive explosion that the sound can be heard even from Magnolia. The mages on Fairy Tail airship know it comes from Ben's battle against Acknowledger. They've just arrived in the town and landed the airship at its station. But the mages haven't left the airship yet when they hear the explosion sound. The battle location is quite far, but the effect can even be felt here, so they know it will be a very destructive battle. It has started, says Urza while looking in the direction of the battlefield. Yeah, so we can't waste our time. Let's move immediately and raise the town's defense to the maximum. If even the sound from the clash can reach this place, then the attacks might reach us too. We can't let that happen, so we need to get ready, says Myra while transforming into her Satan soul form. Myra then flies as fast as she can toward her house. Wendy and Elfman follow her while being carried by Carla and Bella, while Lysina transforms into an eagle and flies alongside them. The others also leave the airship and Urza is taking care of Minerva, Frosch, and Lecter. After a while, Myra arrives in front of her house and enters it immediately. Her siblings and in-laws also enter the house and they see many people inside. There are many town folks in the front yard while the mages are inside the house. Jarvis, why are there so many people here? Asks Lysina. These are the town people who have been registered in my database. They are to be rescued and protected in the perimeter of this house when the danger level has reached level 5. Madam Myra has increased the danger level to 6 a few minutes ago, so I started the procedure immediately. As for those who aren't registered, they are being gathered outside the fence wall with a similar level of protection. Only guild members are allowed to enter the house building. Hey? We have that kind of procedure? Asks Elfman dumbfoundedly. Yes, we have many of them. You need to put more attention to this kind of thing rather than putting them all to your muscle, says Carla. A man needs muscle, says Elfman as if it's a fact. But brain is also needed, says Carla. Elfman doesn't answer that and just keeps walking toward the house. Myra has entered the house first and she immediately searches her children. They are safe, of course, so she is very relieved now. Madam, your instruction, please. All right, Jarvis, raise the town's defense and surveillance to the maximum. Get ready for any attack that may come at any time. Take action immediately when any strong attack gets on your radar, says Myra. Understood, executing the order. A dark blue barrier dome appears on Magnolia and there are some smaller domes inside. Ben's house has different barriers that have a dark yellow color. These barriers are far stronger than the dark blue barriers, but they also consume more energy. I hope he will be fine, says Myra worriedly while carrying her children in her arms. The man that makes her worry is floating in the sky now. Ben is floating in front of Acknowledge which still looks fine after receiving that strong attack. But there are some burnt and scratch marks on Acknowledge's scales, which are enough to make Ben grins. Ben looks at Acknowledge and says, it seems these 7 years weren't wasted. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 390 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 401 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 356. New power. The 4 young mages below are stunned seeing Ben could injure Acknowledge even if it's just a little. But they are even more surprised seeing such a strong attack could only damage Acknowledge that much. It makes them wonder if they will be able to even put a scratch on Acknowledge's body. Suddenly, they feel the atmosphere change and they look at the source, Ben. He is releasing a lot of magic power from that thin body that was caused by his 22 days of fasting. Then they all see in amazement as his body starts to transform. Ben's whole body is getting covered by golden scales now, including his face. But then his fingers turn into black claws before black arm guards and foot guards appear too. His blonde hair turns black from the base but becomes gold near the tips. Then a pair of black draconic horns grow on his head and the color turns to gold on the top. After that, a pair of black feathery wings grown on golden wing arms also appear behind his back. Then a long draconic tail with black color above and gold cor below also appears. After that, his fangs grow longer than his dragon force form. Then dark red flaming solar energy appears on the tips of his horns, wings, tail, hair, and at the base of his arm and foot guards. It also replaces his eyebrows as his eyes turn black with golden irises and red slit. What is that? That's very different from his dragon force, says Rogue. But I can still feel the dragon energy from him, says Sting. There's also demonic energy coming from him, says Grey. What? Says the others in surprise. Quora, show my stats, says Ben with a low voice. Name, Ben Cooper. Mode, Evil Sun Dragon God Force. MP, 5,027,001/5,859,682. STR, 575/3,797. AGI, 828/3,814. STA, 375/4,032. Int, 6,314. Ben's physical stats dropped a lot more than they should be because he starved for 22 days. His magic power increased a lot though, but it doesn't increase as much as he thought. Show me my base stats, says Ben. Name, Ben Cooper. MP, 3,557,973/3,557,973. STR, 1337. AGI, 1375. STA, 13524. INT, 2635. My magic power has increased so much, but the boost of this evil sun dragon god force should be higher than this. Why is it only increased this much? It's not even twice my base power, says Ben. The evil dragon god Lacrima still can't be used for extensive usage. It needs to be perfected to be used for the ultimate mode, but it still needs more magic power to form perfectly. Evil dragon god Lacrima is the one that Ben has worked on in the last 22 days. He was transforming the dragon seed that has been affected by demon and god energy into a Lacrima that he named Evil Dragon God Lacrima because it contains his sun devil / dragon / god slayer magic. The evil dragon god Lacrima in his body has the form of a big seed with some swirling patterns around it. Its color is clear, but the patterns have red, gold, and black color. 3 crystal buds also appear on top with those 3 different colors which represent his 3 different magic. This Lacrima holds a lot of magic power, even more than what Ben has in his magic container. It's not a problem though because he made it right inside his body. If he made it outside, then his body won't be able to withstand it when he installed it. Also, by creating it directly in his body, Ben also increases his magic power quality while also improving his physique to withstand so much magic power in his body. After this, it will be easier for him to increase his magic power because his magic container has improved. But that's just the side effect, the main reason was he made the Lacrima using the seed to destroy the seed's effect forever. It was very risky because he could trigger the seed instead, that's why he was super careful when doing it. He could become either a demon, a dragon, or a god if he made mistakes. Then, he was forced to stop the procedure before it truly completes. It might cause some problems, but he doesn't regret it because it was necessary for him to come out of his seclusion. Acknowledge has appeared, so his new power will be useless if he didn't come out. How much does it need to be completed? Asks Ben. It needs to surpass 2 million magic points and you've gathered 1,900,800 points, so you need 99,200 more. To gather that much with your previous absorption rate, you will need 27,55 hours to complete the procedure. So I was close, huh? Will there be any problem? Asks Ben. Yes, there is a high chance that you'll transform into a devil, a dragon, or a god because of the use of an imperfect Lacrima. The highest transformation possibility is a dragon because your dragon slayer magic is the strongest right now. Ben sighs and says, sigh, fuck it then. I will protect my family even if it means I will stop being a human. With such a resolution, Ben is ready to face Acknowledge again. He can't hesitate at all when facing this guy or he won't have any chance at all. Now when I get this strong, I can finally judge his true power. He has around twice my magic power in this form. And he might have a technique to increase that already high magic power. The time for this battle is also not in my favor. Damn, what a drag, says Ben while getting into a stance. It's night now, so Ben doesn't have his biggest source of magic power, sunlight. He can try to find other sources like fire, gravity, or even moonlight if needed, just like in the past when he was still weak. But they can't give him as much power as sunlight. When he's thinking about that, Ben suddenly sees Acknowledge gathers magic power in his mouth. Ben knows what Acknowledge tries to do, so he also makes his move. He extends both of his hands to the front and gathers his magic power. When Acknowledge shoots his dragon's roar, Ben also chants his spell. 5 levels ultimate reflector. 5 silver magic circles appear in the front of Ben. The magic circles are big and they get bigger as they get closer to Ben. Acknowledge's attack hits the first magic circle and destroys it in a short time. Then it hits the second and destroys it too, but it takes a longer time than the first one. It then destroys the third and fourth, but with a longer time than before. Then when it hits the 5th layer, it gets reflected to the sky. The 1st to 4th layer reflectors couldn't reflect the dragon's roar, but luckily the 5th layer could reflect it. That was close, says Ben before he flashes toward Acknowledge. Ben arrives on Acknowledge's left face in an instant and it makes the black dragon widens his eyes. Ben's right fist has been covered with black gold red solar energy. Then he sends a very powerful punch at Acknowledge's left face. Boom! A massive explosion happens on Acknowledge's left face and it flings his head to the right quite far that even his body also gets pulled. Again, Ben pushed Acknowledge, a feat he couldn't achieve in the past. He grins and gets ready to attack again, but he suddenly stops when he hears a voice. Finally, another dragon slayer who can reach this level of power. Ben and the other mages are surprised because the one who talks is Acknowledge. They never heard this guy talk before, so they thought he would never say anything. Acknowledge looks at Ben and says, I remember you now. The one who fought me a few years ago on that island. What an interesting growth rate and what an interesting aura. Unlike those dragon slayers, you have slain real dragons, aren't you? Yeah, and you are next on my list, says Ben calmly. How amusing, you have slain real dragons in the current era. Ha ha ha, so there are still dragons left in this world. Tell me where they are. Says Aknologia while releasing his massive magic power that overwhelms the 4 mages below. Don't ask me, I don't know where they are. But I know the one that is still alive right now, says Ben. Where? Asks Aknologia. In front of me. You look dragon enough for me, you piece of shit, says Ben. Aknologia doesn't take that happily and he says, I will kill you and the other dragon slayers. No dragons can be left alive, including those who hold their power. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 391 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 402 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 357. Against the King. Ben's battle against Aknologia continues and it becomes a real spectacle now. They are exchanging attack after attack that shakes their surroundings. The power boost that Ben gets has increased his chance against Aknologia. Aknologia has difficulties trying to hit Ben who moves around so fast. None of his magical or physical attacks hit Ben because he can't match Ben's speed. He can sense Ben's magic power, but he can't follow Ben's movements that look like flashes to him. On another hand, Ben has difficulties dealing damage on Aknologia. His attacks always land on the Black Dragon, but he can't deal enough damage. Aknologia's magic resistance is very high, so even Ben's strong attacks don't give significant damage to Aknologia. But instead of increasing his power, Ben is reducing it now. He just focuses on attacking as much and as fast as possible. Ben is trying to find Aknologia's weaknesses using these weak attacks. He is throwing baseball-sized sunballs while moving around Aknologia. The sunballs explode upon contact and they are strong enough to gravely injure most mages. But for Aknologia, they are just annoying attacks. Even so, he still gets damaged no matter how small it is. The damage isn't significant, but he still receives it. Also, as he receives more attacks, the damage is stacking and it gives Ben the opportunity to find his weaknesses. While the clash goes on, 2 individuals arrive on the cube below the battle of the 2 monsters. Gajeel and Lily arrive after they stupidly joined the airship on its way to Magnolia. They didn't realize that the other dragon slayers stayed behind, so they went back and have just arrived. Salamander, how could you just leave me there? You should have told me if you were staying, shouts Gajeel angrily, but no one answers him. Oi, are you okay? Asks Gajeel worriedly. Zing, says Natsu weakly. Hey? What are you? Asks Gajeel. Amazing, he is very different from the last time we saw him. How could a human has that much power? Asks Sting. Is that power even possible to achieve? Asks Rogue too. It is possible, that's what Ben always said. If you want to know, then ask him. He will teach you everything you need to become that strong. But I'll tell you first that so far, no one can follow his way to get strong. Everyone gave up in a rather short time. Even Urza could only last for a month. All of us could only do the training that has been toned down many times, says Grey while still watching the fight in the sky. You will think that you'd die every time you train, since the first day, says Gajeel who now also watches the fight. That much? Asks Sting in surprise. Yeah, that much. Anyway, why are you guys just watching and not helping him instead? Asks Gajeel. Do you think we can even get into that? Asks Grey. Gajeel looks for a moment before saying, no, we will just disrupt him. That's right. But we need to stay vigilant all the time. Ben said that he isn't confident he could protect us, so we need to protect ourselves, says Grey. What about the fight? Has he said anything about his winning chance? Asks Gajeel. No, but from his expression, he isn't confident to win this battle, says Grey with a serious expression. That's not unexpected. Then we need to be ready to help anytime, says Gajeel. They continue to watch the battle that can crush them anytime if they enter the fray. The damage on the wings and inner neck seems to be higher. But the easiest to damage is still the wings. They're thin, wide, and very important for a dragon to fly, thinks Ben while grinning. Ben moves quite far from Aknologia and spreads his arms while floating. His magic power spikes as 2 big black gold-red magic circles appear on his left and right. Aknologia senses the massive magic power on the magic circles, so he prepares a dragon's roar as a counter. The first to execute his attack is Aknologia who shoots a massive blue dragon's roar at Ben. But Ben is still calm and he watches as the blue blast moves toward him. On his sides, the magic circles have turned into a pair of massive and long black gold-red solar energy spears. Great Slayer Art, Spears of Heaven. Chants Ben as he swings his hands forward. The 2 spears get shot forward and they move right beside the massive blue blast while spinning. Ben flashes down immediately to evade the dragon's roar. But because he evades it, the dragon roars destroy a massive mountain and a lake in its path. It's not a problem though because no one lives there. So Ben ignores it and keeps looking at his magic spears that fly very fast toward Acknowledge, who realizes the spears too late because his sight is obstructed by his dragon's roar. The spears hit Acknowledge's wings and a pair of massive explosions happen. They engulf Acknowledge's whole body because each explosion is bigger than Acknowledge. The ones below wonder if it's working, but Ben's face says otherwise. What a tough bastard, says Ben while getting ready again. The explosion smoke suddenly disappears because of a strong gust of wind. Acknowledge flaps his wings and disperses the smoke around him. He still has his wings, but both his wings are damaged. Acknowledge's wings, which look like bird wings with big feather-like scales, have lost some of those. The rest of the feathery scales are burnt and chipped. But even those damaged wings are still able to support his flight and even created that strong gust of wind. Acknowledge is looking at Ben with angry red eyes now. He roars angrily before flying towards Ben while sucking the magic power in the air. It's been a long time since he gets injured like this, so this really hurt his pride. Compared to Acknowledge, who is still very lively because of his rage despite the injuries to his wings, Ben isn't looking good now. That attack used a lot of his magic power and he can't replenish it because it's night, so there's no sunlight, his main source of energy. Ben only has half of his initial magic power now because he has used it a lot before. So now he needs to be extra careful in choosing his attacks because he can't afford to run out of magic power. If that happens, he won't just get himself killed, but other people too. So Ben chooses to not fight Acknowledge head on until he finds a chance. He moves around Acknowledge at a very high speed at a very close distance. Ben is taunting Acknowledge by moving so close as if saying that Acknowledge can't catch him even if he is this close. What's wrong, Blackie? You can't catch me? Asks Ben mockingly as he floats in front of Acknowledge's right eye. Acknowledge roars angrily before trying to bite Ben, but Ben escapes in the nick of time. His speed is his only advantage against Acknowledge, so he needs to use it very well. Besides, this is his chance because Acknowledge is blinded by rage now. He doesn't know if he can tire Acknowledge, but it's worth a try. At least he can stall time while finding a way to give lethal damage to Acknowledge. But it will be difficult for a while because Acknowledge covers his whole body with magic power after Ben damages his wings. Then suddenly, Acknowledge stops trying to attack Ben and flies higher. Ben doesn't know what he's trying to do, but it won't be good. So he gets ready to face anything that Acknowledge will make. Then he sees numerous blue light spots above Acknowledge. Damn! Shouts Ben with widened eyes. Die, you damn humans! Eternal flare! Shouts Acknowledge before the blue light spots shoot down. Ben immediately flashes toward the cube where his friends are. The mages are surprised and they make protections using their magic. Ben arrives above them and creates a massive spinning shield made of his 3 types of solar energy. Acknowledge's attacks hit everything on the ground and the cube is destroyed. Ben's shield also gets hit and it gets the most hits because Acknowledge is aiming at him. The shield gets damaged many times but Ben keeps reforming it and it costs him a lot of magic power. Ben grits his teeth as he tries to maintain his ultimate solar shield. Blood comes out of his mouth and nose as he tries to keep the shield intact. Some bits of Acknowledge's destroyed attacks pass through his shield and hits his body, damaging him even more. His friends are helping him to block the attacks, but their power isn't sufficient. Now they realize how big of a burden they actually are. They all have the same thinking, if only they are stronger. Regret always comes late. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 392 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 403 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 358. Dragon Parents. Ben defends the attacks for a rather long time, but Acknowledge's attacks seem endless. He eventually gets overpowered and his shield is broken. A blast is coming directly to him when his shield is broken and it will kill them all, so Ben raises his left hand to block it. He blocks it, but he gets slammed into the destroyed cube and the impact is very big. Ben disappears from sight because he sinks into the ground. The others are also blasted by the impact and they all get injured, but no one died because of what Ben did. However, it isn't the end yet as some blasts are still raining down on them. This looks like the end because other than Ben, no one there can defend these blasts. They are still not giving up though and they are preparing their spells to counter the blasts. Then suddenly, the 4 dragon slayers stop their spell. It makes Grey confuses and he shouts at them to get their shit together. But they suddenly have tears in their eyes and their bodies glow before suddenly a streak of light comes out of each of their bodies. All of them suddenly get covered by shadow and they all can now see 4 dragons above them. The four dragons then use their dragon's roars at the same time to counter Acknowledge's attacks. They clear the blasts using the combination of their dragon's roars. Acknowledge looks at them with an angrier expression now and says just one word, dragons. The four dragon slayers also then say, Igneel/Metallicana/Wislogia/Skyadrum. The dragons that have just come out are the dragon slayers' dragon parents. Igneel, Metallicana, Wislogia, and Skyadrum. These four are the four dragon slayers' dragon parents who were assumed to be dead or disappeared. We'll talk later, there's something more important to do now, says Igneel. Help Lord Escanor's son first, we will face Acknowledge, says Wislogia before the four dragons take off to the sky. The four dragon slayers are still stunned, so they don't immediately do what their parents asked. It is Grey who moves immediately to take Ben out of the ground. What are you doing? Hurry up and help Ben out! Shouts Grey. It wakes them up and then everyone except Natsu is digging the ground to take Ben out. Natsu's sight is still glued to Igneel who is facing Acknowledge now. Igneel, you better explain everything to me now. Shouts Natsu. Natsu's words anger Grey who then punches him in the face. Natsu. Is asking for an explanation more important than Ben's life, you bastard? If you don't want to help then scram. You won't be a part of Fairy Tail again if you do. Grey continues to help the other three dig up the ground. Natsu grits his teeth before he finally helps them. But he still demands Igneel to give him an explanation later. Igneel just answers him shortly before facing Acknowledge again. The four dragons are facing Acknowledge together, but they can't gain dominance at all. Be it a physical or magical battle, Acknowledge is still dominating them. He has slain numerous dragons and sometimes faced many of them at once, so he can face the four of them. How unsightly! There are still dragons left in the current era. I will slay all of you and eradicate every dragon in the world, says Acknowledge. Acknowledge, what is it that you are truly after for you to go this far? Asks Igneel. What I want is the destruction of this world. I simply want to destroy everything, says Acknowledge. Such a ridiculous reason. Then we will stop you, says Skyadrum. Acknowledge laughs when he hears that, ha ha ha, you? Stopping me? You will die even before you can do anything to me in that half-dead state. If we can't stop you, then we will pass that job to the future generations, says Wislogia. Ha, so you are relying on others, disgusting. One can only rely on oneself. A weak thought like that will only make you weak. Besides, who are the ones that can do that job? Those little dragon slayers are too weak, and the only one who has a real chance is going to die soon, so no one can stop me now, says Acknowledge. The dragons look at the mages below who have taken Ben out of the ground. His condition is really bad right now and his friends become speechless. Ben is still conscious and in his previous normal skinny form now, but he can't move because he has run out of energy. His 22 days of deadly training that required him to not eat anything has taken a toll on his body. But that's not so bad compared to his current condition after blocking Acknowledge's attack. Ben lost his left hand up to his forearm after he used it to block that blast. The remaining parts of his left arm, left body, left neck, and left face also get injured. His skin on those parts is torn and his left side is full of blood now. Even so, Ben's focus is not on his injuries, it's still on Acknowledge. His sight is blurry, but his gaze is still very strong and Acknowledge can feel it. The four dragons can also feel Ben's strong fighting spirit in such a condition. He is lying down with a battered body, but he still seems to stand tall and firmly now. Igneel smirks and says, what an incredible man. No wonder Lord Escanor passed his power to him without telling anyone. It reminds me of the fear I felt of the Lord when I was young. He has the same gaze as Milord and it sends a chill down my spine. I must admit, he is someone worthy to be Milord's successor. Yet, although I still don't understand why Lord Escanor raised a human child and even sent him to this era. Also, if the Lord taught Dragon Slayer magic to this young man, doesn't it mean that he is the first Dragon Slayer in existence? Asks Wislogia. Don't bother to try thinking of what someone at Lord Escanor's level does and his reasons to do those things. We will never understand, says Skyadrum. Yet, we better focus on the problem in front of us, says Metallicana. The battle of dragons continues and Ben is looking at it focusedly. His sight is blurry, but his other senses are still sharp. He can feel the magic power clashes, the sounds, and even the vibration in the air. Ben can tell that the dragons are fighting at a very close range. It's something that he will never do because he will get crushed by Acknowledge. His physical stats are ridiculously high for a human, but they're incomparable to dragons, especially Acknowledge. That problem is one of the main reasons his options in the battle against Acknowledge are limited. He is quite jealous of the dragons, but that doesn't mean he wants to be them. What he's envious of is their physical power, so he just needs to find a way to match that. Ben can tell that the four dragons are ganging up on Acknowledge now. But they are struggling and still can't deal real damage to him. Ben doesn't find it strange at all because he can feel that the 4 dragons are not in good condition. Their auras are strong, very strong even that they don't fall short of acknowledge. But their magic power is weak for their levels and their life forces are even weaker. It's like they can just suddenly die even without acknowledge doing anything to them. Oi, Ben! What happened with your body? Shouts Grey with a panicked tone. Ben's right body side is fully covered by golden scales. Draconic wing, horn, ear, eye, claws, and other characteristics also appear on his right side. It's different from his dragon force because it looks as if he is turning into a real dragon, and he is. Warning! Warning! Your magic has fallen too much and your body can't hold the imperfect evil dragon god Lacrima's power anymore. As the result of the original dragon seed's effect and high mastery of Dragon Slayer magic, your body is going through the dragonization process right now. Please take immediate action. Immediate action, you say? I can't even lift a finger right now. Fuck it. I can't even talk. How can I do something to stop this damn dragonization process, curses Ben in his mind without showing anything outside. Ben's body is transforming slowly and the dragon characteristics are slowly spreading to his injured left side. His friends try to find a solution, but they never saw this, so they don't know what to do. Even the dragons above have noticed this too. Dragonization? Hasn't he done something to it? Asks Metallicana in surprise. It seems whatever he did to stop it before has failed, says Wislogia. What should we do? He will turn into a dragon if being left alone, says Skyadrum. Suddenly, Ben's body is covered by a green light that relieves his pain and even halts the dragonization process. Everyone looks at the one who creates that light. It's a white dragon with white fur and feathery wings. Ben, who gains a little energy, smiles and says, "It's been a while, Grandini. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 393 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 404 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 359, 359. Last meeting. This is not Ben's first time meeting Grandini, that's why he said that it's been a while. The first time he met her was when he and Wendy were still in Kate's shelter. Ben was trying to understand Wendy's Sky Dragon Slayer magic to help her improve it. After Ben finished his 1-year journey and become an S-class in Kate's shelter, he met Grandini. It was just a coincidence though because at that time, Ben just wanted to guide Wendy on training to raise her magic power, which needed him to use his magic power in Wendy's body to help her feel it. Then suddenly, Grandini pulled his mind to a place she used to stay in Wendy's body. Of course, it was a surprise for Ben, but he wasn't too surprised because he has met another dragon soul before, it's Smog the Heat Dragon. His first meeting with Grandini was short and she didn't talk much too. She just introduced herself, saying that she is grateful to him, asking him to take care of Wendy, talk a little about Dragon Seed, and gave him some knowledge of Sky Dragon Slayer magic so he would be able to help Wendy. That was his first and last meeting with Grandini before this day. Now, the Grandini that he sees isn't just a soul, but a real dragon. She has left Wendy's body and come here, which means that Wendy won't need her care anymore and the Dragon Seed problem has been solved. It seems your plan didn't work well, boy, says Grandini with a rather sad tone. Yeah, but I fail not because it's a wrong method, it's just incomplete. I just need the last step, but I missed it to do something more important, says Ben. Grandini smiles and says, I'm glad that you haven't changed at all. You always care of those you cherish and will do your best for them even though you can be cruel to your enemies. But I know you are a kind person in nature. Did you come here just to say that? You better use your last energy to talk and spend time with Wendy, says Ben. No, you are the one who will spend your time with Wendy. I will disappear soon, but you still have a long time ahead of you. So you should be the one who stays by Wendy's side. You are her brother, aren't you? I have talked with Wendy and it was enough. She has grown very well thanks to you, so I won't be worried about her anymore as long as you're still here. That's why I won't let you leave her, boy. Your task hasn't finished yet, says Grandini. Well, that's nice for you to say all of that. But I can't stop this dragonization process, says Ben. Then we'll help you, you are not alone, says Grandini. Hey? How will you stop it? Asks Ben. You will know it soon. Hey, boys. Hurry up and finish your battle. We have something important to do, shouts Grandini to the 4 male dragons in the air. They want to say that they've done their best already, but they don't dare to say it. If there's a dragon they never wanted to mess with, then it will be Grandini. She really knows how to mess with them and she knows a lot of their secrets which makes them unable to do anything to her. The male dragons then continue their battle as Grandini uses her magic to halt Ben's dragonization process. She also heals the other mage's injuries while taking care of Ben. Her healing magic mastery is on a whole different level from Wendy's. The battle in the sky continues and the 4 dragons are starting to push Acknowledge back. They've received some buffs from Grandini which make them stronger. Acknowledge is getting overwhelmed slowly and starting to move back. Igneel, we need to finish this now or we won't have any power left to help the boy, says Wislogia. Alright, let's go all out on this attack, says Igneel before taking a deep breath. The other 3 dragons also take a deep breath and so is Acknowledge who also sucks a lot of magic power in the air. The 4 dragons then shoot their dragon's roars at the same time as Acknowledge. 4 massive magic blasts clashing against a more massive magic blast. They clash and the shockwave created is very strong. The mages below almost fly because of it, but Grandini blocks the shockwave that hits them. The dragon's roars are cancelling each other after a while and Acknowledge smirks when it happens. But that smirk turns into a surprise when he sees Igneel suddenly appears in front of him. Igneel tries to bite and hit his body, but Acknowledge moves to the right reflexively. He even uses his left hand which is coated by his magic to attack Igneel back. As a result, Igneel bites and rips Acknowledge's left hand. But Acknowledge also destroys Igneel's entire left arm using his destructive magic. Both of them received significant injuries, but Igneel's injury is worse because he lost an entire arm while Acknowledge only lost half of it. Acknowledge is angry and he really wants to continue this battle until everything is destroyed. But he knows he won't win against all 5 dragons with his current condition. So he chooses to retreat after roaring and cursing them. No one chases him though because it will be futile. They aren't in their best condition, so they won't be able to chase him. Besides, they have something more important to do now, saving Ben from dragonization, or he will be the second Acknowledge. The 4 dragons land on the ground and Igneel drops Acknowledge's ripped left hand which has turned into a human hand because Acknowledge was originally a human. His skin is dark, even darker than Ben and it looks like a normal human hand. Why are you keeping that hand? Asks Metallicana. Well, I thought it could be used on someone, says Igneel while looking at Ben. He isn't a puzzle, so you can't just attach a hand to replace the one he lost, says Skyadrum. No, it can be done on me, I am unique, after all. And even if it can't, I will find a use for it. Grey, freeze and store it, says Ben while still lying down. Grey nods and does what Ben asks while the other 4 dragon slayers are approaching their dragon parents. Of course, these 4 want to know where their foster parents have gone and what happened to them. So it becomes a Q&A session that won't last too long, so Ben just lies below Grandini without saying anything. The dragons have different backstories with their children. But the reason why they disappeared was the same. They enter their children's bodies to stop their dragon seed's dragonization effect. Ben who doesn't receive that treatment has struggled a lot because of it and now he is starting to turn into a dragon. They all want to talk more, but their time is limited because they will disappear soon. All 5 of them have gotten their soul taken by Acknowledge and was in half-dead states. Living in their foster children's bodies has prolonged their lives, but they've reached their limits already. So before they disappeared, they will do one more thing to make their lives more useful. The 5 of them suddenly turn into streaks of light and enter Ben's body. Ben can feel his body getting hotter and instead of a soothing sensation, he feels crazy pain. He screams because of the pain and makes his saddened friends worried. They don't know what to do, but then they see the golden scales on Ben's body start to disappear. The draconian features that appeared also return to normal slowly. More blood comes out of Ben's mouth, one nose, and destroyed left hand. But the blood is very dark and almost looks black instead of red. It keeps coming out, so he gets even thinner than before, and it finally stops after all the draconian features disappeared completely and he returned to normal again. Ben lost consciousness immediately after everything ends. His friends almost thought that he has died, but they are relieved that he is still alive even though he has gotten so weak. Then they all become gloomy and sit around Ben. Too many things were happening that night, after all. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 394 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 405 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 360. Recover. A week after the wars against Tartaros and Acknowledge, Ben finally opens his eyes. He finds himself in a familiar room he hasn't visited for 7 years. It's the special treatment room in poor Lyusika's house that looks like a small dome greenhouse. Ben looks around and sees an 4 drip being used on him. Then on his right, he sees a white-haired woman sleeping with her head on the bed. He smiles and looks around again, but no one else is there now. So Ben checks his body now and everything has returned to normal except for his left hand. He has lost his left hand completely, but it doesn't make him mad or regret his choice. His and his friends' lives are worth more than a mere left hand. Other than the missing left hand, his body is fine if his still skinny body isn't counted. His ripped skin has been fully healed because of his great vitality and self-healing power. Too bad that his self-healing power isn't regeneration, so he can't regrow his left hand. That's not a problem though, because now Ben's biggest concern is the dragonization. He checks the evil dragon god Lacrima immediately to see if there's any change. He can't remember it well, but the 5 dragons did something before he lost consciousness. The shape doesn't change, but it looks a little bigger and shines brighter now. It also feels alive, thinks Ben while looking at the Lacrima's reflection in his mindscape. Sun Evil Dragon God Lacrima has been perfected as a result of a magic transfer by 5 dragons. All 5 dragons have transferred their last magic power, soul, and life forces to stop the dragonization process. The risk of transformation into the 3 magical creatures has been removed completely too as the result of the perfected Lacrima and their souls transfers that strengthened your soul and made it adapt to your 3 types of Slayer magic completely. Ben closes his eyes because he wants to thank them, but he can't. Those dragons have left this world completely now. So he can only say his gratitude to them in his mind because they've saved his life. Another change has been detected too. Quorra's voice breaks the silence and Ben asks, what change? The dragon soul technique that was used by the dragons has another side effect on you because of everything you've done to remove the seed's effects. The Lacrima is now connected to your soul because the dragons made it to be a real part of your body instead of just an object put inside. It is like an organ to you now and it feels alive because your soul is also in it just like your other organs. What the hell? So it wasn't a part of me before even though I made it using my dragon seed, asks Ben in his mind. Rather than having a Lacrima as a new organ, he is more surprised by the fact that the Lacrima he made using the seed was considered an external object in his body. Will it cause any problem, asks Ben. Not enough data to make any conclusion. But there is not any negative effect so far. What about benefit, asks Ben again. You should be able to use all force modes a lot easier and get better power boosts. However, it is predicted that the side effect after using any force mode will be more severe. Such side effect is not a problem if it means I can defeat much stronger opponents, thinks Ben before leaving his mindscape. Ben's mind has returned to the real world and he opens his eyes again. It seems he was in his mindscape for too long because there are some people in the room now. Myra is awake too and she is holding their children. You've finally woken up, says poor Lyusika who's checking his condition currently. Yeah, how long has it been? Asks Ben. A week has passed since that incident, says poor Lyusika while still examining him. The others hear his voice and immediately look at him without saying anything. Ben just smiles before his family members run to hug him. Ariel, Gabriel, and Bella just jump on him while Myra, Wendy, and Carla are hugging him from the sides. Hey! Don't jump on the patient! Yells poor Lyusika while trying to pick up the kids and Bella. It's fine Grandma, just let them be, they aren't heavy, says Ben while smiling. They might be light, but you look as if you'll break apart with a weak tap. I don't know what you did to make all those muscles gone. You're like a twig now and you even lost a hand, says poor Lyusika with a pissed tone, but Ben knows she is worried about him now. Well, let's just say I did some necessary things and this is the consequence. How about those 6? Asks Ben calmly. Makarov is the one who answers that, thanks to you and the dragons, they are fine. The saber-tooth mages have returned to their guild after staying here for 3 days. Natsu, Grey, and Gajeel have been training hard since then. They kept blaming themselves for being too weak and overestimating themselves by staying there. You lost a hand when you protected them, after all, so they feel very guilty. Ben smirks when he hears that, those idiots are too serious. This is but a flesh wound. But I don't hate their wish to become much stronger. Flesh wound? Are you seriously want to joke about that now? Asks Myra angrily because she was very worried. Yeah, because it means I am healthy enough to joke around now, says Ben. You really know how to talk back, says Myra before sighing. Myra then smiles and says, I'm glad that you finally woke up. Welcome back, honey. Welcome back, Papa. Says Ariel and Gabriel. They all welcome him back and they are happy with his recovery. Ben smiles and thanks them before his stomach suddenly growls. He hasn't eaten for 22 days while training and a week more after that, so it's been 29 days since he last ate food. Everyone laughs before Myra says that she will take some food here. But Ben stops her and says that they should go to the guild now to eat there. The other guild members also need to know that he has woken up. Besides, your hands aren't enough to carry all the food I need, says Ben while smiling. His words confuse them, but they still agree with his suggestion. Ben wants to teleport them there, but Makarov stops him and calls someone. A man enters the room and Ben is surprised to see him here, it's Doran Bolt from Magic Council. He wants to ask Makarov, but the old man just says, I will explain it to you later. Ben just raises an eyebrow and doesn't ask anything. Doranbolt, who now has a fairy tale mark on his left shoulder, teleports them all to the guild. Their sudden appearance surprises everyone there, but then it turns into a party after they see Ben. While the others are partying, Ben is eating at the bar. He eats very fast and devours every food that comes to the table. Everyone gets silent when they see the empty plates on the bar keep stacking at a crazy speed. Soon, the bar table becomes full of empty dirty plates. But Ben still asks for more because he is still hungry. His body also has changed noticeably now. He has more muscles even though he is still smaller than his original size. Ben asks for more food, but nothing comes to the table again. They've run out of ingredients and the cooks have been knocked out because they've worked too hard. So without any choice, Ben goes to a restaurant. Everyone follows him and sees him repeat what he did in the guild. He keeps destroying restaurants until he is full. It takes their whole guild's and 9 restaurants' supply to satiate his hunger. No one knows how he can eat that much food and returns to his original appearance in such a short time. Even the mages can't explain it because they don't know if something like this is possible even with magic. Ben stretches his body after he gets full and says, "I'm back." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 395 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 406 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 361. Apology. Ben has recovered his physical and magical power now. He is now trying to get used to his current physical state after losing his left hand by sparring with Laxus in the guild's training ground. Laxus is also not in a good condition, so both of them are trying to adapt to their current power. Even without his left hand, Ben is still dominating the spar. Well, Laxus is having a problem with his low power output, so it's not a great feat. Ben's only struggles are adjusting his balance when making moves and he often forgets that he doesn't have a left hand anymore. Magical barrier particles, hey? They are really troublesome. With some effort and time, I can remove them if they are in my body by destroying them using my super hot and destructive magic. By flowing my sun magic in every part of my body, the magical barrier particles will get destroyed. But I can't use this technique on others because I don't think anyone has immunity to my current magic, says Ben after they finish the spar. Yeah, I won't survive that. I can try it using my lightning, but the problem is my lightning has gotten weaker and it stimulates them instead of destroying them, says Laxus. Then you'll need someone who can dispel magic or any kind of magic that can remove those particles. It's very rare, but there are a few types of magic that are used to dispel barriers. The users of those magic types are even rarer. So instead of waiting for a meeting with them, you should find a solution yourself. I will help you with it, but you also need to work for it too, says Ben. Obviously, I'm not someone who will just rely on others, says Laxus. After he's done resting, Ben goes inside the guild building. 6 guys have been waiting for him there. The 6 are Natsu, Gajeel, Grey, Lily, Sting, and Rogue, who were there when Ben fought Aknowledge. Oh, I thought you guys would keep avoiding me, says Ben while walking to the bar and ordering a drink. The 6 stay silent before Grey speaks. Ben, we want to apologize. If we weren't so stubborn and full of ourselves, then you wouldn't need to protect us and lose your left hand. Yeah, we thought we would be able to help, but we become burdens instead, says Sting. I even forgot about the dire situation and thought of another thing instead. I'm very sorry for that, says Natsu before they all bow their heads to Ben. Everyone there just watches from the side without saying anything because this is a very important moment. They all see Ben doesn't look back and just takes his drink before gulping it. He drank all of it and put the glass on the bar. Ben doesn't look back and says, "You know, I'm not someone who holds a grudge against my idiot friends. So there's no need to apologize, but I'll forgive you because you've apologized. I hope this will make you realize that bravery alone isn't enough in this world. Bravery, confidence, strong will, trust, and other feelings aren't enough without power to back them up. This is fairy tale, not fairy tale. I'm sorry, but I don't have the exact same ideal as fairy tale. For me, feelings are important, but they aren't the basis of my power. If feelings are enough, then no one will die protecting their loved ones. Power comes from hard work and those feelings like a strong will, determination, the feeling to protect your loved ones, etc. Those are just supplements to do all those hard works which give you the power you desire, says Ben seriously. Now everyone is looking down because it feels like Ben is talking to all of them. His sentences hit really hard because they came from the most hard-working and powerful person here. So his words truly have weights in them. Everyone gets silent while Ben just keeps drinking from a bottle of alcohol that he took just now. Then he suddenly stands up and walks toward the door to leave the guild. But then he stops at the door because Natsu calls him. Ben. Can I ask something? Did Igneel say something to you in his last moment? Asks Natsu. No, only Grandini talked to me before they all gone. So your parents' last conversations were with you guys, says Ben without looking back. The four dragon slayers feel a little happy but also sad because they won't hear another word from their dragon parents anymore. But then they hear Ben says, you know, I am actually jealous of you guys. Even if it was just a moment, you guys could meet your parents again. I will even trade all my power just to see mine for a second. Ben doesn't say anything else and just leaves the guild building, which becomes very silent. His words make the four dragon slayers and Grey's eyes widen and shaken. Even if it was just for a short time, they've met their dragon parents, but Ben will never meet his no matter how long he lives. They think of Escanor because they all know Ben as the Sun Dragon's son. Although Ben would like to meet Escanor even for once, he was actually talking about his family in his past life. It's been years and he already has a new family, but he will always miss them. Even so, Ben didn't say that because he really wants to meet them in this life. He said that to make those guys feel very grateful for their chance to meet their parents again for the last time. If there's one thing that Ben always regrets, it's the fact that he couldn't say goodbye to his parents and little brother for the last time, so he doesn't want it to happen to his new family and friends. Also, he hopes it will motivate them to get even stronger than what they were aiming for. He knows well the importance of feelings to make someone stronger. But those feelings are just fuel to motivate someone to get the power they desire and needed. Ben goes home and on the way there, he remembers that Grey has acknowledged frozen left hand. It's too late to return now and ask for that guy's hand because it will be too awkward. He has left the guild building with a very cool impression, after all. Well, I can always ask about it later, says Ben. His chance to ask Grey about it comes a lot faster than he thought. The next day, Grey, Natsu, and Happy come to his house. They come to tell him that they will go to train outside and gain experience for a year. This is Acknowledge's left hand. I kept it after you asked me to freeze it, says Grey before handing over the frozen left hand. Ben takes it and says, you guys really act fast, aren't you? I don't want to waste any time and lose to this Iceman, says Natsu. Ha, I will be stronger than you, Flame Brain, says Grey. Both of them start insulting each other and then brawl in front of Ben's house. Ben just sighs before he flicks their foreheads in turn. They writhe in pain while holding their foreheads and Happy can only shake his head. Don't make a commotion in front of my house. And rather than arguing now, you better prove it with results, says Ben. The two of them agree to compete for results in a year. Then they walk away from Ben's house to start their training. But then Ben calls them and throws a book to each of them, even Happy. Don't just train your bodies and magic, train your brains too, says Ben while walking to his house as the gate gets closed. The three of them are confused, but then they widen their eyes when they read the book's titles. These books are specially made training menus and magic improvements for each of them. They don't like reading books, but they know these books are too good to not be used. That guy, he's really, says Grey, he doesn't know what to say anymore. Natsu puts his book in his backpack and says, it means he has a high expectations of us. Let's not disappoint him. Wait. I won't disappoint him, but I'm sure you will. Hey? What did you say? Asks Grey pissly. They argue and fight again as they walk away. These two are very hopeless. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 396 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 407 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 362. Disbandment? Around a month after the battle against Tartaros and Acknowledge, Ben is called by Makarov. They talk in the guild master's office and Makarov even activates the soundproof magic tool. It makes Ben curious, but he doesn't ask anything and just waits for Makarov to talk. Ben, I plan to disband the guild, says Makarov right off the bat. Ben is surprised, but he calmly asks, is there a problem that makes you want to do that? Our guild has become very unsafe and threats kept coming to us. I'm sure you've known it too because you have a wider information network than me. Zeref is targeting our guild and he is not someone we can ignore. So I plan to go to Alakatasia and get information about Alvarez Empire that he ruled, says Makarov. Sigh, I thought there is a big problem that I don't know, but it's just Zeref. You don't need to concern yourself about that asshole, I will take care of him. As for Alvarez Empire, you don't need to go there because it will just endanger yourself and it's not worth anything. Just manage the guild and take care of your children as usual. This is our problem, not your problem, says Ben very seriously. You talk as if facing Zeref and Alvarez Empire is easy, says Makarov. It wasn't easy before, but it has become easier now. Zeref is the core of Alvarez Empire, so as long as he's destroyed, then they will collapse, says Ben while smirking. Ben, you know that he is immortal, right? Asks Makarov. Yeah, but immortal doesn't mean undefeated, says Ben calmly. Ben isn't worried about killing Zeref anymore now because nothing is holding him back now. He has rewritten the book of E.N.D, so Natsu won't die if Zeref dies. Not only that, but he also changes some more things in the book so Natsu will never turn into a true Aetherius demon while his demon traits will become his power once he surpasses a limitation. It was very possible for Ben to modify the book to such an extent because of his vast knowledge and all the data that Quora saved. The only problems in the rewriting process are the demonic energy and curse that came out of the book and tried to stop him. However, none of the demonic energy and curse affected him too much. Other than a slight discomfort, he was fine because of his Sun Devil Slayer magic. The demonic energy and curse that came out of the book were strengthening his Sun Devil Slayer magic instead. Because of that, Ben took his time when he rewrote the book. He was trying to get every last bit of the demonic and curse energy that he could get from it. Natsu is away now, so he doesn't know if it would affect Natsu's dormant demonic power. But he hoped it would and kept absorbing the demonic and curse energy until nothing come out of the book anymore. If Zeref know what he did, then that bastard would be very furious, or maybe just became speechless. After knowing the effect, Ben told Myra to rewrite the other books of Zeref that he has collected. She tried to rewrite a book under Ben's watch and the same thing happened to her. Her magic just gets strengthened because it is the power of demons. One of her forms is getting exceptionally stronger when she rewrote the books. It's her new form of Satan soul that she got after absorbing all the remaining souls in Tartaro's cube. The form's name is Myra Jane Allegria, which comes from Mardgear's curse that formed the cube. Her Sela form also gets strengthened significantly while the other forms just get strengthened a bit. The only explanation is that the power came from the book of Aetherius demons. It is very compatible with the forms she got from Aetherius demons too. Ben has many books of Zeref collections after he collected them for a few years. He also got some in Tartaro's cube even though Zeref has taken most of them. But the demonic energy stored in those books was enough to strengthen Myra. She hasn't even finished absorbing all the power of those books. Her absorption rate is slower than Ben and she needs to process the demonic energy every once in a while. The power she absorbed is expanding her MP reserve too, so she needs to be careful. Ben didn't need to do that thorough process because his Sun Devil Slayer magic is very powerful. Also, he has the evil dragon god Lacrima now. All the power he took entered that Lacrima and get processed automatically without affecting him too much. Besides, compared to his overall energy, the demonic energy he got from E.N.D book isn't that much. So while the demonic energy overwhelmed Myra sometimes, it could never overwhelm him. His raw power is too much for the demonic energy to overwhelm. That's why, even if he got all the demonic energy from the E.N.D book, it didn't raise his power that much. Still, he won't refuse free power up even if it's not much. Every bit of power can affect the result of battles, and every bit counted. Ben, are you really sure about this? Asks Makarov, breaking the silence. Yeah, 100%. You don't need to go to Alvarez Empire at all because Zeref's target is in our guild, so he will come here eventually. We just need to prepare ourselves for that time, says Ben. Makarov gets surprised and asks, you know his goal? I have my speculation after meeting and talking to him many times. Even with his twisted personality, he is still thinking of defeating Aknologia. That guy always worried that I would become the next Aknologia, that's why he kept observing me. Based on our conversations, First Master's memories of him, and his exceptional interest in fairy tale, I have made an assumption of what his goal is, and the probability is high, says Ben. Ben once thought that Zeref's interest in fairy tale was merely because of Natsu. But after talking a lot with Mavis, he realized that Zeref has another interest in fairy tale. He tried to think of many possibilities and there was one possibility that has the highest chance. He is targeting the Lumen Histoire, that's the conclusion I came to, says Ben, surprising Makarov. That conclusion was made after careful thought based on his interactions with Zeref and Mavis's stories. Zeref is aiming at Aknologia and trying to kill that black dragon. But he is far weaker than Aknologia and doesn't stand a chance at all. He needs to be much stronger to defeat Aknologia. So he needs something to raise his power that has been stagnant for hundreds of years. And Ben can only think of one thing that can raise Zeref's power, Lumen Histoire. Zeref needs Lumen Histoire because the magic power contained there is very compatible with his magic power. Lumen Histoire is essentially Mavis's body and magic power. Both she and Zeref have been cursed by Angsarum, which makes their power very compatible to get combined. Ben doesn't know how much power boost Zeref can get by absorbing Lumen Histoire. But it must be high if Zeref truly plans to do it. His goal is to defeat Aknologia, so he will need a lot more power. If we know his target, we can prepare for anything he may do, says Ben while smiling. But we don't know what they are capable of. Alvarez Empire has a group of elites called the Spriggan 12. Each of them is said to be equal to a wizard saint, says Makarov. I don't see the problem there, says Ben with a raised eyebrow. What? Asks Makarov confusedly. Are they stronger than Aknologia even when they are together? Asks Ben back. I don't think so, says Makarov. Then it's not a problem. If I want to defeat Aknologia, then I need to be able to defeat them all. Also, they are Zeref's subordinates, and I am confident I can defeat Zeref. If Zeref can defeat them, then I am too, says Ben smugly. Makarov sighs and says, you really make it very simple now. Ben just smiles because he said the truth. If he can't even defeat those called Spriggan 12, then he won't stand a chance against Aknologia again. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 397 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 408 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 363. A new hand. Makarov finally cancels his plan to disband Fairy Tale after Ben persuaded him. Disbanding the guild is not the answer to their problem and the danger they'll face. In Ben's opinion, the best answer is to strengthen their guild rather than disband it. But they don't really need to make a big plan for their guild's development. Their mages have gotten much more motivated after the war against Tartaros and Aknologia. They've fully understood that they won't be safe forever. Even their strongest mage lost to Aknologia again and also lost a hand. They've witnessed how powerful Ben has grown in the last 7 years. He even slew dragons alone, yet he still couldn't defeat Aknologia. They all know how hopeless they are when Ben did all his feats. Just like the 4 dragon slayers and Grey, they realized that they are actually burdens in a war situation. So they start training more to not be that much of burden to their friends. They know they won't be as strong as Ben, but at least they will be able to pull their own weights in the future. Another crisis that even Ben can't handle may suddenly appear again, so they need to be prepared for that. If they don't get stronger, then they won't survive. It's not just them who work hard, Ben also works hard, a lot harder than anyone. He is focusing on training and improving his abilities now. By abilities, he means all of them, so there are many things to improve. Ben even utilizes his clones to train, and the current him can make 10 clones. Each of his clones is as strong as a good S-class mage, which is terrifying. A clone of his even fought against Freed in a spar and won quite easily. By using clones, Ben has more time to spend on his social life. He can spend his time with his family and friends while his clones are training and learning. Everything his clones do will return to his mind, so he can learn many things at once, increasing the efficiency. Ben will still take jobs every week though because real battles are very important too. Real battles will give him a lot of experience that he can't get in normal training. In real battles, he won't know what his enemies will use and that is important to improve his battle skills even if his enemies are weak. So Ben always takes a job every week, mainly jobs that require him to fight. He also takes easy jobs every once in a while even though he is an S-class and the guild's ace. The reason is he can take his kids on those easy jobs because they always want to go with their parents when they work. So Ben and Myra take them on those jobs sometimes. One of them will do the job while the other stay with the children. Their siblings also join them sometimes, so those jobs turn into family vacations. Those easy jobs are also useful for Ben's and Myra's siblings because they can try their skills. They will comment on and evaluate each other's skills so they can improve their performances later. Other people's advice can help them a lot, after all. Even Ben can't think of everything alone because others can always have different ideas. He often gets inspiration from others' thoughts that he never even thought of. Everyone has different thinking and that will make different ideas too. Then, there is one thing that's quite interesting to see. Ben now has a left hand again as if he never lost that left hand. Even the scars on his left hand have disappeared, so it really looks as if he never lost that hand, and it really surprises everyone at first. But now they have known the reason and it doesn't look strange anymore. Ben made that left hand using magic he got from Grimoire Heart. It's Rustyros's Arc of Embodiment which allows him to create almost anything as long as he has enough magic power and can maintain it. He didn't plan to recreate his left hand because it will remind him of his defeat and becomes his motivation to grow much stronger. But his children always look sad whenever they see his left arm. So he trained Arc of Embodiment again and increased his mastery. Poor Lyusica once offered him a prosthetic hand like the one that Gildarts uses. But he refused because a prosthetic hand won't look and work the same as a real hand no matter how good it is. Compared to that, a hand created by Arc of Embodiment is very identical to a real hand. So he recreated his left hand and make it look flawless to make his children happy. Ben is really glad he did it because he can lift his twin children with 2 hands. They always like being lifted by him, so this is the correct choice. Other than quest jobs, Ben also has some work on Magic Council. The Magic Council was in a mess after the attacks by Tartaros. So as a wizard saint, Ben needs to help rebuild the Magic Council. He never likes the council but he knows they are needed by Ishgar's magic world. So he helps reform the group to make it a lot better. It's not easy to use his method on the council and he even needs to use force on the stubborn old people. They don't like Fairy Tail to begin with, so he doesn't hesitate to kick their asses. But even if they don't like Fairy Tail, they need to admit that Fairy Tail often clean up the messes they made. So they can't say anything when Ben pushes that fact into their heads. His way to handle this creates a conflict with the two gods of Ishgar though. Wolfheim and Draculos, who deemed him too forceful in his method, confronts him now. They call him to a private office to talk without any disturbance. Ben takes a seat before anyone allows him and asks, "What do you want?" "Tisk, young people these days don't have any manners. How could you sit down before your elders?" says Wolfheim rather angrily. I thought our hierarchy as wizard saints is decided by power," says Ben. "That is the more reason you need to respect us who have higher ranks and power," says Wolfheim. You're right about ranks, but I'm not sure about power," says Ben while smirking before releasing his magic power. He targets his magic power at the two old men who widen their eyes in surprise. Ben keeps increasing the magic power he releases and both of them start having cold sweats. A moment later, both of them fall to their knees because they can't withstand Ben's magic power release that keeps increasing. Ben looks down at them with a cold gaze and says, "I haven't even used my full power, yet you have kneeled powerlessly. The gods of Ishgar are not that much, hey? What a disappointment, I thought that you would be able to hold on a little longer. Are you sure you are the second and third strongest mages on Ishgar? Why you, what is?" Draculos can't even finish his question. "I am a father, a husband, a brother, a friend, a mage of Fairy Tail, and a wizard saint, Ben Cooper. Also, I was the man who defeated 4 real dragons in Fiori's capital and fought against Aknologia 2 times while you just sit on your comfy couches," says Ben before stopping his magic power release. The two old men can finally breathe normally and Draculos asks with a terrified tone, "Why would you stay silent with that level of power? You can easily take the gods of Ishgar rank and even challenge God Serena." "Why? Because I never care about that position. If not for the protection for my guild, I won't even be a wizard saint. Ranks and positions like the 10 wizard saints, 4 gods of Ishgar, or even a king are worthless to me. That's why I couldn't care less about going up the rank. Although I want to fight Serena as a fellow dragon slayer, and the chance will come soon," says Ben while smirking. "Are you challenging God Serena?" asks Draculos with a surprised tone. "Challenging him? I've done it many times but he never accepted for unknown reasons. But soon, he won't be able to refuse again," says Ben. "Why is that?" asks Wolfheim. "Don't ask me how I get this information, but I've heard that Alvarez Empire has contacted him and he agreed to join them," says Ben while smirking. Of course, the two old men are very surprised that they can't even say anything. "Don't tell anyone about this, I will take care of him personally. He, who is called the strongest in this continent with 8 dragon slayer magic against me who has slain real dragons, I wonder who is stronger between us," says Ben before standing up and leaving the shocked old men. He is very excited to fight Serena and messes with Zeref's plan. Those two will be his stepping stones and help him get stronger for his next battle against Aknologia. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 398 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 409 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 364. God Serena. 3 days after their meeting with Ben, Wolfheim and Draculos go to God Serena's residence. They even bring Warod with them because they know that if something happens, they won't be able to win against Serena that easily. The 3 of them know well the power of the man who is known as the strongest on this continent. They meet with Serena who sits haughtily on a couch while the 3 are standing. It's his usual behavior, so they don't even bother to mention it. Then without any chit-chat, Draculos immediately tells Serena the reason they come here. "God Serena, we've heard a piece of unsettling news, so we want to confirm it. Is it true that the Alvarez Empire has contacted you?" asks Draculos. Serena is a little surprised that his arrogant and haughty face disappears instantly. His expression turns cold and he looks at the 3 of them. Then he smirks and says, "That's not true." The 3 look a little relieved, but they know that something is wrong by the look of Serena's face. "Then the news about your defection to Alvarez Empire is also wrong, right?" asks Warod. "Well, about that," says Serena before someone interrupts him. The news about Alvarez Empire contacting him is wrong. But the news about his defection is true. It's not us who contacted him, but he is the one who contacted us, says a man with a skull tattoo on his forehead who appears out of nowhere. The three old mages are surprised because they didn't sense anything before this man appeared. They are three of the strongest mages on this continent, yet they were being fooled so easily. This isn't the end of their surprise though, because an old man suddenly enters the room through the door and they can feel a massive magic power coming from him. Jacob, there's no need to reveal such information to our enemies. His Highness has ordered us to not cause any ruckus while we're here. It's not the time yet, so we shouldn't cause a scene, says the old man who is known by the three gods of Ishgar. You are August, says Draculos in surprise. August looks at them for a moment before ignoring them and looking at Serena and Jacob. Let's leave now. His Highness told us to be fast because the information gets leaked and he is right. More information can get leaked if we stay too long here, says August while looking at the three wizards again. Humph, fine, they are not that important anyway. I don't see any benefit by fighting them now, says Serena. Good, let's go, Jacob, says August. I understand, says Jacob before clapping his hands. Jacob, Serena, and August suddenly disappear from the room. The three wizards are surprised and they immediately search for the disappearing trio. They suddenly hear a loud wheezing sound outside, so they go out and look at the sky where the sound comes from. Above Serena's residence, they see a big floating ship. It's a literal ship that flies, not an airship like the one that Fairy Tail has. The ship then flies away, leaving the stunned three wizards behind. Damn, this is really the worst. I never thought that God Serena will defect to Alvarez Empire just like what the kid said, says Wolfheim. Out of everyone, it just needs to be him. We really need to be worried about Alvarez Empire now. They have 12 people at the same level as God Serena. And I don't think he will be the strongest among those 12. Then, there is still their emperor, Zeref, says Warad. That's right, and I don't think our Etherian can stop them again if they attack. They must have made a strategy to counter Etherian, so we need to think of other methods, says Draculos. Yeah, and I can only think of one method for now. We need that kid, says Warad. But where is he? He said he would face God Serena, but he doesn't show up at all, says Wolfheim. I'm sure he has his own plan. He was the only one who could get the information about God Serena's deflection. So he must have made a plan to stop God Serena, says Draculos. Sigh, I hate to admit it, but I think he is our only chance to stop God Serena. The three of us know that man's ability the best and we will need to use everything we have to take him down. His 8 Dragon Slayer magic aren't just for show. But that kid, he gave me a far more terrifying feeling than God Serena, says Wolfheim. Yeah, I still can feel the chill just by remembering what our meeting 3 days ago, says Draculos. Well, even if God Serena has 8 Dragon Slayer magic, he never truly slays a dragon. But Ben has slew not just one, but 3 dragons by himself in one night. He defeated another one but left it alive for an unknown reason. We never saw him using his full power in a battle, but my gut tells me that he is more powerful than God Serena, says Warad. I would disagree in the past, but I agree with you now, and I hope it is true, says Wolfheim. Yeah, he might be our only hope, says Draculos. The 3 old gods of Ishgar who are said to be the strongest in this continent are relying on a young man now. Well, that young man has done many impossible feats. He just didn't get enough recognition because he is a part of Fairy Tail, a guild hated by the Magic Council. Now, these 3 finally realized that they really need to reform the Magic Council. A group that manages Ishgar's magic world shouldn't be biased and need to be fair. Sure, Fairy Tail mages are misbehaved, but their achievements are greater than any other guilds in Ishgar. When the 3 wizards are talking about Ben, the other 3 who are departing to Alvarez Empire also talk about him. August is close to Zeref, so he has heard many things. And lately, Zeref kept thinking about Ben and anticipated a battle against him. God Serena, do you know a dragon slayer named Ben Cooper? Asks August. I think I've heard about him, but I'm not sure, says God Serena while trying to remember about Ben. Serena is a very arrogant and self-centered person who thinks that others are below him. So he is never interested in others and deemed them insignificant. That is also the reason why he never accepted Ben's challenges, he just can't be bothered to fight an insignificant person. But August's next words irk his interest, His Highness is very interested in that man. He also told me something interesting. While you have 8 Dragon Slayer magic, he has 3 Slayer magic, says August. Slayer magic? Why is it just Slayer magic? Asks Jacob. It's not really a type of magic by itself. What I mean is that he has 3 different types of Slayer magic, all 3 types ever known on our continents. He has Devil, Dragon, and God Slayer magic with the same element, Sun, says August. Jacob and Serena widen their eyes and Jacob asks, how is it even possible? Those 3 types have different tiers. So the higher tier should overpower the lower ones and make them disappear. That's what we think because we never have anyone talented enough to learn the 3 types at once, says August. Sun Dragon Slayer, hey? I think I remember him. He is that annoying kid who always looked at me with an irritating gaze every time we met, says Serena. Sigh, I'm really surprised that you don't know him though. He is very famous now after slaying 3 dragons that came from the past and even fought Aknalaja after that, says August. Serena seems surprised and asks, really? Yeah, that's what makes His Highness interested in him. Sigh, you really are something else, says August. Then Serena can't finish his sentence because suddenly they sense a powerful source of magic power coming toward them at an unimaginable speed. They look at where it comes from and can only see a yellow light flying toward them. It flies utterly fast and it already reaches their ship just after they started looking at it. They haven't even blinked when the light crashes onto their flying ship. Everyone holds onto anything because the ship gets pushed to the side. Then they all look at the intruder who is walking calmly after the ship stops moving. It's a man with rather dark skin, blonde hair, and has a fairy tale mark on his right hand. Ben has appeared. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 chapter 399 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 410 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 365. Punish the traitor. Whoa, quite a nice ship you have here. Sorry for breaking it, says Ben while smirking. You are Ben Cooper, the one His Highness kept mentioning these days, says August. Sorry, but tell Zeref that I have a wife, says Ben jokingly, but it seems they don't get it which makes it awkward. Cough, anyway, I don't come here in peace, so no need to prepare drinks and food, says Ben. I assume you come here for God Serena, says August. Isn't it obvious? I need to punish the traitor, says Ben while smirking. Ha ha ha. You? Punishing me? You sure know how to make people laugh, kid. Just because you've killed dragons doesn't mean you are strong enough to defeat me. I can do what you did easily and even slay more dragons than you. Besides, I heard you couldn't even defeat Aknalaja, so don't think too highly of yourself, says Serena haughtily. Sure, whatever you say, a coward who never accepted my challenge. You can't get away again now, so we will decide this for once. It's actually a good thing that you defect to Alvarez. Now I have a reason to beat you up and even kill you, says Ben while smirking. Serena doesn't take it lightly because Ben really looks down on him. He is still known as the strongest in Ishgar, it's his pride. So Ben's words really piss him off and he wants to rip Ben's body apart. Serena gets ready to attack Ben, but suddenly Ben vanishes from his spot. At the same time, they hear a loud crashing sound and look at it. They see Ben is already there and he is holding Jacob's head that gets slammed onto the floor. Even August is very surprised by this because Ben has detected Jacob who used stealth magic. Jacob's stealth magic is very high level that even the other Spriggans can't detect him. But Ben who never met Jacob could see through his stealth and even attacked him. A stealth magic that erases appearance, smell, and even sound, hey? Interesting, but it's not good enough. If you want to fool me, you also need to erase your magic power completely. Even so, I can still see you because of your magic work by altering light. You won't be able to fool a sun god's eyes with a light trick, says Ben while lifting Jacob by the head. Jacob is still conscious and doesn't have many injuries. He isn't a Spriggan for nothing, and besides, the floor isn't that hard for someone like him. Even so, he can't free himself from Ben's grasp no matter what he tries. He tries to attack Ben, but Ben can block all his attacks while still holding his head. Then he tries to use his spatial magic to move Ben to his pocket dimension. But it doesn't work even after he claps his hands a few times. Surprised? Well, let me tell you something. You can't use it on someone much stronger than you. Even more so if that person has high mastery of spatial magic. But your attacks are annoying, so let's stop this facade, says Ben before snapping his fingers. Suddenly, everyone feels their bodies become very heavy. Everyone other than the 4 strong mages is falling on the floor. The floating ship then starts falling at high speed and finally crashes onto the rocky ground below. That fall breaks the ship completely and people are injured. Only the 4 monsters are fine and now they all look at Ben seriously. They can feel that Ben hasn't used his full power, but they can feel how strong he is already by now. Ben then releases the gravity magic and frees everyone, except Jacob. He is still using his gravity magic on Jacob, making the guy unable to move because it's far stronger than what Ben used to make the ship fall. You seem like the type of guy who will disturb things that aren't his business, so I will remove you first, says Ben before increasing the gravity even further. The gravity keeps increasing while Jacob's head is still being held by Ben. Jacob can feel his body being pulled down, yet he doesn't fall because Ben holds his head. Ben's hand doesn't move even slightly even when Jacob's body pulls him down. Even if gravity doesn't affect Ben, Jacob's weight which keeps increasing is surely affecting him. But Ben's hand still doesn't move despite the heavy weight that he holds. This shows just how powerful he is now. August tries to attack Ben and help Jacob, but then Ben also uses his gravity magic on August and Serena to hinder their movements. Without any help, Jacob finally submits to Ben's superiority. His body can't hold it any longer as all his blood is being pulled down and gathers in his feet. The strong gravity prevents Jacob's blood from circulating. He passes out when his brain doesn't have enough blood supply. Shortly after that, the blood entering his heart also decreases before disappearing completely. Jacob then dies when his heart stops because there's no more blood that can be pumped. The blood that gathers in his feet also finally burst out like a horror movie scene. Everyone widens their eyes as they see how easily Ben killed Jacob, a Spriggan. He could survive this long, he's stronger than I thought. Others will get their neck ripped because of the strong pull, says Ben as he releases Jacob's dead body. Ben then looks at August and Serena before saying, "It's your turn now." Serena smirks and laughs, "Ha ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. I thought you were just a kid who thinks too highly of himself. But you actually have real skills. Now I really want to fight you and see your other skills." "August, stay back, I will handle him myself," says Serena as his eyes become black. Serena suddenly releases a massive amount of magic power. Ben is quite surprised because Serena is stronger than he thought. Now he can understand Serena's arrogance. This guy can really kill a real dragon as he claimed. Ben smirks and says, "So this is the power of the once strongest mage in Ishgard. I must say I'm impressed and you really deserved that title. But at the same time, I'm also disappointed. If you are just this strong, then you won't stand a chance against Aknalaja. Man, even the weakened Igneel would rip you apart." "Ha, you're really good with your mouth, kid. Then why don't you taste the power of this strongest mage in Ishgard?" "Cavern Dragon's earth collapse!" shouts Serena as green light appears around him and he slaps his hands on the ground. Serena uses his earth-type magic, the Cavern Dragon Slayer magic. A massive explosion with a wide radius occurs on the ground and engulfs Ben. Many Alvarez soldiers also get caught in the explosion, but then they suddenly appear outside the explosion because of August's magic. So this is the power of the man who has 8 Dragon Slayer magic. Maybe he is the hybrid theory, the man chosen by gods, says August while grinning. The explosion that Serena made destroys the ground and creates many large boulders. They get thrown into the air and bombarded Ben who stands there. This is a sufficient display of power by the strongest mage in Ishgard. But August's grin disappears instantly when the explosion also disappears. Serena's grin also gone because they see Ben is floating above the massive hole created by Serena's magic without any scratch. They saw him getting engulfed by the explosion and hit by the boulders, yet he is fine. No one knows how he defended himself because they saw him getting hit. They don't know that Ben was covering himself with his gravity magic. He used his gravity to create a repulsive force around him that repelled the boulders hitting him, so it still looked as if he was getting hit. Ben giggles and says, "Pfft, the strongest mage was throwing rocks in a battle. You should be ashamed. Even my children can throw rocks better than you." Tick marks cover Serena's forehead as he says, "Damn bastard. I will make you regret making me furious." Ben just grins and raises his right hand forward to make a taunting gesture. "You better do it, or you will be the one regretting this." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 400 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 411 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 366. Against the God. Ben's battle against Serena continues, although they are still just staring at each other now after Serena created the massive hole. Serena is looking at Ben pissly after Ben mocked him. He likes to look down on others, but it's another case if he is the one getting looked down on. "Come on, show me your capabilities, Serena. If it's just this much, then you will get slain by dragons instead of slaying them," says Ben while floating on the hole. "Bastard, I swear I'll kill you," says Serena before activating another spell. "Dragon God's Fang!" shouts Serena as he releases a lot of magic power. The ground around Serena shakes and then 8 elemental dragons come out of the ground. These dragons are just energy created by Serena's 8 Dragon Slayer magic. They represent each of his elements: fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, diamond, light, and darkness elements. The dragons are long like snakes but have dragon heads, so they are like East Asian dragons. They all move toward Ben to attack him who still hasn't moved. Ben just watches as the dragons move toward him at high speed. Then he suddenly smirks, what an interesting spell, I like how flashy it is. When the dragons almost hit him, Ben suddenly moves very fast to evade them. He flashes around and evades all the elemental dragons. Then after a while, he suddenly stops when the light dragon comes. Ben takes the light dragon's attack and Serena smirks seeing that. But that smirk disappears instantly when he sees his light dragon starts to disappear. Ben is eating the light dragon as if it is just normal food. But then he evades the diamond and darkness dragons before eating the fire dragon. His sun dragon slayer magic has fire and lightning elements and it is far more superior. So they don't affect him and Ben can eat their elements to increase his magic power. He can eat the lightning even though it's not his element because it's close to fire and light. It's just like how he can eat moonlight. But it doesn't help him much, so he prefers to ignore it and will only use it if necessary. Sun Devil's Death Chains, says Ben as a dark red magic circle appears on his back. Ben creates 6 massive dark red chains with big sharp arrow tips made of solar energy from his back. He is just using his Sun Devil Slayer magic even though his Sun Dragon and God Slayer magic will have a stronger effect against Serena's Dragon Slayer magic. His reason is simple, it's more fun if he fights using the magic with a lower tier than his opponent's magic. Against an arrogant person like Serena, the most fun way to win is by using lower tier magic. Besides, Ben's Sun Devil Slayer magic is top tier and powerful enough to be used against dragons. The dark red solar chains target the 6 remaining elemental dragons. They all clash and 6 massive explosions happen when they hit each other. Both Serena and Ben are getting pushed back by the recoil of their clash. Ben grins and thinks, it seems I couldn't ignore the difference in the tier that easily. I've used more power than necessary, but I still get pushed back a little. Damn, this is fun. This fight is enjoyable for Ben because he doesn't need to worry about anything and can do whatever he likes. He can play around and use destructive spells because he doesn't need to protect anyone or be careful of his surroundings. Good, good, you should be at least this strong to be called the continent's strongest. In terms of raw power, I can say that you are stronger than any mage in Ishgard that I've met. Even Gildarts doesn't have as much magic power as you. Though I don't know about your magic and battle skills. It will be very disappointing if you can't utilize that raw power well, says Ben while grinning. Serena isn't pleased that Ben could stop his 8 dragons' attacks. He used a lot of power before and intended to kill Ben. But Ben faced his spell head-on and destroyed his elemental dragons with mere magic chains. What's wrong? You need to take a pee? Asks Ben while smirking. Serena gets even pisser and says, your magic is a fire type, isn't it? Then, it must be weak against water. Ho, I won't say that you are wrong, says Ben as he sees water spin around Serena's right hand as if it's a tornado. Serena smirks and says, Sea King Dragon's Encircling Deluge. After chanting his spell's name, Serena shoots the water tornado toward Ben. Then a massive circling water that spins very fast and has very high pressure is moving towards Ben. But Ben just smirks and covers his body with dark red solar energy. The spinning water engulfs Ben and Serena looks very satisfied now. He's sure that his spell will shred Ben's body into pieces. He even used a lot more magic power than what the spell required to make it much stronger. But then, he sees steam coming out of his spinning water and he hears a voice, Sun Devil Solar Flare. Serena's spinning water suddenly gets broken by a dark red solar energy sphere that spins in the opposite direction of Serena's spinning water. The solar sphere is so hot that it evaporates most of Serena's water magic instantly. This surprises Serena and also August who watches from the side. Ben dispels the dark red solar energy sphere and he just keeps floating on the hole. He could use that sphere to attack, but he chose to dispel it and wait for Serena to attack again. Of course, Serena knows it too, that's why he is very enraged right now because Ben is just toying with him. You have more tricks, aren't you? Use them all and entertain me. Or else, you will regret not using everything you've got when you die later, says Ben smugly. Serena gets taunted again by Ben's provocation. This guy gets taunted very easily that even Natsu will be ashamed. Though, most probably it's because his attacks were useless against Ben and Ben kept poking into it. Congratulations kid, you've really angered me. Now I will show you why I become the continent's strongest. You will regret being arrogant in front of me, says Serena as his fangs start growing longer. His body starts to get covered by shiny crystal-like scales with rainbow-like colors. All elemental colors of his 8 Dragon Slayer magic are showing on the scales. The scales on his arms and legs are spiky like thorns and his fingers turn into sharp claws. Serena's eyes are still black and his irises become bright red. The sides of his fave are also covered in those rainbow crystal scales. Ben knows the scales aren't mere crystals, they are diamonds made of Serena's Diamond Dragon Slayer magic. But Ben isn't worried, he is grinning instead. As I thought of a 2nd generation Dragon Slayer. You can use Dragon Force at will because of your Dragon Lacrimas. Though I must say I'm very impressed that you can combine all your 8 Dragon Slayer magic to make this Dragon Force. I hope the power won't be disappointing. So you can still talk big now, Hey? I'll let it because you won't be able to say anything after I kill you, says Serena while smirking. Ben also smirks and he flies to the place where he can stand. Floating on the hole will make Serena has a hard time attacking him, so the fight won't be interesting. That's why he moves and he is now standing quite close to Serena. Do it then, I won't run away. Show me your full power and I'll fight you with my all too, maybe, says Ben while taunting Serena with his left hand. Serena doesn't answer and just dashes toward Ben. Both of them send a punch at each other and their punches clash, creating a strong effect. From now on, it's the real battle. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 401 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 412 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 367. Ben vs God Serena. A strong shockwave caused by Ben's clash with Serena spreads around them. The clash of their punches shakes the entire battlefield. Even the ground beneath them cracks just from the impact. Serena is surprised that Ben is taking his punch head-on without getting pushed. Ben is also a little surprised by how hard Serena's scales are. Well, they are made of diamonds, so they are very tough. Ben even needs to pull his right hand and rubs it because it hurts. Damn dude, just how hard are those scales? You make my hand bleed. August and the Alvarez soldiers can't believe what they've just heard and seen. Ben is complaining about something that will make them glad if they just get that level of injury against that punch. But here he is, someone who complains just because of a little blood on his hand. Rather than that, they are more shocked that Ben could match that punch with his punch. Serena is using his Dragon Force made of the 8 Dragon Slayer magics combination. But Ben could match it in his normal form without any power boost. He didn't even coat his fist with his sun magic, yet he could match Serena's punch that will make a hole in almost all mages. August once again is reminded of how Zeref was so worried about Ben. Now he can see that Zeref's worry is not just an exaggeration. What a fearsome man. It seems we need to revise our whole plan if God Serena can't take him down here. Maybe I should also fight him, says August before he suddenly receives telepathy from Zeref. August, don't interfere, just watch. I don't want to lose you right now. You just need to observe his power so we can make strategies to face him, says Zeref through telepathy. August is surprised after hearing that because it means that Zeref is sure that Ben can kill both him and Serena even if they fight Ben together. He has never seen Ben use his full power, so August doesn't know how strong Ben truly is. His Majesty's reaction, there was only one individual who could make him this worry, Acknowledge, says August with a shaken voice. Now August understands that Zeref puts Ben at the same level of threat as Acknowledge. He isn't sure if Ben is as strong as Acknowledge and he doesn't think that it's the case. But he thinks that Ben surely has that potential considering his age and current level. August decides to follow Zeref's order as he is very loyal to Zeref. So he just observes and even records the battle stealthily. His comrades need to know Ben's power because they will face him in the future. He watches as Serena and Ben fight again. They are fighting real men's battle using their fists and kicks. Both of them use their magic too, but only to coat their hands and legs. They are fighting with unbelievable power which makes the soldiers overwhelmed by fear just by watching. Ben is grinning widely as he fights. It's been a very long time since he has had an opponent of this caliber in close combat. Even Gildarts couldn't give him this much fight with that crush magic and years of experience. Although the most deciding factor that makes Serena a tougher opponent is obviously his tough diamond scales. The problem with Gildarts is his magic that destroys others' magic. But Ben has a way to counter that and nullify the effect. It's a different case against Serena's diamond scales though. Ben has a way to pass through those hard scales to defeat Serena, but that's just not fun. He wants to find a way to break through those scales, not pass them just for a win. For Ben, Serena's hard diamond scales are perfect to be used as training tools. If he can break these scales, then he will have a higher chance to break Acknowledge's scales. Although he isn't sure if Acknowledge's scales are as tough as a diamond, they are obviously harder than most dragon's scales. So Ben keeps countering Serena's attacks with the same attacks. He faces punches with punches and kicks with kicks. With his speed, Ben can see Serena's moves easily and make the same moves like reflections. The spectators are speechless seeing the fight because it is as if Serena is fighting his reflection in a mirror. Even August is very impressed with Ben because his reaction speed must be very high to be able to copy each of Serena's movements precisely. But Serena isn't happy at all because it feels like Ben is just playing around with him. He can see Ben's fists and feet bleeding after countering his attacks numerous times. Yet, Ben can still deliver powerful blows despite all those injuries. What Serena doesn't know is Ben's super high vitality and the solar energy he gets at day have healed all those light injuries in a short time. The blood on his skin is just the leftover blood that came out from his wounds. So Serena basically keeps fighting the healthy Ben all the time. After some minutes without result in close combat, Serena decides to swallow his pride and back off. He plans to attack Ben using long-range and wide-scale magic spells. The most important thing for him now is winning this battle, so he will use anything necessary. He backs off, but Ben is chasing him and doesn't let him escape. Serena can't get away because Ben is very fast and can chase him easily. He sends a flurry of attacks at Ben but they all get countered with the exact same attacks. Every time Serena tries to use magic, Ben will attack him lightly just to destroy the unfinished spells. Even small disturbances can stop spell activations if mages do them correctly. With Ben's knowledge and observation skills, doing that kind of thing is easy. Serena gets pisser and pisser as Ben keeps destroying his spells. Ben doesn't even make real attacks other than when Ben counters his attacks. Now Serena is sure that Ben is looking down and playing around with him. But despite knowing that and being angry about it, Serena can't do anything. He can't escape from Ben's grasp and get out of this hopeless situation. Ben can counter every attack he made using all his 8 Dragon Slayer magic. His arrogance is being crushed slowly and surely by Ben who treats this fight like nothing. Damn, you bastard! I will kill you! Know your place, weakling! Shouts Serena, defending the last bits of pride he still has. Serena then opens his mouth and Ben can see light with a rainbow color forming inside Serena's mouth. Ben grins and also prepares his own attack in his mouth. He can interrupt it, but Ben decides to face it. 8 Dragon Gods Roar! Shouts Serena as he shoots a massive beam made of the combination of his 8 Dragon Slayer magic. Ben grins and chants too, Sun Devil's Rage. A massive dark red beam comes out of Ben's mouth and clashes with Serena's rainbow beam. They hit each other and create a massive impact upon contact. The surviving Alvarez soldiers are having a hard time standing now because of the impact's pushing force. The two beams are clashing for a moment before they destroy each other. Ben and Serena are getting pushed back evenly, but their reactions are different. Ben is smirking because his Sun Devil Slayer magic is really strong enough to go against 8 Dragon Slayer magic, but the same thing doesn't happen to Serena. Serena is in disbelief now because even after all he did, his 8 Dragon Slayer magic still can't break Ben's magic. He hasn't felt this for a very long time, the feeling of helplessness. For the first time in many years since he becomes the strongest, God Serena finally feels fear again. But his leftover pride still can't accept this. So he says, "Don't be too full of yourself, kid. This isn't over yet." Serena gets ready to continue the battle and squeeze every bit of power he still has. "Well, I never said this is over already. Although I wanna say that this is getting boring now. So let's make this interesting," says Ben while grinning as dark red solar energy flame starts covering his body. Ben's body starts to transform into Devil Force mode. Big black claws appear on his hands and feet, black armor-like scales appear on his body, his eyes become black with red irises, black horns also appear on his head, and a small yet long tail appears behind him. Serena and August are very surprised by this transformation. They can feel the incredible power coming out of Ben now. Even Serena's Dragon Force mode doesn't feel as strong as this form of Ben. "Come, I'll finish this in one move," says Ben, taunting Serena. Obviously, Serena gets very angry by that and he squeezes out all his power. He covers his body with all his 8 Dragon Slayer magic that shake the world. But Ben is calm and just looks as Serena rushes at him. August looks at it intensely because this battle will end soon. But even though he watches intensely, he still can't catch what happens next. Ben suddenly appears behind Serena and they stand in their position for a moment before Serena suddenly falls with a lot of blood coming out of his body. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 402 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 413 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 368. God's Death. August looks at the shocking scene that happened in a flash. He could see Serena's movements, but he couldn't even see a glimpse of Ben at all. The only thing he knew was Ben has already changed location and moved behind Serena. Serena is lying on the ground now with blood spreading on the ground. Ben is still standing in his Sun Devil Force mode without even looking back. He knows that Serena is dying behind him and no one can save that guy anymore. The surprised August looks at Ben in astonishment. He has lived for so many years and seen many things that others will find unbelievable. Yet, here he is, looking at a really unbelievable thing with his old eyes. He knew Ben was being defensive this whole time and just played along with Serena's attacks. But the moment he chose to attack, he ended the battle with one attack. So August knew that Ben could end this battle anytime, and he was just playing with Serena. His shock doesn't end there because then he sees that Ben is holding a few things. Between Ben's fingers that get covered in blood are some colorful crystal balls. Those aren't just pretty crystal balls, those are Serena's 8 dragon lacrimas. Ben was ripping Serena's body and taking all those 8 dragon lacrimas in an instant. He is so fast that he can do it in a flash that no one else could see it. Even Serena didn't realize what happened until right before his soul left his body. So you are just this strong, hey, Ishgar's former strongest mage? You should have accepted my challenge at most 3 years ago. At least you would still have a chance to win at that time. But past that time, you have already lost your chance. You said you want to slay Aknalaja? Ha, you won't stand even a second against that thing who only goes for a kill, says Ben while walking to Serena's body and returning to his normal form. Ben crouches and places the 8 dragon lacrimas on Serena's dead body. A small white magic circle appears above each of the dragon lacrimas. Then under August's shocked eyes, Serena's body starts to disappear and gets sucked by the 8 dragon lacrimas that become brighter. After Serena's body is gone, Ben stores the 8 dragon lacrimas in his spatial storage. Then Ben looks at August and the remaining soldiers. Some of the soldiers actually died when the ship crashed and some even died because of the battle impact that worsened their injuries. You are August, one of the Spriggans, says Ben while looking at August. That is correct, replies August shortly while preparing himself to fight anytime. No need to worry, I won't kill you because I need you to do something for me. Tell Zeref that he won't win against Aknalaja even if he gets the Lumen Histoire. A demon shouldn't use a fairy's heart, says Ben. It's a short message, but the impact on August is very great. From this message, Ben also tells them that he knows what they're aiming for, and he isn't scared. He is confident he can handle them even if they come, even if the whole Alvarez Empire comes. The one who will end Aknalaja's life is me. If you want it to, then I can help you. Just come to me and I will end that 400 years of life. At least I will end that life fast, but if you go after my people, then it won't be an easy death. Tell all of those to that MOT herfucker, and tell your comrades who will watch that recording, they need to prepare to lose everything if they chose to go against me, says Ben. August is surprised once more because he recorded the fight secretly. He's sure that even his Spriggan comrades won't notice it. But Ben noticed it even though he was fighting someone of Serena's caliber. Such a dangerous man. He's so dangerous that I just want to run away instead of fighting him myself. But I need to gather as much information about him as possible for His Highness, thinks August. So you just come here to stop God Serena who was defecting to Alvarez? Asks August. Yeah, and I also want to see how strong the Spriggans are. If you all are just as strong as that Jacob guy, then I am very disappointed. Sure, you are better than our 10 wizard saints, but I can take you all alone, so it doesn't matter. That's why if you want to come here, then you need to get stronger, or else, you will just come to your death. I rarely give mercy to my enemies, so keep that in your minds, says Ben before releasing his majestic pressure. August suddenly feels a very strong pressure that pushes him down. It doesn't feel like the gravity increases because it's not just his body that gets pushed down. Even his will, mind, and soul are being suppressed. He has learned a lot of magic, but he never knew this kind of magic. Majestic pressure is one of Ben's unique abilities that he got after mastering all 3 Slayer magic to very high levels. This spell puts pressure on his opponent's souls and bodies. The pressure is strong enough to make even Gildarts kneel and admit defeat as Ben increased the intensity by getting closer. That pressure comes from the majestic presence that he got from his 3 Slayer magic. The Sun Demon, Sun Dragon, and Sun God are top ranks of their kin. So of course, their presence is overwhelming and Ben who learned their magic gets that presence after reaching a certain level. His presence alone can put pressure on those with sensitive senses. It also makes his charisma soars, but he dislikes the attention he got, so Ben always suppresses his presence and only uses it like this. He doesn't want to overwhelm normal people, after all. August suddenly feels the pressure increase as Ben walks closer. Meanwhile, the soldiers have laid flat on the ground and passed out because they can't withstand the pressure. Even August starts to go down as Ben gets closer to him. He finally prostrated on the ground when Ben is just one step closer to him. Ben now looks like a king standing before his subjects. Alvarez people will be utterly dumbfounded if they see the scene before their eyes because August is one of the 2 strongest Spriggans, after all. Tell Zeref, no, Alvarez, that they should be prepared to perish if they dare to attack Ishgar. There is no mercy in war, there is only victory and defeat, so prepare thoroughly, or you'll regret everything, says Ben while looking down on August. August can't say anything because he is getting overwhelmed by Ben's pressure. This is the first time he ever felt so helpless when he is already this strong. His feelings are very complicated now, but he knows he only hopes for one thing, to survive, that's what his instinct keeps screaming to him. Then I'll leave now. Don't forget to relay my messages. Also, tell Zeref that I'm thankful for his presence to me. I'll take care of these 8 dragon lacrimas very well, says Ben while smirking before he turns into a flash of light and disappears. August finally can take a breath again. He breathes frantically and his cold sweats can finally come out too. As someone who is always prepared to die, August is surprised that he feels very relieved that he still survives. I guess I still want to live, huh? But this is a very big problem, says August while looking at the state of the battlefield. There are a lot of destructions, but most of them are caused by Serena. Yet, he lost to Ben, which really shows how overwhelming the battle was. August sighs and says, there's no use thinking about it. I just need to follow His Majesty's wish even if I'll die. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 403 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 414 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 369. A new god. It doesn't take long for the news of Serena's defection and Ben's victory over him to spread all over Ishgard. Ben didn't spread it at all, he only told some important people who were asking him about it. But such big news will eventually spread and create a storm. People's attention is on Ben right now and he doesn't like it one bit. Even if people are praising him and say that he is now the strongest mage on Ishgard, he still hates the attention. He already has too much attention before, but now it increases even further. The wizard saints, especially the remaining 3 gods of Ishgard, are also bothering him. They want him to take Serena's position as the first rank of wizard saints and become the new strongest god of Ishgard. He refuses though because it just means he will have more work. Work? Ho ho ho, it seems you don't understand what it means to be the strongest god of Ishgard, says Warod in the meeting of all wizard saints. I don't understand? Being the first rank means that everyone will rely on me, right? It's just too much hassle, says Ben annoyedly. It's true that everyone will rely on you, but that doesn't mean you need to do everything yourself. Have you ever seen Serena work before? Asks Draculos. Not really, I've never seen him or the 3 of you work actually. Wait. Were you guys ditching your works and giving them to us? Asks Ben suspiciously. Don't accuse us like that, young man. Even if you are stronger than all of us, we are still your elders, so show some manners. We also have jobs like you, shouts Wolfheim angrily while transforming into a beast. Ben doesn't react much and just asks, really? Yeah, although only the 2 of us worked seriously. The one who died a few days ago never did his jobs, while the other one only cares about his plants, says Draculos while peeking at Warod. Warod doesn't listen and just keeps caressing a flower in a pot that he brought here. So, what's your point? Asks Ben. The first rank is actually the freest among all wizard saints. All 4 gods of Ishgard will only move when we are really needed. Even then, the 3 of us will move first before the first rank. As the first rank, you will only move when we don't have another choice, says Draculos. When you become the first rank, you will be our symbol of strength. That alone is plenty because your name alone can make our enemies shiver. You who have defeated the former first rank and even a member of Alvarez Empire's Spriggans are a great force that will make anyone think twice before attacking Ishgard, says Warod. Yeah, especially because unlike God Serena, you are more active and often get involved in battles. They need to be ready to face you if they are going to make big scenes, says Wolfheim. Ben looks at the 3 old men before looking at the other wizard saints who haven't said anything in this meeting. They are strong people, but the presence of the 3 gods of Ishgard and Ben is overwhelming them. Sigh, I will accept it with some conditions. First, I don't want to be involved in official businesses that I don't want. Second, I will only move when I want, no one can force me. Third, the 3 of you need to manage the Magic Council. It's in a mess right now, and I believe that it needs to be handled by us, not just some officials and politicians who have never even gone into real wars. Fourth, don't expect anything from me because I don't do things to meet your expectations, says Ben. I can accept all those conditions. The Magic Council really needs a reformation after all the things that happened in the last few years. We also believe that only we can reform it completely, so we will handle it, says Draculos. Me too, I accept. God Serena's defection has made me realize how powerless we are. It might be too late for us to grow in power at this age. But we have many young mages with great potential in Ishgard. So if we manage the council well, we can make Ishgard stronger, says Wolfheim. I also accept because I was a member of Fairy Tale, says Warod. The other wizard saints also agree. They can't refuse when all 3 gods of Ishgard have accepted the conditions. Besides, none of those conditions burden them, so they can accept all of those. They also think that the Magic Council needs to be reformed completely. With everyone's agreement, Ben finally become the first rank, the official strongest mage in Ishgard. But their discussion hasn't ended yet because Ben still has something to discuss with them. It's very rare for all of them to gather, so this is a good chance to talk with them. I'm sure you guys know that there are two sides that become threats to us now. Alvarez Empire is led by Zeref and Aknalaja. I don't know when, but I'm sure Alvarez Empire will attack Ishgar. They've failed in the past, but I'm sure they will try again. We used Aetherian in the past, but I'm sure they've prepared for it now. Even Jalal could stop it, so they must have found a way too, says Ben. I agree, but Aetherian will still be very helpful in case they attack Ishgar. Even if we can't destroy them, we can reduce their force, says Jura. You are right, but the problem is Aetherian has been neutralized now. Those who have the keys to activate it have been killed when Tartaros attacked the Magic Council, says Wolfheim. No problem, I can hack the system and make it works again. Just give me full authority and you will be able to use Aetherian soon, says Ben. Everyone is surprised when they hear that Andraculos asks, you can reactivate Aetherian. Yeah, and the keys to activate Aetherian should be kept by Wizard Saints. The reason why Aetherian could be neutralized very easily was because the keys were owned by people who could be killed easily, says Ben. They agree with that statement, but they are still surprised that Ben can reactivate Aetherian without the keys. Well, not everyone is fully surprised though. Jura is surprised, but he isn't dumbfounded like the others. He knows Ben's abilities better than anyone here. Well, that's that, but what are our other plans to face Alvarez when they attack us? Even if God Serena failed to join them and one of them get killed by you, they still have 10 people at God Serena's level. They also still have Zeref and maybe there are still some hidden powerhouses in their empire, says Jura. There is only one plan to face everything that will come to us. Prepare thoroughly, says Ben. Everyone is stunned and asks, hey. It's as I said, prepare thoroughly. Prepare yourselves, prepare your guilds, prepare your countries, prepare your allies, prepare your weapons, everything. Just be prepared. If you think your power is lacking, then get stronger. If your weapons are lacking, then buy more with higher qualities. When we are prepared for everything, we won't have a problem facing it, says Ben. What Ben said was common sense, but somehow people tend to forget it. They often get too focused on other things that they forget about themselves. We need to get stronger even if it's just a little because it can make a big difference in the end results, says Ben. Everyone finally understands Ben's point and they agree with it. They are now determined to improve themselves even a little because their enemies are not ordinary. They don't want to just rely on their strongest force, they still have their pride as Wizard Saints which motivates them to get stronger. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 404 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 415 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 370. Remake. Ben has returned to Magnolia after he officially becomes the first-rank Wizard Saint, the strongest god of Ishgar. Magnolia is obviously very excited by it that the town holds a festival to celebrate it. Although fairy tale mages are troublemakers, they are still the pride of Magnolia. So having one of their mages inaugurated as the strongest in Ishgar surely makes them happy. The townspeople are very fond of Ben, after all. He has brought many good changes in the town and even made it the safest town in Ishgar. Even when dangers kept coming to the town, it still stays safe because of the defense mechanisms that Ben made a few years ago. Well, Ben kept improving the town's defense throughout the years as his knowledge and power also increased. Ben even has the confidence that the current level of Magnolia's defense system can even block Aknalaja's Dragon's Roar a few times. With that level of defense, Magnolia will stay safe even if all Wizard Saints were to attack it. The defense system also works as the town's security system. It is connected to Jarvis, so the AI can survey the whole town and alerts the guards when something happens. Jarvis can even use magic attacks that Ben has programmed in the system to stop the criminals when needed. Even the royal family is very jealous of Magnolia and has requested Ben to make the same defense system for royal capital. But Ben refused because he can't make the exact defense system to avoid leaking the AI system, and it was too much hassle. So instead, he made a defense system that doesn't use AI in royal capital. It's enough to protect the royal capital from most attacks. Even if Alvarez Empire attacks, they will need time to break it, so it's still a great defense. The celebration in Magnolia lasts for 3 days because everyone is delighted. Ben also treats this as entertainment while taking a break. He hasn't rested for quite a while, so this is a good chance to rest from his busy life. His days return to normal after that. To his surprise, his new position as the first rank in Ishgar doesn't affect his life that much. Maybe the other Wizard Saints are being considerate of him, but that doesn't matter because that really helps him. Ben now can focus on improving his guildmates' power. He knows that Zeref is targeting their guild because of Fairy Heart. So his guildmates will need to get stronger because Alvarez Empire's power is greater than Ishgar. What are you thinking so seriously about? Asks Myra while she and Ben are about to sleep. Our guildmates' progress is good, but their battle power is quite low. Only a handful of us can optimize our power in battles. The others aren't good enough and they often waste their power, says Ben. That means they just need more experience, right? Asks Myra. Yeah, but there aren't enough jobs that can help them. We can't monopolize the jobs or the other guilds and even the council will complain, says Ben. So you're thinking of how to improve their battle skills without the need to take jobs, huh? It will be good if there are a lot of strong monsters for them to fight. It will be better if we can also grade everyone so they will know what they need to improve, says Myra. Grades, huh? That reminds me of the Pandemonium event in Grand Magic Games. The monsters were graded based on their power, so it really looked like a game, says Ben before his eyes suddenly widen in realization. That's right. I can just make the monsters instead of finding them in the wild, says Ben as he gets up excitedly. What do you mean by making them? Asks Myra confusedly. I can just recreate Grand Magic Games Pandemonium using Arc of Embodiment. It will be quite easy because I have scanned that whole building and all its monsters. The only thing that needs consideration is the magic power consumption. But that's not a problem for the current me, says Ben while grinning. Myra smiles seeing Ben finally gets an answer and then she says, that's good. Now, why don't you lie down and sleep? You won't let your wife sleep alone again, right? Ben stops what he does and immediately goes to sleep with Myra. He can make the Pandemonium tomorrow, but he can't make his wife mad tonight or he will sleep on the couch later. Even the strongest mage in Ishgar is helpless against his wife. The next day, Ben goes to the big river outside Magnolia to survey the location to build the Pandemonium. If he builds it above the river, then it won't disturb anyone. But he doesn't build it right away because the townspeople will freak out if they suddenly see such a massive building appears out of nowhere. So he prepares everything he needs first, like telling everyone in the town and especially the Pandemonium concept. He doesn't want to make it exactly like the one in Grand Magic Games. That thing has some flaws if it will be used to train people, after all. He works on those things immediately so he will be able to finish faster. He still has other things to do because it's not just his guildmates who need to get stronger. The one who really needs to get much stronger is him because he will surely face the strongest opponents in the future. But when he is busy preparing the Pandemonium, he gets some annoying information. A dark guild that has made some scenes after Tartaro's destruction is making another problem. Ben is too busy to handle that, so he asks Myra to handle it with their guild mates. Avatar has gotten too big in the last few months after the whole Balam alliance gets destroyed. So we need to stop their growth before it goes out of control, says Ben. Do you mean we need to destroy them? Asks Myra. Yeah, you can use any method and strategy you think are best. They have many members, so this will be a good chance to improve yourselves by fighting mages. I will wait here and prepare my project while you guys destroy Avatar, says Ben. Is there a time limit? Asks Urza. No, but the faster the better. The council hasn't made any move yet, so this is our best chance to reap everything. I will handle the aftermath, so just do everything you need. But remember, if you destroy villages or towns, then it's your own responsibility, says Ben. The ones who often cause problems look away guiltily. Ben has taken care of their messes so many times that he even lost count of it. Hey, just curious, but how long would it take for you to take care of Avatar? Asks Laxus. I know all their bases, so if I calculate the distances, then I think I could finish it in a day, says Ben. All their bases? Asks Kaina confusedly. Yeah, Avatar has a lot of branches all over Ishgar. The one you need to take care of now is the one located in Fiori, the Mykage branch in Mykage Forest, says Ben. What about the other branches? Asks Freed. I will take care of them later if they are still around. You need to know that Mykage branch is one of the strongest Avatar branches. When you attack them, there is a high possibility that other branches will get involved, at least the ones in Fiori. So you need to think that you will go against the whole Avatar guild, says Ben. They all nod seriously because this is more complicated than they thought. But Ben isn't worried at all about them. Avatar might be big, but it's a weak guild compared to Tartaros. It's just that the Dark Guild has a lot of members. Although it shouldn't be a problem for Fairy Tail that has destroyed the Balam alliance that has Tartaros in it. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 405 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 416 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 371. Build. The people of Magnolia are gathering near the river beside their town. They want to watch Ben build the Pandemonium on the river. He never asks them to come, but these people are very curious to see what Ben will make because this will be yet another incredible thing he creates. Ben ignores them and just starts his preparation to make the pandemonium while Bella sits quietly on his head. He needs to concentrate because the most important thing when using the Arc of Embodiment magic is his imagination. The result will be better if his imagination is better too. He has made the full concept and thought of all the details of the pandemonium. All those things have been drawn in Quorra's system. So he just needs to make things based on those things using Arc of Embodiment magic. But, the Arc of Embodiment magic that he will use is quite different from its original version. The original version can make any item he wants, but he needs to maintain them or they'll disappear. He can't do it for this project because the pandemonium needs to be ready all the time for a long time. So he made a lot of changes using all his knowledge. The research was taking a quite long time because Arc of Embodiment magic isn't his expertise. He also needed to focus, that's why he sent Myra and Seo to handle Avatar. It's been a week since Myra and Seo started their plan to destroy Avatar. They were gathering information for 3 days before making their first attack on the 4th day. But they attacked weak branches around Fiori first to reduce the enemy's power. The Fairy Tail attack team members are Myra, Urza, Laxus, Freed, Kana, Big Slow, Elfman, Lysina, Evergreen, Wendy, Carla, Lucy, Gajeel, Levy, Lily, Mest, and Ben's 11 disciples. If Natsu, Gray, and Juvia are here, then they will also get included. But Natsu and Gray left to train for a year, and Juvia obviously followed Gray. Even without the 3 of them, all those team members are enough. All 5 S-class mages other than Ben and Gildarts are participating and the other members are strong. This attack team's composition is already overkill. As long as they make the correct plan, then they will succeed without a doubt. The most important thing in this mission is tactic and strategy. Their enemies are spreading and hidden in many locations. So they need to find all those locations and attack as fast as they can before the enemies escape. To hasten their mission, the attack team splits into smaller groups to attack some branches at the same time. The S-classes are moving alone while the others are forming 5 or 6 people groups. By splitting like this, they can attack the branches more effectively, destroying some branches at the same time. They need to be fast so that they can destroy all Avatar branches in Fiori before the other branches in Ishgar move. These branches are small, but there are a lot of them. Luckily, their power is weak, so the fairies can destroy each branch easily. The only problem is the distances between branches that they need to travel. This morning, Ben called Myra and told her that the Mykage branch will make a move after getting a report that many branches were destroyed. The attack team needs to attack Mykage branch now before the dark mages are gone. Myra then told him that she will take care of Mykage branch herself. After destroying the Avatar branches, Myra realized that the Dark Guild's power is very low. Except for having a lot of members, Avatar doesn't have anything noteworthy about them. Well, either that or Fairy Tail mages are just too strong for the Avatar. The fairies have become much stronger in the last 7 years. They just need more battle skills and experience to optimize their power. That's why this pandemonium is a very important project and Ben takes this very seriously. He has planned everything and finally, he is ready to make it now. Ben flies to a hill beside the river with Bella still sitting on his head while drinking milk. Then he closes his eyes and spreads his hands in front of him. His body glows up brightly and his magic power surges up fast. The normal people can't feel anything, but every mage there can feel it. Ben's ridiculous amount of magic power makes them tremble and have cold sweats all over their bodies. My gosh, is this even possible for a human to have this much power? Asks Macau with widened eyes. Aren't you looking at it now? Asks Wakaba back while being shocked himself. First Master, this is, Makarov can't even finish his sentence. Mavis is also shocked by this. Yes, he has a lot more magic power than me. Lumen Histoire only has half of his magic power. That means he has a similar amount of magic power to Zeref. But he is still in his normal form. I can't imagine how strong he will be when using his force modes. Is this why he told me to not get worried about Zeref? Asks Makarov. Yes, that's most likely it. His real target isn't even Zeref, it's something beyond Zeref. For someone who aims that high, Zeref will never make him worry, says Mavis. First Master, if you are in your full power, how will you go against Ben? Asks Makarov. Mavis doesn't hesitate to say, I will lose in a short time if he goes serious even in his normal form. Ben's fighting method is something even I can't predict. He does what he wants based on his mood and situation. If he is in a hurry, then he will not give his opponents any chance to fight back and finish the battle in a short time. He can be ruthless, playful, kind, etc. His attacks can be the most effective or ineffective attacks. He'll just do what he wants as long as he wins. Ah, that's true. He'll even treat his battles as training to improve himself even if his opponents are weaker than him. I guess that's why he could reach this level. Without a doubt, Ben is the most hard-working person I've ever seen and one of the smartest too, says Makarov. It's getting started, says Altsac, making everyone focus on Ben again. Ben makes a very wide blue magic circle on top of the hill. He opens his eyes and they glow brightly too like his body. Then something small comes out of the magic circle. It keeps getting bigger and bigger as it comes out. A building with a smaller top is coming out of the magic circle. Everyone is impressed by it, but their jaws just keep dropping as the building just keeps growing taller and taller. They can't even see the tip already, but it still keeps growing. When it finishes, everyone is looking up at the sky with stunned expressions. The super tall building that Ben made is designed after Earth's tallest building before he died, Burj Khalifa. Ben's version is even taller because it is 1000 meters high while Burj Khalifa is 828 meters. But Ben's version has fewer floors with only 100 floors, while Burj Khalifa has 163 floors. Ben doesn't need that many floors, after all, but he needs higher rooms to give more space for the battles because some monsters are big, so he made the building taller. Ben hasn't finished yet though because if he left it like this, then it will disappear when he doesn't consciously maintain it. He enters the first floor which hasn't had any monsters yet. He goes to the center and then a hole opens in the floor. What dis? Asks Bella curiously. The secret to maintaining this building, says Ben. They enter the hole and below it is a very wide underground room. There's a small altar in the center with a hand figure to hold something. Ben approaches it and takes out a green lacrima crystal. He puts it on the hand figure and instantly, a lot of magic letters come out of the lacrima and spread all over the room. They glow green after they stop coming out of the lacrima and the whole building glow along with them. Ben grins while waiting for the process to finish. Thank you for the gift, Serena. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 406 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 417 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 372. Tower Dungeon. What Ben means by Serena's gift is the green lacrima ball that he placed on the altar. That lacrima ball is Cavern Dragon lacrima he got after killing Serena. It contains strong earth-type magic, so it is really suitable to maintain this skyscraper. He got 2 earth-types of dragon lacrimas from Serena's 8 dragon lacrimas. They are the Cavern Dragon and Diamond Dragon lacrimas. The Diamond Dragon lacrima will make this building tougher, but it will need more magic power to maintain, so Ben uses the Cavern Dragon lacrima because it's strong enough already. The Burj Khalifa's imitation stops glowing after 10 minutes. Ben touches the Cavern Dragon lacrima to check the result. He can see every corner of the building through this lacrima to check it, and he is satisfied with the result. Monsters have filled the building from the 1st to the 100th floor. The monsters are stronger the higher the floors are. So it's like those dungeons in RPG games where each floor number represents its level with level 100 as the most difficult. The higher the floor, the stronger the monsters, but their number also reduces. There are 100 monsters on the first floor and there is just one monster on the 100th floor. That one monster is the strongest here and it can wipe out the monsters in this entire dungeon by itself. Although this dungeon is powered by a dragon lacrima, the monsters here are normal, except for the strongest monster. That monster is a Dragonoid, a humanoid dragon that looks like a human with earth dragon traits. So it's like a dragon slayer in Dragon Force, but it's just half as strong as normal dragons. Still, it is a very powerful monster and it's very difficult to defeat because it is a kind of dragon. Even dragon slayers will have a hard time fighting it. Ben programmed the Dragonoid to have great battle abilities that can maximize its power. Its battle abilities are based on Ben, so it's a kind of his clone with different magic. So those who can reach level 100 will face the weaker version of Ben with Earth Dragon Slayer magic. But that isn't even the worst thing that will trouble the challengers. This dungeon is made for Fairy Tale members, so Ben made it to be very suitable for them. He installed everyone's data into the monsters' minds, so all these monsters will fight differently based on who their opponents are. Worse, all these monsters are connected, so they can move strategically. Then even worse, the monsters on the next floors will also get information on how the challengers fight on the lower floors. So the difficulty will increase a lot by each level that it will be impossible to clear for most mages. Even when they retreat and challenge the same floor again, it will be more difficult than their previous attempt because the monsters will remember their abilities even after they died and respawned. Many people will be frustrated, but they will grow even more if they can pass that challenge. He won't tell it to anyone though because it will be better if they don't know what awaits them. Ben deliberately made the dungeon like this to maximize his guildmates' growth. A normal type dungeon won't be enough, especially for those S-classes or the ones with S-class potentials. Anyway, the dungeon has been built and the monsters are ready. So Ben comes out to tell his guildmates who wait outside. There are many monsters on the first floor when he comes out of the control room. Cuties. shouts Bella excitedly when she sees the monsters on the first floor. The monsters on the first floor are really cute, after all. They look like rabbits with round bodies, short legs, and cute faces. But their cuteness is a trap that will make challengers who are weak against cuteness. When they get distracted, the round rabbits will attack them. These round rabbits are actually strong enough to knock out even adult mages, after all. They are fast, strong, and have a great number. But, these round rabbits are very docile to Ben and they all just act cutely in front of him. He is their creator and owner, after all, and they know it very well. No monster here will attack Ben and he won't attack them anyway. Even if he is ruthless sometimes, he just doesn't have the heart to kill what he made himself. Even thinking of these cute guys getting killed makes his heart aches. But they won't truly die in this dungeon, they will simply resurrect again. They will truly die when this dungeon disappears. Take care of this place for me, alright? I'll come every once in a while, so don't be lazy, says Ben while walking away. Q. Q. The round rabbits salute to him like soldiers as he leaves the dungeon. Ben comes out of the skyscraper dungeon and sees everyone is still stunned by the very tall building. They never see a building with such a height and design, after all. So they are very amazed and can't take their eyes off it. They only wake up from their astonishment after Ben claps very hard. Now their attention shifts to Ben who made that building. They ask so many questions at once that Bella is getting dizzy hearing them, so she wears a headphone to block the noise, but Ben just stands there without saying anything. Only after they stop talking in half an hour that Ben says something. You guys sure have a lot of questions, but I can't answer them all, so I will just explain a few things. First thing first, this building's name is Dragorm Tower. I'm sure all of you have known that this is a training facility for fairy tale mages. But it will surely attract tourists who just want to see this or even mages who want to try their luck. I haven't had any intention to let foreign mages enter it, but I can't prevent people from coming to see it from outside. So you guys need to be ready for that, says Ben before walking away. That's it? Asks a man. For now, yet. There are too many things to explain, so it will be tiring. I will write a few things about it and publish it in our newspaper later so you can read them yourselves, says Ben before signaling his guildmates to follow him back to the guild building, leaving the stunned public. In the guild building, Ben starts explaining the basic things about Dragorm Dungeon. It is basically just a dungeon that goes up instead of down. They won't get any reward item after defeating the monsters, but they will get valuable experience. It's a training facility, after all. They ask quite a lot of things, but one of the most important things is that they won't die in the dungeon. The dungeon will teleport them out of it instantly when their health becomes too low, so they shouldn't die. Ben limits the number of challengers to 5 or it will be ineffective if too many people challenge it at once. They also need to enter it in turn for the monsters to respawn first. The monsters will respawn when the previous challengers enter the next floors or get kicked out. Anyway, all the rules in the dungeon are ensuring their safety while they train to get stronger. The monsters on the upper floors are also strong enough even for guildarts and the building can repair itself, so it won't get destroyed completely. When Ben is explaining, he suddenly gets a call from Myra. She is telling him that she has wiped out Mycage Branch by herself. Even Ben is surprised by it. Damn, that's fast. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmountain. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 407 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 418 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmountain. 373. Avatar. Myra suddenly calls Ben saying that she has finished her task already. It's only been a few hours since she told him she would take care of Avatar's Mycage Branch herself. Ben thought she would finish it in the evening at best, but this is still afternoon. You're done already? Asks Ben through the COMM device that looks like a smartphone. This is a variation of COMM Lacrima that Ben made like a smartphone. It has the basic functions to communicate like sending messages, voice calls, and video calls. There's also a feature to save other devices' IDs, like phone contacts, so it's very simple to use. Ben made this device a while back and tried to sell it. The sales were bad at first, but it gets better after people started knowing it. It's very simple and even normal people can use it, so it became popular. But he only has one factory now, so he can't produce a lot and fulfill the demand. Many businessmen have approached him to work with him on the phone. But he still can't find anyone decent and trustworthy, so he refused them all. Anyway, Myra called him on her phone and told him she has finished the job. She has wiped out Mycage Branch in just a few hours. That branch is known to be filled with Avatar's elite mages, but it seems they are too weak for Myra. A few hours ago, Myra arrived at Avatar's Mycage Branch quite fast after deciding to attack it. She knew the location of their hideout already, so it was easy to find it. Then without even asking, Myra breached the branch building, alerting everyone inside. All 7 of Mykage branch's members go to the entrance to see the one who dares to attack them. They are surprised when the one coming is just one person. But they get serious immediately when they realize the identity of the intruder. "You are Fairy Tail's demon, Myra Jane Strauss," says the man with a priest attire, Alok, in surprise. "So you know me? This will make it easy then," says Myra while smiling kindly. "Fairy Tail, it's you guys that have attacked our branches on Fiori. Of course, you are also targeting this place. But aren't you being too confident now? We are different from the other branches you've faced so far," says the red-haired girl, Mary. Myra just keeps smiling and says, "I know, that's why I came here. I hope you guys will give me more challenge than those other guys." The dark mages get agitated by what Myra said because she is really looking down on them. Myra's power isn't that well known because she rarely shows it in public, especially after she gave birth. Only fairy tale mages have ever seen her full power and all fairies know she is even stronger than Gildarts now. "My babies are waiting for me back home, so I won't waste time with you guys. Let's finish this fast," says Myra while transforming into her new form, Myra Jane Sela. The dark mages get ready to fight her and prepare their magic. However, their bodies suddenly stop moving and they can't move their bodies at all. What happens?" asks Jerome in surprise as he tries to move his body to no avail. "I told you, didn't I? This will end fast, and I really meant it. The best way to fight is by not giving your opponent any chance to attack," says Myra who has his hands raised in front of her. Myra is using Sela's macro ability to control the dark mages' bodies. Her magic power is much higher than theirs and they are unfamiliar with curse power. So the dark mages can't retaliate at all because Myra's macro is very strong. The dark mages are truly in shock now because they've never experienced this. Now when they finally focus more on Myra, they can sense her massive magic power. They never felt this level of magic power their entire lives. These dark mages aren't that strong actually. At least compared to fairy tale mages, especially an S-class mage like Myra who is also the second strongest in fairy tale. She is at the level of a wizard saint, after all, so they never stood any chance from the beginning. Myra raises her left hand and an eye appears there. She then says, "You know, I didn't know why my husband was always obsessed with speed. But now I understand it. Winning battles will be easier if you are fast and attack your opponents before they can even attack you. He is right, it is so easy to win like this. I don't even need to know your magic. I'll win as long as you can't even use it." A blue energy sphere appears in Myra's left hand that has an eye on it. Then she shoots it toward the dark mages. A massive blue blast of energy gets shot from Myra's left hand and engulfed all 7 dark mages at once. The energy blast is so strong it destroys the whole building and the forest trees on its path. It's very big that even big buildings will be engulfed easily by it. So the path of destruction in the forest is also very big. Myra's attack stopped after a while and almost everything in front of her has gone. The only things left are the 7 dark mages who have been damaged greatly. They look like they get burnt and they all have lost consciousness, so they fall to the ground. Just one attack from Myra is enough to defeat these 7 dark mages who are said to be the elites of Avatar. She even held back on that attack because she didn't want to kill them. Ben asked her to keep them alive because they can provide information about Avatar and Zird worshippers. Present time. Ben grins after hearing Myra's story of how she defeated the Mykage branch's dark mages. He is very proud of her because she acted very fast and didn't hesitate to take over the fight from the start. Her goal was just to win, so she did the best thing to get it. Although he knows that this strategy was only possible because she was far superior than her opponents. Her new ability that allowed her to attack almost in an instant without any sign also helped because she is not a speed basis mage, so it's hard for her to make a fast surprise attack. If it was Ben, he would use his light magic to move very fast and take them all out. But Myra doesn't have that speed, so she immobilized them which gave her the chance to attack them without their retaliation. The principle of this strategy is to attack while your opponents can't attack, after all, so her method is not wrong. You've done well, love. An effective and efficient strategy made based on your abilities. You have grown a lot, I'm very impressed, says Ben while smiling. Hee, thanks. Are the kids okay? Asks Myra through the phone. They are fine. Asuka keeps playing with them and they really enjoy it. They asked about you quite often though, says Ben. Phew, that really makes me happy knowing they miss their mama. I'll finish this job as fast as possible to return faster, says Myra. Alright, I trust you, but always be careful. We never know what we might face, says Ben. I know. So, how about your Pandemonium project? Asks Myra. Good, I've just finished it. It is ready to be used, but we'll start using it tomorrow because I still need to make the rules when using that facility for training, says Ben. Says Myra. With your power, the dungeon will be boring on the lower floors. But I'm sure it will be very challenging on the high floors, says Ben. Hehe, now I really want to go home fast. Then, I will contact the others so we can hasten up and finish this. I love you, darling, says Myra. I love you too, see you at home, says Ben before they close the call. Ben then calls Draculos to tell the old man who now becomes Magic Council's chairman about Fiori's Avatar branch's destructions. There are still a few left, but it can be said that the Avatar is over in Fiori. Now, they just need to destroy the ones in other countries. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 408 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 419 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 374. Eradication. Myra and the others who are tasked to attack Avatar branches in Fiori finally return 3 days after Ben built the dungeon. They finish their task very fast considering the number of bases they needed to attack and their lack of information. After arriving home, Myra immediately spends her time with her children because she missed them so much. She even sleeps with them, so Ben doesn't get any quota for a few days. Well, he is also busy because he has a job to do. It's his turn to attack Avatar now, but he will attack the branches on other countries. He has told Draculos that he would do it himself to finish what Fairy Tale has started. With all information he and the attack team gathered, Ben already knows all the bases' locations now. He leaves to eradicate Avatar completely the day after Myra returned. Bella joins him because she didn't join the attack team, so she is quite jealous of Carla. Besides, she also needs some training and those dark mages are perfect tools for her training. Ben goes to those bases by flying because it's a lot faster than using any vehicle. He also enjoys flying a lot recently to travel long distances. But if it's just traveling across towns, then he still prefers using cars. It only takes a few minutes for Ben to reach the first base in the closest country. He could move faster, but it would be dangerous for Bella. Also, he couldn't enjoy the scenery if he moved too fast as everything would be blurry. Me attack? Asks Bella while pointing at a bad old building near a swamp. Alright, I don't sense many people inside and they aren't that strong. Be careful, says Ben while still floating quite high. Okay, says Bella before she flies to the building. Bella knocks on the front door and politely says, hello, I'm sorry. Bang bang bang. She shoots many rounds of magic bullets using her new magic Gatling gun at the door. It breaks immediately and some people who approached the door when she knocked also get shot. The magic bullets are very strong, they can pierce the dark mages' bodies easily. What the? Who the F? Shouts someone before he gets shot too. No bad words. Says Bella with a cute pissed expression. She then shoots everyone there without giving them any chance to fight back. They all need time to prepare their magic spells, but Bella only needs to pull the trigger. So before they can finish their preparation, Bella has shot them already. In a short time, she has shot everyone in the room and immobilized them. No one died, but their injuries aren't light either. Bella moves deeper to find more enemies before suddenly someone who lies on the floor gets up. His body glows as he shouts, "Glory for Avatar!" Boom! The man's body suddenly explodes like a bomb and it is strong enough to destroy the whole building. He intended to kill Bella because almost all of this branch members have been defeated. There were only 3 remainings and they were weak, so he chose to use his suicide explosion magic. Too bad, he didn't know that Ben was watching them all the time. Bella is now in Ben's arms after he took her out of there when the man exploded himself. Bella is quite surprised, but she is not afraid or freaked out, just surprised by the sudden explosion. Done? Asks Bella. Yeah, it's done. They took out their own comrades, making our job easier. Good job, you just need to be more careful, says Ben while patting Bella's head. Bella smiles and then they go to attack the other branches. Their strategy is Bella will be the main attacker for now. Ben will watch the fight and interfere when Bella is in danger. But except for the first base, the next 13 bases don't pose threat to Bella. She finds it getting more difficult as she attacks more bases though. Ben deliberately searched for stronger bases as they go on. So the enemies are getting stronger each time and Bella also gets more tired, which makes it harder for her. After defeating 14 bases, she finally gets exhausted and stops attacking. From now on, it is Ben's turn to attack the bases, and he does it with ease. The most annoying part is the distance between branches, but the attack itself is easy. None of the dark mages poses any threat to Ben as they are much weaker than him. Even if every Avatar member gathers and fights him, they won't stand a chance at all. But Ben still attacks them personally instead of giving the job to someone else. He wants to use these dark mages to try some spells he made or modified. They are used for his research, so they are his lab rats. This way, he can test his spells while also eradicating the group that threatens the continent's peace. Also, as Avatar is Zeref's worshipper group, Ben thought that maybe he can get some books from Zeref. They are very useful for his Devil Slayer magic and Myra's demon takeover magic. Not only that, those books are the only sources of curse that he can get to improve his curse power. It's also a kind of vacation for him after he worked hard to build his pandemonium. All the planning until the construction was quite tiring, so he also needs a rest. Besides, there are benefits that he wanted, so Ben does it himself. Ben finishes his job much faster than the attack team. He destroys all Avatar branches in other countries in just 3 days. Although he could finish it in a day if he did it seriously. He took his time and also gave Bella chances to attack the bases for training, that's why it took longer. But it's still very fast and makes people understand why he is the number one on this continent. People feel like if Ben makes a move himself, then everything will be fine. Well, if there's a threat that Ben can't handle, then no one in Ishgar can handle it. Anyway, Ben has destroyed Avatar completely with their HQ being his last target. A lot of dark mages have gathered there waiting for Ben, but they got defeated so easily. None of them stand a chance against Ben and get destroyed in a short time. Ben is now sitting on top of the rebels of the destroyed Avatar HQ. Many dark mages are lying on the ground with half of them being dead. Draculos has asked Ben to not kill all of the dark mages, but their number is too high, so Ben only left the higher-ups and those who could survive by luck. While sitting on the rebel, Ben is checking his exploits. He gets a lot of money and valuables from Avatar's bases. But the best rewards he got are magic books and magic items, even though all of them are black magic and there are even some black art books. He doesn't get any book of Zeref though. Well, he already got quite a lot from Tartaros, and these magic books and items are enough for him. Also, there are some illegal items that are hard to find even for him, so he is satisfied with his haul. Alright, let's go home, says Ben while Bella sleeps on his head. He has seen Magic Council's airship approaching, so he will leave the aftermath to them. Ben disappears as a streak of light and he goes home immediately. His job has finished and there's nothing else to do, after all. H arrives in Magnolia just in a few minutes and he is surprised by the town's current state. There are so many people in the town that fill the streets. It confuses Ben because just 3 days ago, this town still hasn't had this many people. Did something happen in the town? Asks Ben as he enters the guild. Oh, Ben, you've returned. Yeah, something did happen, says Macau seriously. What is it? Asks Ben worriedly. Well, there's this new building that stands so high. It makes people from other places curious and come to visit. Sigh, it's been very busy lately, says Macau while smirking. Tick marks appear on Ben's forehead and he knocks Macau out with a hit in the head. Then he sighs and says, well, it's good that nothing bad happened. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 409 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 420 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 375, 375. X792. After Avatar's eradication, Ben enjoys his life and takes things easy. By easy, it just means he doesn't take dangerous jobs. But well, there is no job too dangerous for the current him, so he needs to purposely make things harder to improve himself. Ben always puts a lot of restrictions on himself so that things will be a lot more difficult for him. Either he limits his power, the skills he will use to fight, or the classic only use one hand or something similar. He can't ask his opponents to get stronger, so he makes himself weaker. There aren't many people who can threaten Ben right now. And even those who can give him a fight need to fight him together. Without enough good opponents, Ben's progress becomes a lot slower that it feels like he doesn't improve. That's not something he likes, so he tries to get decent fights to improve himself. His solution is by fighting against those at Wizard Saint levels. He often asks everyone he knows who's at that level to spar with him and no one can refuse, they just don't dare. But fighting just one of them will be too easy, so he always fights several of them at the same time. He also uses those sparring sessions to help them improve their skills. So now, all Wizard Saints and the S-class mages who sparred with him have gotten much stronger. Even so, no one has succeeded at clearing Ben's Dragorm dungeon after a few months. All Wizard Saints and S-class mages who sparred with Ben have tried to conquer the dungeon. But it is still uncleared by anyone, even when 5 Wizard Saints tried it together. Draculos, the official second rank in this continent, can't even pass the 80th floor. The highest floor he ever reached is the 79th floor after he challenged the dungeon a few times in 7 months. But it's not the highest floor ever reached by a challenger. The highest floor ever reached is the 91st floor by Myra. She reached it after 7 months on her 7th try. Myra only challenges the dungeon once a month because she focuses on improving herself in that gap of time rather than kept challenging it, which will only tire her. Her method seems to be effective for her because now she can climb higher than anyone else. The second place is Draculos on the 79th floor while the third place is Gildarts on the 74th floor. Gildarts has just tried it 2 times because he rarely returned, so it's a great record. All Fairy Tail mages and allied guild mages have tried to challenge the Dragorm dungeon. Ben has allowed their allies to use the dungeon after he made the schedule. They can only challenge the dungeon on Monday and Tuesday while the other days are for Fairy Tail mages. Ben always planned to let them use it, but he waited for them to ask him. Rather than telling them to do it, it is far better if they do it because they want it. He didn't need to wait long because mages like them are always curious about things and surely they wanted to check the Dragorm dungeon. Natsu and Grey will be very upset when they return from their 1-year training, says Myra while putting clothes on Ariel. Well, it's their own fault for not returning. I'm sure they have heard about the Dragorm dungeon. But they still haven't returned, so they should blame themselves, says Ben while putting on Gabriel's clothes. What if they never heard about it? Asks Myra. Of course, it's still their own fault for not being well informed about their own guild, says Ben. The family is wearing good clothes now because they will attend an event. It's already time for this year's Grand Magic Games and Fairy Tail will participate again. Although their participants are quite unique that they will surprise the public. Fairy Tail go to the royal capital using their airship as usual. Their guild is the most awaited guild in this year's event because they were the winner last year. They are still the favorite winner candidate this year, especially because now they have the strongest mage in Ishgar. Ben is now prohibited from participating in the tournament because it will be too unfair. He didn't plan to join it again, anyway, so he doesn't have a problem with that. But he doesn't want to just comply, so he made a request that has been granted. His request is to let all 8 teams that passed the preliminary fight him after the final. Their reserve members will join too, so he will fight 48 mages at the same time. It will be an event more exciting than the final itself, hopefully. No one knows it though because they will only announce it after the final. Ben is anticipating the last event to fight 48 mages from different guilds at once. Although there's also one more thing he anticipated right now, the preliminary result. The preliminary concept for this year's tournament is different from last year's. All teams will fight over 8 flags spread in the forest near the royal capital. They need to capture the flags and defend them from other teams. So they can find hidden flags or take flags from other teams. They can use anything as long as they don't kill their opponents. The teams that still have the flags after 1 hour pass the preliminary and move to the next round. Just like last year's preliminary, no one can watch it again this year. The organizer wants to make it a surprise when they announce the result. Also, if they broadcast the preliminary, the next round might look a bit dull. Anyway, the preliminary has finished and they will announce the 8 teams that passed it now. Those 8 teams are Fairy Tail, Lamia Scale, Sabertooth, Blue Pegasus, Mermaid Heel, Quattro Cerberus, Scarmaglione, and Oricai's Fin. It's the same lineup except for Oricai's Fin that finally passed the preliminary after failing all the time. The guilds that participate last year mainly have the same team members. However, when Fairy Tail's team members are introduced in the end, everyone is surprised. Ben is chuckling mischievously as his guildmates sigh. Team Fairy Tail's members are Wendy, Bella, Carla, Lily, and Romeo. Everyone is stunned seeing their team because out of 5 members, only Wendy looks strong enough to fight. Romeo is somewhat decent, while the 3 exceeds aren't convincing at all. Sigh, I don't know what to say. Even the commentator is speechless and hasn't said anything since he announced our team members, says Makarov. Ben just smirks and says, they are speechless by our team members' appearances now. But soon, they will be speechless by our team's performance. We aren't here to play, after all. It looks like we are playing and don't take this tournament seriously though, says Myra. Well, that's from outsiders' perspectives. But we know well how capable those kids are. Also, we never aimed to lift the trophy this year. We just want to develop our guild because there is something more important than winning this tournament, says Ben seriously. Myra smiles and says, if those kids win this tournament, then the effect will be greater. I hope it will motivate other guilds to get stronger too so that we all will be safe when that time comes. Yeah, hopefully, says Ben while looking at the sky. His expression is quite serious despite this being a fun day. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 410 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 421 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 376. The Sisters. The Grand Magic Games finally started and the format is the same as last year. Each day will start with an event, followed by a battle round. It's a fun format, after all, so they don't change it. They just change the game events to make the tournaments more interesting. The organizer announces the first event's name without explaining it as usual. Bullseye is the name of the first event. Just from the name, everyone can guess that it's a game of targets and they need to hit some targets. They are right because, in this game, each team's representative needs to hit targets that will appear randomly in the arena. All teams will participate at the same time and compete to get the highest number of target hits. Their ranks will determine their points later. All 8 teams send their representative and Fairy Tail sends Bella. Ben doesn't participate in the team's decision at all as he is now joining the commentator to comment at the games. All team decisions are made by Wendy as captain. It seems Wendy has the same thinking as me, says Ben while smirking when he sees Bella enters the arena while drinking milk. Oh? What do you mean by that? Asks Chapati, the commentator. Well, you'll see it soon. I can't reveal a team's secret, after all. But I'm also quite interested in other teams' representatives. I know some of them, so I can say that this will be quite interesting, says Ben. Wow, our strongest mage just said that this will be an interesting match, so it seems we can look forward to it, says Chapati. Chapati then tells everyone the rules which are quite simple. Magical targets will appear randomly in the arena and when one gets destroyed, another one will appear in a different location. Hitting a target will give them 1 point, so they need to accumulate a lot. However, they aren't allowed to hit other participants or they'll lose 5 points for each hit. It will be very tricky because they all will keep moving around, so they might hit other participants who run around. And there is a possibility that other participants will try to get hit on purpose to reduce other teams' points. After the rules are announced, they finally start the game. Many bluish magic plates appear in the arena, they are the targets. They appear from near the ground to high in the sky. The targets just appear all over the place that is still protected by the barrier dome. But just as when the mages try to attack the targets, they start moving around at quite a high speed. This is the real challenge of this game because hitting unmoving targets is easy, but targets that move randomly at quite high speed are difficult. Some participants start panicking while some stay calm and observe the situation first to get a better understanding. Bella is one of the calm participants. She is so calm that she just focuses on finishing her milk rather than trying to observe the targets. When she finishes her milk, some mages have already gotten points by hitting the targets. Then she calmly flies quite high in the center position. She looks around and nods confidently before her hands suddenly glow. Bella then chants with a cute voice, "Requip, double Gatling." A pair of red metallic hand Gatlings appear on Bella's hands. They are her favorite weapons and she always used them. Ben also kept upgrading them and making more, so now Bella has a lot of Gatling guns with different uses. But she hasn't done yet, she still has a card to reveal. Bella suddenly makes 2 clones of herself that also have the same Gatling guns. She and her clones are floating midair back to back. They raise their hands and are ready to shoot their Gatling guns. Bang! Says Bella cutely. Rat-a-tat-a-tata. The 6-hand Gatling guns shoot numerous magic bullets. Bella only aims at those in the air to avoid hitting her opponents by mistake. No one else in this event can fly, so she can shoot randomly and will still hit the targets without hitting other people even if she misses. Her points increase rapidly and she takes the first spot in an instant because she's the only one who can shoot that fast. No one else can shoot their magic that rapidly even though they also use gun magic. Furthermore, Bella's aiming is good despite using Gatling guns that have strong recoils. The others immediately try to hit more targets and some of them are panicking because they are left behind. But those who panicked ended up hitting other participants and lost points. They wanted to get more points, but panicking makes them lose more instead. In the end, Bella gets the highest point after shooting most targets. She gets hit a few times though by the panicking mages. But she is fine because none of them use lethal attacks. Also, her real body only gets hit once, her 2 clones took more hits than her, so she is fine. Bella gets 132 points, and Rufus from Sabertooth gets 86. He could get more if not for Bella. Lion from Lamia Scale gets 53, Eve from Blue Pegasus gets 5, Nobarley from Quattro Cerberus gets 3, Miliana from Mermaid Heel gets 1 point, Glock from Scarmaglione gets 14 points, while Merc from Oricai's Fin gets 32 points. Eve, Nobarley, Miliana, Dora, and Merc were the ones panicking before. That's why their points are very low compared to the other 3 because they hit the other mages too often. Merc from Oricai's Fin especially targeting Lion. Oricai's Fin and Lamia Scale are rivals, so Merc tried to disturb Lion. He just aimed the targets near Lion to disturb the Ice Mage. However, he hit Lion too often because he was panicking to get more points. Luckily, Lion could protect himself with his ice magic, so he could keep attacking the targets while Merc lost more points. Sir Ben, was this the result you were predicting? Asks Chapati after announcing the team points. Honestly, no. I thought that Rufus would get more points than my sister. His magic is more suitable for this game and he has a lot of experience. But he made too many mistakes, which was surprising. The ones who were panicking must have affected him and Lion too, that's why they couldn't get more points. But hey, I am happy to see my sister gets the first place, says Ben. Ben has predicted that Bella would hit a lot and gets a high rank even though she wouldn't get first place. But the spectators never thought that she would even get many points. So they are very surprised by the result now. Oh ho, it seems that their mental conditions have affected this game's results. Anyway, with this, we've finally got the first game's team points, says Chapati. Fairy Tail. 10 points. Sabertooth, 8 points. Lamia Scale, 6 points. Blue Pegasus, 4 points. Quattro Cerberus, 3 points. Mermaid Heel, 2 points. Scarmaglione, 1 point. Oricai's Fin, 0 point. Things just get better because, in the battle round, Fairy Tail gets another 10 points through Carla. She is facing Arian from Scarmaglione and wins after a rather long match. Her opponent is strong, but she overcame it with her good strategy. Arian uses wire magic that controls metal wires to attack or defend. It's a stronger version of string magic, but it uses more magic power. Carla, who couldn't find a way to attack, decided to deplete Arian's magic power to a rather low level. She taunted Arian to use more magic power while she reserved hers. It worked well because Arian is very hot-headed and Carla is really good at making this type of people angry because there are many of them in Fairy Tail. So her strategy worked, but she needs time to finish it. It doesn't matter because she has proved that Fairy Tail doesn't play around in this tournament. Bella and Carla, the sisters, have given full points to Fairy Tail on the first day. They've just repeated what Fairy Tail B made last year. It's a very good sign. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmountain. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 411 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 422 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmountain. 377. Surprises. Team Fairy Tail starts the tournament nicely and gets full points on the first day. It's looking good, and the second day's event looks even better for them. The second day's game event's name is Search and Rescue. In this game, all participants need to search for victims in a destroyed town and save them. Each saves will grant them 5 points, but if the victims died in the mage's hands, then they will get 10 points reduced. If they can make the victims healthier, like healing or treating their injuries, then they will get additional points from 1 to 10 based on how good their treatments are. People thought it will be a difficult game for a troublemaker guild like Fairy Tail. But Fairy Tail mages smile and are sure of their victory in this game. They have a very suitable person for this game, after all. Wendy plays this event, just like they predicted when they hear the game's name. As long as she can find the victims, then her victory is guaranteed. But that search might be the most difficult factor of this game. The victims are puppets with health bars controlled by a very skilled puppet magic user. The puppets can score the participants' treatment levels, which decide their scores. They are spread all over the fake ruined town made by magic in the stadium. After the rules are announced, they start the game immediately. A fake destroyed town is summoned into the arena and many puppets are hidden in the ruins. The mages start searching for the puppets immediately. It's quite difficult to find the victim puppets that are hidden beneath the rubble. They also need to be careful when moving because they can step on the rubble where the victims are buried. That wrong step can kill the victim, which will reduce their points. The mages start to find and rescue the victims after a while. They also try to treat the victims, but only Wendy and Sharia from Lamia Scale can truly treat the victims. Only these two have good medical knowledge to treat the victims. However, their skills are different and Wendy is better in this situation. Wendy's healing magic is meant to treat others while Sharia's healing magic can only be used on herself. So Sharia can only use medical tools while Wendy uses healing magic on the victims. Of course, that makes the points they get to be different. Wendy gets a full 15 points for each victim because the rescue gives her 5 points and the treatment gives her 10 points. While Sharia gets 13 points because her treatment gets 8 points. The game keeps going on and while Wendy and Sharia finds fewer victims, they get more points each time because of the treatments. Some who can't treat the victims they found have lost points too because the victims died when they rescue them. But the treatments that Wendy and Sharia do are time consuming. So their total points aren't increasing fast and now both of them are 3rd and 4th. So they need to rack up their brains to get more points. When the time limit is just a few minutes away, Wendy does something surprising. She starts treating the victims that other mages rescued. Wendy treats this like a real situation and she treats the ones with lower health first. The victims' health is still fluctuating even when they've been rescued from the ruins. They are just placed in the same spot, after all. If they are real humans, then their lives will still be in danger from all their injuries. The spectators and other mages are confused by Wendy's action though. But then they get surprised when Wendy gets 10 points for healing a rescued victim. No rule says the participant can't treat the victims rescued by others, after all. Sharia follows what Wendy does after seeing it and their points increase fast because they don't need to search for the victims first. The other mages are bitter about it, but they can't do anything because they don't know anything about medic. Some of them try to treat the victims, but they just made the victims' conditions worsen, so they stop because their points are at stake here. They can only search and rescue the victims as fast as they can to get more points, but in the end, Wendy and Sharia dominate the game. The point rankings in this game from highest to lowest are Fairy Tail's Wendy, Lamia Scales Sharia, Mermaid Heels Ariana, Sabertooth's Rogue, Blue Pegasus's Hibiki, Quattro Cerberus's Rocker, and lastly Orikai's Fin's Nash. So with this, Fairy Tail gets 30 points after the second day's event. Then they get 40 points at the end of second day. They get another full point in the battle round when they are facing Orikai's Fin. Lily represents them and a guy named Slim became his opponent. Seeing Lily's initial appearance makes Slim underestimates Lily. But everyone in Fairy Tail knows that looking down on Lily is the best method to lose. The fight starts and Lily immediately dominated after transforming into his big form. Lily wins easily because Slim isn't strong at all actually. Slim is just a troublesome opponent who uses tricks and hideous magic. But Lily is unfazed by any of Slim's tricks and he defeats the guy with overwhelming power. However, in the third day's event, Fairy Tail receives a total defeat. They are last in the game event and don't get any points. The game is named Castle Game. Each team's representative received a castle in a summoned battleground and they need to lead some puppet troops to attack other castles to receive points. Unsurprisingly, Fairy Tail becomes everyone's favorite target. Romeo who represents them was helpless against all 7 teams' attacks and lost. They get 0 points as the first team to lose in the castle game. But then Romeo finally gets his revenge in the battle round. He is chosen to represent Fairy Tail and his opponent is Yukino from Sabertooth. His opponent is strong, so Romeo needs to be very careful and goes all out from the start. Romeo immediately fights using his fire magic, but it's not just normal fire magic because the fire is black. He is using Fire God Slayer magic, the magic used by Zhang Crow from Grimoire Heart. The fire god Lacrima Ben made from Zhang Crow's magic was given to Romeo a few years ago. Ben saw Romeo's high potential and compatibility to fire magic. So he decided to give the Lacrima ball to Romeo after he's done researching it. He doesn't want the Lacrima ball to gather dust in the corner because it's not used. Romeo fights Yukino using his Fire God Slayer magic which surprises those who know God Slayer magic. It is one of the strongest magic and fire has one of the best destructive power. So Romeo's Fire God Slayer magic is very strong and destructive. Even better, Ben taught and trained Romeo personally even if it's not every day. But the only one who could teach Romeo about Fire God Slayer magic was Ben. So he taught Romeo a lot of things and now Romeo is strong enough to hold his ground against Fairy Tail's S-class mages. He shows his power in his battle against Yukino. Even after Yukino summoned all her celestial spirits, she still can't overwhelm Romeo. Romeo is not that strong yet in terms of raw power, but his battle skills are high, and he can cover his lower power with battle skills. The boy is also very tenacious and has a high spirit. So even after fighting for almost 10 minutes, he still hasn't given up. Yukino also doesn't give up, but her body can't keep up. She gets too tired after fighting Romeo for almost 10 minutes and then she passes out, giving Romeo a last-minute victory. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 412 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 423 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 378. Unexpected. Fairy Tail still holds the first position in the overall rank of the third day. They have 50 points now, but the second team, Lamia Scale has 49 points, just 1 point lower than Fairy Tail. Team Lamia Scale always gets high points in every game, after all. The fourth day's event finally starts and it is another difficult game for Team Fairy Tail. The game event is named Hidden Fox. It's a game where the participants need to infiltrate a place full of monsters similar to the Pandemonium from last year. Their objective is to retrieve an orb hidden inside the building. They are given maps, so they know where to go. But it's still difficult because they need to move stealthily and then return to where they started. Their points will be decided by their time. The fastest will obviously get the highest point. Each mistake that leads to them being discovered by the monsters will give them a time penalty with each mistake giving them a different time penalty. Bella represents Team Fairy Tail because Wendy knows she is the best for this job in their team. She often went on infiltration missions that required stealth with Ben. Also, Ben liked to hunt with Bella in the past when they were still living in the forest, so Bella's stealth skill is good. She goes last after picking a random lottery for the playing order. The fastest right now is Rogue from Sabertooth, who finished it in just 1 minute 13 seconds. His gap is big with Yuka from Lamia Scale in the second position, who finished it in 3 minutes and 37 seconds. Bella starts her game and she immediately flies to the massive summoned castle. Out of everyone's expectation, Bella doesn't enter the castle through the main door. She flies higher outside the castle and keeps flying to the top floor. Then after flying around for a moment, she shocks the spectators. Bella enters the top floor through a small hole that other participants can't use. She can pass it easily because of her small figure, and she also can fly. This spot is unreachable by others because they can't fly, after all. Is that even allowed? Asks Demian from Orikai's Fin in protest. Well, the goal is to retrieve the Lacrima Ball undetected. There's no specific rule saying you must enter through the main door. The starting point is this start line too, and you can use any method you want as long as you don't get detected, says the Pumpkin Man. Bella comes out soon and returns to the starting line, which also acts as the finish line. Her time is 1 minute and 16 seconds. She is just 3 seconds slower than Rogue because she still had a problem moving past the monsters on the top floor, while Rogue just passed everything easily while being a shadow. It's good enough though because they still get 8 points. So now their total point is 58, while Lamia Scale is still second with 54, and Sabertooth third with 53. They might not get more points in the battle round because their opponent is strong. Wendy is chosen in the battle round and her opponent is Mermaid Heel's ace, Kagura. Both of them are on good terms, but this is a competition, so they will fight seriously. Ben has told Wendy to not hold back in this tournament and fight with everything she has too. Their battle starts and Kagura immediately rushes to attack Wendy with her sword. But Wendy evades her attack with a very fast movement. Wendy has buffed herself with speed buff to move a lot faster. She distances herself quite far from Kagura by moving near the wall. Wendy then adds her buffs to increase her attack and defense power. Then she gets into a fighting stance with her palms open. Without saying a word, Wendy dashes toward Kagura and starts her attack. She attacks Kagura using her palms, which are coated by the wind. The wind makes her attack faster because it reduces the air resistance. Kagura fights back using her sword, which is still sheathed in its scabbard as usual. She only takes it out when her sheathed sword isn't enough to defeat her opponents. Her sword is very sharp, so it's very dangerous because it can surely kill her opponents. That sharp sword is coming out in this battle, and just a minute after the battle started. Wendy is stronger and fiercer in battle than Kagura thought. She uses her wind magic to reduce Kagura's attack power and makes her attacks faster and stronger. Kagura needs to unsheath her sword soon if she wants to win. Wendy's martial art style is unique because Ben made it specifically for her. It uses her wind magic and is very compatible with her small body. Her martial art is mainly composed of evasion and deflection for defense. The main attacks are counterattacks that utilize the chances she makes after those evasions and deflections. But she still can attack first, and if she lands the first hit, then the battle will turn in her favor. That's exactly what happened to Kagura when they just started their battle. Wendy evaded her attack and hits her stomach with a palm. She gets pushed and her rhythm immediately gets destroyed because Wendy didn't give her any chance to strike back. Wendy kept disrupting her attacks before she could even execute them. By attacking at a very close distance and aiming at Kagura's hands, Wendy could prevent Kagura from attacking her. Then she landed small but fast hits on Kagura's body. Kagura also had a hard time escaping because Wendy is very fast. Only after being able to use her gravity magic on Wendy could Kagura escape. Then she immediately unsheathed her sword and gets very serious. Facing Kagura's sharp sword forces Wendy to become more careful. Kagura with an unsheathed sword is very different than when her sword was still sheathed. Her attacks are more deadly and swift, so Wendy needs to be very careful, but it destroys her rhythm. She realizes it, so she immediately makes distances from Kagura. Wendy pushes Kagura with a strong wind and she also moves back very far. She goes near the wall to catch a breath and heals her injuries while preparing for her next attack. Ben widens his eyes when he sees Wendy's magic power spikes. He smiles widely as he sees a bright white aura covering his sister's body. Other mages are also surprised because they've seen it before, Dragon Slayer's Drive Mode. Wendy's Sky Dragon Slayer magic has some buff spells. So Ben thought she could use Drive Mode because it is also a kind of buff. Dragon Force is difficult to achieve, so he taught her Drive Mode first, and she finally succeeds after learning it for a few months. Kagura gets warier now and she knows she needs to attack now. She can't let Wendy get her momentum back because she knows how dangerous Drive Mode is. But Wendy already predicted that Kagura would attack immediately. So Wendy immediately makes her move while Kagura is rushing at her. She spreads her legs a little and points her left index finger to the sky while pointing her right index finger to the ground as she lowers herself. A pair of massive white magic circles appear in the sky and on the ground beneath Wendy. Then she chants her spell, Original Dragon Slayer Art. Tearing the sky, destroying the earth, Sky Dragon's Ascension. The magic circles break apart like glasses and then the parts spread all over the arena. Then from each part, a whirlwind appears. The whirlwinds get bigger and bigger before merging with each other, creating some massive tornadoes with great power. Kagura can't move forward because she gets sucked by the tornadoes that move toward her. She tries to slash and break the tornadoes, but all her attempts fail. She tries to stay on the ground using her gravity magic, but the suction is too strong for her gravity magic to work. Finally, Kagura can't hold it anymore and she gets sucked into one of the tornadoes. She defends herself, but the tornado's wind is as sharp as blades. So her defense breaks and she gets thrown around in the tornado. Wendy has full control of her tornadoes and she can see what happens inside them. She stops her spell when she sees Kagura already getting too many injuries. Kagura falls to the shattered ground with many cuts and blood on her body. She looks at Wendy for a moment before losing consciousness. The referee stops the battle and Wendy wins this battle round. The meek and clumsy girl that everyone saw now looks very formidable. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 413 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 424 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 379, 379. Territorial War. Ben is so proud of Wendy because she has defeated Mermaid Heel's best mage. He keeps praising her when they are in their guild's lodging that night. Wendy surprises him by activating drive mode in her battle after all. He's so proud he drinks so much that night. Ben never drank alcohol too much, but this is a great moment, so he drinks a lot. He can see his first family member in this world growing into an amazing mage in front of his eyes. Apparently, that's not enough to show how proud Ben as a big brother is. He keeps bragging about it on the last day of the tournament. They continue it after 3 days of rest and Ben keeps bragging about Wendy's victory in those 3 days. That's why everyone is tired of it and they ignore Ben's bragging. Luckily, he doesn't do it the whole day and stops when the last game is going to start. He needs to be a commentator, so he stops talking about it and focuses on the game. The last game will decide the winner of this year's tournament. Fairy Tail has 68 points, Lamia Scale has 65 points, Sabertooth has 63 points, and other teams have far lower points. Other teams' chance to win this tournament is small, but they still have a chance. The last game's point format will give all teams a chance to win, albeit small. It's because the last game can give them a total of 80 points. But getting all those points will be difficult and almost impossible. It's because the last game is named Territorial War Zone. In this game, each team can choose a base anywhere in the royal capital except for the castle and stadium. The whole city will be a battleground, just like it was last year. Each team now needs to protect its bases from other teams and capture other teams' bases to get points. Each base gives them 10 points and losing a base costs them 10 points too. But their mission isn't just capturing bases, they need to protect them until the game's time limit of 5 hours. That's why it's almost impossible for the teams to get 80 points because they only have 5 members. Defeating their opponents also doesn't give them points and there's no disqualification for those getting defeated. So the ones getting defeated can try to capture bases again. 50 points are the highest they can get if all 5 of their members can capture and defend 5 bases including theirs till the end. The only way to get all 80 points is by making sure all their opponents lose their bases and can't defend it till the end by immobilizing them. Each team needs to mark the bases they have with flags that have their guild symbols. So the points will be counted from the number of bases that have their flags when the game ends. It's quite a simple game, but it's not an easy game. They start the game and the spectators are surprised to see all the contestants are not moving. It's an obvious strategy considering how this game works and the 5 hours time limit. If they capture other bases now, they will need to defend multiple bases for 5 hours. Instead of that, they choose to move in the late game so they'll only need to defend for a short time. Maybe they will start attacking in the last hour and prepare their attack now. So there won't be any action for 4 hours which is really bad because the spectators will be bored. But the organizer is prepared for this because they predicted this would happen when they made the game. So they've prepared something that will start the action of this game. Ben participated in creating what will appear soon. The castle's main gate suddenly opens up after being closed for this game to prevent the mages from using it as a base. Then, armored troops come out of the castle, and they all look very sturdy. There are a few types of troops and even weapons among them all. Thousands of troops come out of the castle and gather into 8 groups composed of 150 soldiers each. The groups then move separately and everyone immediately knows where they go. They are marching to the team's bases to launch attacks. Ben's participation is he made all those sturdy troops using the Arc of Embodiment. So he knew what the game is, but he didn't tell anyone. He's also the one controlling all of them right now. But that's also a big problem for the mages even though all those soldiers are made to be normal knights without any magic power whatsoever. The biggest problem is Ben controlling them, so they will fight really well even without magic. Ben might be the most experienced mage when it comes to fighting mages without using magic, after all. Also, 150 isn't a small number that can be ignored even if they are mages. The knight platoons reach the bases after a while and start their attacks. They stop quite far from the bases first where most mages won't be able to attack them even with ranged spells. Then they start shooting the mages' bases using giant catapults. Giant boulders are flying toward the bases and surprise the mages. They start doing what they can to defend their bases by destroying the boulders. But these aren't real boulders because when they get destroyed, they release numerous mini-bombs that rain down the bases. The bases are getting bombarded and no team can defend against this surprise attack completely. Ben is grinning from ear to ear because this is very fun. He was an elite soldier in his past life and he was trained for this kind of war without magic. He used modern weapons in his past life, but the concept is still the same. So this is quite fun for him because he can show off his skills that he never used completely in this life. Well, he never really used it in his past life because he was just a soldier back then and hasn't climbed the rank yet because he was still too young. Still, he was the best in his generation when it comes to strategy making. He was even praised a lot by the higher-ups and projected to be a strategist after gaining more experience. But his life came to an end after he killed civilians that murdered his family. Ben has moved on from that, so it doesn't matter anymore now. The most important thing now is he still has his strategy making skills. He's not the best strategist, but his strategy is unique and can't be predicted by the mages. They get overwhelmed by the platoon's attacks that can't be predicted. No one knows what the knights will use next and their bases keep getting hit by the attacks. The knights also focus on long-ranged attacks now and use strong long-ranged weapons that can't be defended easily. Ben equipped his knights with long-ranged medieval weapons. They also have powerful cannons that can destroy the castle walls though. The cannons are by far the most annoying weapons for the mages because they have power and range. Scarmaglione and Oricai's Fin teams are destroyed by the siege attack in the first hour. So now, 2 bases are occupied by the knights and the others are having a hard time defending their bases. Every team tries to reserve their power for their battle against other teams in the late game, that's why they are overwhelmed easily. But they can't really hold back now because they will lose if this continues. So they start defending their bases and attack the knights seriously. They left their best defenders in the bases and send their best attackers to attack the knights that have spread in the areas around them while shooting long-ranged weapons like crossbows. The remaining teams finally get rid of the knights in the 3rd hour. Ben tried his best, but he couldn't do much about the power difference between normal people against mages. He has made significant damage though, and the spectators are happy, so it's good enough. Now, the teams will start competing again because now they know that it's not easy to take over the bases. So they need to start attacking now if they want to succeed. Also, there are 2 bases that have been captured by the knights which really tempt them. Chapati fan the flame and asks, now, which team will get another base first and dominate the territorial war zone? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artists IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 chapter 414 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 425 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 380. Simple tactic. The teams have different strategies to capture other bases. They either attack the closest bases, the weaker bases, the ones captured by the knights, or the Fairy Tale base. Fairy Tale has the highest point so far, so other teams try to stop them by capturing their base. Wendy orders her teammates to just stay in their base and defend it for now. They defend their base from 4 mages' attacks. Sabretooth and Blue Pegasus sent 2 of their mages to attack while the other 3 defend their bases. Their first target is the Fairy Tale team because they can't win if they don't stop Fairy Tale. But Fairy Tale's base's defense is very formidable for the 4 attackers. Bella has set rune formations around their base to stop the attackers. She has learned some magic, but rune magic is the one she likes the most now, and she has a great talent for it. Bella has made the rune formations before the puppet knights attacked their base. But she didn't activate them because of Wendy's order. Wendy knew that facing the knights was easier than the mages, so they didn't need to use the rune formations. That strategy makes their rune formations intact and still strong as new. Even if their base has some damage, their rune formations are still very strong. Walls of runes surround Team Fairy Tale's base, protecting them from other teams' attacks. Even Orga from Sabretooth can't break the walls with his powerful Lightning God Slayer magic. The attackers are Orga, Rogue, Hibiki, and Jenny. They are trapped by rune prisons spread all around the base and they can't break the prisons. Bella is dancing happily while throwing flower petals on the base's roof when she sees no one can escape her rune prisons. It pisses Orga off and he yells angrily at Bella. But his yells make her happier because it means her rune prisons are powerful enough to make Orga frustrated. Rogue tells Orga to stop and just focus on breaking the prisons. Orga sighs as he realizes that it's pointless to yell at Bella because she doesn't care at all. He can't play mind games with someone who has lived with a true monster her whole life. So Orga stops yelling and starts trying to break his rune prison first. His attacks are powerful, but the first to break out isn't him, it's Hibiki. Hibiki has analyzed the runes using his archive magic and hacked them to break them. He looks very smug now as he sees Bella pout cutely because her rune prison gets broken through in a few minutes. But Hibiki's smug face disappears immediately along with himself. He suddenly gets flung away by a rune spring that comes out of the ground. Jenny, who was happy because Hibiki could help her break her rune prison, is frustrated now. Orga and Rogue are surprised to see another trap has waited for them if they break the prisons. They look at Bella, who now looks very smug after Hibiki disappeared. That cunningness and playful fight, she is his sister indeed, says Orga. Rogue nods as he remembers how he fought against Ben a few months ago. Ben always fights seriously against real enemies, but he always plays around when fighting his allies in spars. He often teases his opponents when he plays around in sparring to entertain himself, and Bella copies that playful battle style. Wendy and Carla tried to stop her, but they gave up because they know that this style suits Bella very well. She is stronger when she can be carefree in battles. Her serious self is strong, but the real nightmare for her enemies comes when she enjoys the fight and acts very carefree, like now. Bella is in a very good mood right now because she can use every rune magic spell she has learned. So Wendy decided to not disturb her and let her do what she wants while the other team members do their tasks. They leave the base's defense to Bella alone because it is enough. Meanwhile, they are moving to attack other bases. But they don't move together, they are moving alone to different bases to capture them alone. The four of them don't attack immediately like other teams though. They gather information by inspecting and observing the bases first. They also watch as other teams attack the bases they target to find the weak points. Wendy's strategy is simple. Observe their targets and let others weaken them first before striking. It's a strategy thought by other teams before, but they changed it after the Knights' attack. They realized that capturing the bases isn't easy, so they need to move fast. But they also know they can't go all out from the start. That's why they sent 1 or 2 mages to attack while the rest defend their bases. The first attacker's job is to weaken their targets. They will send more mages after their targets get weakened to increase their chance of winning. The problem is, they are not that patient because attacking other bases and defending their bases at the same time are very difficult. They also don't know if they can capture other bases in the nick of time. So at the very least, they need to attack 30 minutes before the time limit. Team Fairy Tail, no, Wendy is more patient than anyone in the tournament. She orders her teammates to not attack unless they are sure they can capture their base targets with the least effort, even if it's at the last minute. Carla and Lily have the patience to follow that order, but it's difficult for Romeo. He kept worrying about the time limit and wanted to attack even though he was not sure of his winning chance yet. But Lily has predicted this, so he kept telling Romeo to be patient through their COMM devices. Romeo holds himself until he finally finds his best chance to attack. The other 3 also do the same and they attack right when the bases they're targeting get captured by other teams. Other teams were thinking the same thing, but Fairy Tail has the most patience. They waited until all teams were done fighting over the bases and attacked right when everyone else gets very tired after fighting. All 4 members' attacks happen in the last minutes. The ones who have captured the bases are still on their guard, but they are tired while Fairy Tail members are still full of energy because these 4 didn't need to guard their base. Even if there are 3 people guarding the bases, the fairies will still attack them. Those mages are tired while they are still full of energy, so even one of them is enough to fight 3 tired mages. Besides, Fairy Tail members are aiming for the easiest bases to capture. They are targeting the 2 bases captured by the Knights that become the battleground for other teams too. The other 2 bases they targeted are Blue Pegasus and Quattro Cerberus. These 2 teams have the lowest defense because they only have 1 defender, just like the Fairy Tail team. Carla and Romeo are attacking the 2 bases captured by the Knights. Wendy attacks Quattro Cerberus, while Lily attacks Blue Pegasus. They launch their attack in the last minutes with strong and decisive attacks that will end their fight in an instant. Carla attacks the tired Sting and Minerva, Romeo attacks the tired Toby, Yuka, and Sharia, Lily attacks Ichia who guards his base alone, and Wendy attacks Bacchus who also guards his base alone. They all attack with super strong spells stealthily, so they surprised their opponents. Carla uses some magic bombs she drops from the sky. Romeo uses his strongest Fire God Slayer magic that causes a massive explosion, Lily punches Ichia away before the guy realized him, and Wendy sends Bacchus flying very far using her wind magic. Too bad though, Carla's attack fails because Minerva has found her from the start and now sends Carla's bombs away using her space magic. Still, they succeeded to capture the other 3 bases, and they don't need to guard it for too long because they do it at the last minutes. They put their flags on the bases and guard them for a short time until the game's over. Bella also succeeded at defending their base and no one could breach her defense. So with this, they got 40 additional points, which makes them have 108 points in total. Other teams have far lower points, so with this, Fairy Tail has once again won the Grand Magic Games. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 415 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 426 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 381. Intruder. Fairy Tail's victory surprises Ishgar's magic world a little. It's not because they never thought that Fairy Tail would win. But their team's lineup this year is far different from last year when they sent their best mages to compete. No one ever thought that a team full of less-known mages could overpower the other guild teams that have sent their best mages. Even Jura competed again, but he still could only bring Lamius Gale to second position as usual. This is a team tournament, after all, so he couldn't do everything. Still, people are very surprised because none of Team Fairy Tail's members is an S-class mage. They have the most S-class mages in the whole Ishgar and didn't send even one of them. People thought it was foolish, but now everyone knows that Fairy Tail was just that confident. Ben smiles widely because this is the result he wanted when he proposed this team's lineup. He wanted to show the world just how far Fairy Tail has gone. They've left other guilds in the dust with their mages' monstrous progress. But Ben's true goal isn't boasting to the world that they are the best. This is a competition, so the participants are trying to be the best. Ben hopes that this competition will make other guilds more competitive and the mages have more desire to get even stronger because they don't want to be left even further. If Fairy Tail's S-class mages competed, then the other guilds would just think that it's normal. But they won't think like that now because they all remember that Wendy wasn't this strong last year. That means Wendy has grown much faster than any of them in the last year and it shames them. So they need to get even stronger to save their pride because it means that they were slacking off in the last year. They didn't, but Wendy's progress makes them realize that they didn't train hard enough. The ones with a strong desire to be strong can't accept this and promise to give more effort into their training. This is the result Ben wanted, although not every mage thinks like that. But that's enough because at least some mages are motivated to get stronger. Ben couldn't care less about people who don't have the desire to get better. He is very concerned about this matter because he knows a war will happen soon. Even if he has shown a very great power to August, Alvarez Empire will still attack Ishgar. After all, even Ben doesn't have the power to protect a whole continent by himself. So he needs his allies to get stronger to protect this continent together. Also, it's not just Alvarez Empire that becomes their threat. Ben knows if Alvarez attacks Ishgar, then Aknologia will also appear because the numerous clashes of magic will attract that thing. Ben is the only one who can face Aknologia in the whole of Ishgar. He knows that thing's power very well now and even Zeref won't stand a chance against Aknologia in a normal situation. Only Ben has the chance to defeat Aknologia right now. So he won't be able to fight Alvarez Empire if Aknologia appears. There's no way he can fight Aknologia and Alvarez Empire by himself. That's why he needs the others to fight Alvarez's troops while he fights Aknologia. Even if Aknologia doesn't appear, he will need to face Zeref and the Spriggans. There's only so much he can do alone, so he needs others' help. Ben isn't arrogant enough to think he can do everything by himself. Anyway, his guild has won the Grand Magic Games again. It's time for the celebration now and the teams have returned to the stadium after the injured mages get treated. They will give medals and prizes to the top 3 teams now. But before they can start, someone suddenly barges into the stadium. The intruder wears a rugged black cloak and he suddenly releases a strong heat using his magic. The heat is so strong it melts people's clothes. Ben raises an eyebrow when he senses the intruder's magic power. He doesn't get affected by the heat at all because of his magic. The only one in the stadium other than Ben who doesn't get affected at all is Romeo, who has Fire God Slayer magic. Although some mages like Myra, Laxus, Urza, and other S-class mages are fine because they can protect themselves using their magic. But normal people and average mages have their clothes melt because of the strong heat. So Fairy Tail won again, hey? That's good. Now, why don't you guys fight me to see each other's progress? Asks the intruder, who reveals himself by opening his cloak. The intruder is actually Natsu, who looks very dirty and has longer hair because he never trimmed it in the last 1 year. He looks very excited as he challenges his guildmates who have just finished the competition. But then, someone approaches from behind and says, "Quite an entrance you have there, Natsu. Why don't you show me your progress and I'll show you mine?" Natsu looks back and grins excitedly as he sees Ben walks toward him. Without any hesitation, Natsu agrees to Ben's proposal and coats his hands with fire. Then Natsu shoots the fire toward Ben, creating a massive fire attack that will engulf everything in its path. Ben is impressed by the scale and power of Natsu's attack. But that's it, he is just impressed because Natsu has grown a lot in 1 year. He won't tolerate Natsu's behavior though, and he flicks his fingers toward the massive fire attack. A small dark red fireball comes out of Ben's flick and flies toward Natsu's fire attack. They hit each other and suddenly the small fireball turns into a massive fire that engulfs Natsu's fire. It keeps moving until it engulfs Natsu's body before disappearing in a second. But just in that 1 second, the dark red fire destroyed Natsu's fire spell and burnt his clothes. Ben used a Sun Devil Slayer magic spell and it's actually one of his basic spells. But it is powerful enough to destroy that strong spell and burn a Fire Dragon Slayer's clothes. Normal people will get flustered if their clothes disappear, but Natsu is a weirdo. He doesn't react at all to him being naked in front of thousands of people. He is just excited to fight Ben and showed the result of his hard training. Ben sighs seeing Natsu's reaction. He forgets how shameless this guy is. Well, getting their clothes destroyed in battle shouldn't fluster mages like them because it can make them lose, but not reacting at all is also strange. Natsu rushes at Ben while being fully naked and it makes people embarrassed just by looking at him. It will also embarrass their guild, so Ben needs to end this immediately. He flashes toward Natsu and sends a palm chop at Natsu's neck, knocking the idiot immediately. Ben just took Natsu out very easily with no effort whatsoever. Happy who sees it is in shock because he knows well how much Natsu has grown in the last 1 year. But Ben knocked Natsu out with a mere chop as if Natsu doesn't get stronger at all. Well, anyway, Ben sends Natsu away so they can continue the ceremony. The organizer also acts fast and distributes clothes for the ones who get their clothes burnt. Then they continue the award ceremony while Makarov and Urza are thinking about the best way to cook Natsu later. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 416 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 427 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 382. Testing. After their back-to-back victory, Fairy Tale celebrates their feat in Magnolia. The townspeople are very happy about this because they are the first guild to win 2 years in a row, and that's with a completely different team without their S-class mages. Everyone in Magnolia is happy, except for one person. Natsu can't join the celebration because he gets punished by Makarov after causing a ruckus in the award ceremony. He is now getting the worst punishment possible for a dragon slayer. Natsu is tied on a roller coaster that Ben made using the Arc of Embodiment. He made it just to punish Natsu, which shows how pissed Makarov is. Actually, Makarov only asked Ben to make a vehicle with normal speed, but Ben thought it will be funnier if he made a roller coaster. The roller coaster also becomes entertainment for people because they can use it while it's still available just for today. It's an unusual thing, after all, so people are excited to try it. They don't need to pay too, so everyone is happy. Anyway, the celebration ends after a day, which also ends Natsu's suffering. He lost all his energy that day and can't even go home, so he sleeps in the guild's hall. But the next day, all his energy returns and he also returns to his usual self who likes to cause scenes in the guild. The first scene he makes is challenging Ben to fight him. He skips everyone else and goes straight to Ben. Maybe it's because he isn't satisfied yet with what happened in the award ceremony, or maybe it's just because Ben is the best fire-type mage he can challenge to test his progress. Ben doesn't have anything to do except for training and spend time with his family anyway, so he accepts Natsu's challenge. He and everyone else are also curious about just how much Natsu has grown in the last 1 year. The situation wasn't ideal before, so Ben finished Natsu fast because they were in an important event. But now, he can play along with Natsu's game and check what Natsu can do. They all go to the training ground, which has changed a lot too since Natsu left. The open and rather small training ground has been transformed into a big stadium with multiple layers of strong protection. Ben and Natsu stand in the middle of the arena while their guildmates are watching from their seats. They know well that Natsu won't win, but they are curious about how far he can go against Ben. No one has seen Natsu in the last year, so they don't know how strong he is now. How long will he last? Asks Wakaba. Maybe 5 seconds, says Droy. Hey, his opponent is Ben, so obviously he will be done in a second. But that's only if Ben is taking this seriously. If he wants to end Natsu in a second, then he won't bring the fight here, says Macau. I agree, I think Ben will just observe until he thinks it's enough before attacking, says Al. Everyone agrees with Al's opinion because they all know that Ben likes to watch his guildmates' growth. He would always give them advice while fighting, so it was never a fight for Ben. He even did the same to the Wizard Saints, which shows how big the gaps between them are now. The fight finally begins and just like everyone has predicted, Ben only observes Natsu's attacks. He moves just to dodge, block, or parry Natsu's attacks. But he doesn't say anything at the beginning of their fight and only watches because he wants to see Natsu's growth first before giving pointers. Natsu attacks him directly using fists and kicks coated with fire. Ben can feel Natsu's fire has gotten stronger and hotter now. Even Romeo, who has Fire God Slayer magic, a higher tiered fire magic than Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic, will get hurt by this fire now, but that's not the case for Ben, who doesn't get affected at all. Natsu uses combinations of close and long-range attacks. His style is still the same, but he has gotten better at judging the situations to choose his next attacks. His magic has gotten considerably stronger, also makes his attacks more lethal and dangerous. Others like Gajeel, Urza, and even Laxus are very interested to fight Natsu now. These guys are very competitive, and seeing Natsu's progress makes them want to fight him. Fighting each other in sparring is one of the best ways for them to grow, after all. Sparring is also exciting because of that, with one exception, sparring against Ben. They all know Ben always tries his best to help them grow by giving pointers in their sparrings. However, the way he fights them is very frustrating because it feels like he doesn't take them seriously. Well, they are easy opponents for Ben, and they won't be able to defeat him even if they attack him together, after all. But they always feel that it's better if Ben just defeated them in a second rather than toying with them. Natsu also feels their suffering in this sparring because Ben finally starts commenting and giving pointers to him after a while. Ben has seen enough to know Natsu's progress, so now he starts his usual advice time. He evades, blocks, and parries Natsu's attacks while telling Natsu the best way to do things. It easily makes Natsu frustrated because he has the hottest blood among everyone in the guild. But there's nothing he can do because he really can't land any clean hit on Ben. As stupid as he may be, Natsu knows the gap between them is too big to be closed with sheer will. Their play finally ends after Natsu gets too exhausted to continue. They've just been fighting for 10 minutes. But Natsu has gotten very tired because he kept going all out and used everything he has to attack Ben while shouting every time, which tires him a lot faster. He pants hard on the ground and Ben just says, you still lack stamina. Natsu is so frustrated hearing this that he faints from frustration. Ben just shakes his head and asks Happy to take Natsu back to the guild. Then he looks at his guildmates and they all have a bad feeling about this. Now, while we're all here, let's check your progress too. It's been a while, isn't it? Asks Ben while grinning. They all shudder and try to escape with different excuses, but Ben stops them by tying them using fire chains that won't harm them. Now, they can't escape and can only do what Ben asked. Everyone there spars with Ben and in the end, they end up the same as Natsu. A few days later, Gray and Juvia return from their training too. Natsu, who has returned to his usual self, immediately challenges Gray to a fight. But just like Natsu, Gray wants to challenge the strongest man he knows to test his growth. Needless to say, Gray ends up the same as Natsu and everyone else. Juvia, who never asked for it, also spars with Ben before ending up the same way. They have grown a lot in this 1 year, but the ones who stay in the guild also grew a lot with the help of Ben's Dragorm dungeon tower. Ben is satisfied with his guildmates' growth and hopes that it will be enough to face the impending danger. His friends and acquaintances from other guilds or groups also grew a lot. It assures him a little because now their chance to win against Alvarez Empire has surely increased. Other than preparing his friends for the incoming danger, Ben also prepares many more things and obviously himself. He will be the main figure in the incoming war, so he needs to prepare himself thoroughly. Now, he is ready to fight even both Aknologia and Zeref alone. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 417 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 428 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 383. Forgotten event. Currently, Ben is playing football with his children in their backyard. The football they play is the one that really uses their feet to play the ball that is known by most people on Earth as football. It's the one that has a World Cup competition, the game where a ball is played by foot, not hand. A.N. Some people will be triggered by this, lol. Playing a sports game like this is good for children their age, even more so if they play with their parents. It won't just make them healthy and train their motoric skills, it will also give them good childhood memories. When he enjoys his time with his children, Ben suddenly gets a call. His butler brings his magic phone and tells him it's from the royal family. Yet, Ben has a butler now to help him manage his house because he and Myra has a lot of work. It's Ben talking, says Ben after taking the phone. Sir Ben, this is Princess Hiswai. I call you to inform you that the preparation has been ready. All 8 teams that passed the preliminary in Grand Magic Games have been called too. They are ready for the last event of this year's Grand Magic Games, says the princess through the phone. All right, thanks. I will go to Crocus tonight, says Ben. Says the princess shortly before closing the call. Ben grins because the time has finally come. The last event of this year's Grand Magic Games is his battle against all 8 teams that passed the preliminary round. They delayed the event after Natsu caused a ruckus in the stadium. Well, they actually forgot because they need to take care of people who get their clothes melted by Natsu at that time. Even Ben forgot it too because he was too pissed at Natsu for shaming their guild in the award ceremony. So he and the royal family decided to keep doing this event after a short rest. They also need to prepare a better place because they initially planned to just do it in the town, just like the final. But the town is under construction now, so they can't destroy it again. That's why they made a venue just for this event which is located outside of the royal capital. It's a rocky ground near the mountains which is quite far from the royal capital actually. They use that location to avoid damage to the city because high-level mages battles are destructive. But there's a big change in the event's format though. Ben won't just fight the 8 teams as they've previously planned. He will fight the 8 teams plus any mage who wants to participate in this event by signing up before the event day. The royal family was surprised by Ben's suggestion, but they also know it will attract more people to watch, which also means more money to make. So they agreed and announced it to every guild in Fiori. Independent mages can join too as the only ones banned are dark mages. When the event day comes, many people fill the royal capital. Thousands of people come to watch the power of the strongest mage in their continent. Many mages also want to see it themselves, so they signed up to join the event. There are a total of 1,364 mages including the 48 mages from the 8 teams. They all want to see and feel Ben's might themselves because many of them only know him from rumors and news. This is like a chance to see how they are compared to the one titled the strongest. Ben is very excited knowing he will fight so many people. There are many strong people among those who will fight him. So he can hope for some good battles and see unique battle skills from his opponents. Also, this is a good chance for him to prepare these guys for the incoming war. They will face enemies they've never seen before with power they never heard of. The war against Alvarez Empire will be very difficult, so they need to be ready. Everyone who participates in the event is gathering at the event's location. They are separated into 2 sides, but there's only Ben on one side while there are 1,364 mages on the other side. The 8 teams are standing in the front of the big group along with 5 wizard saints. That's right, some wizard saints join this event, including Jura who is in the Lamia scale team. The other 4 are those ranked 7th, 8th, 9th and the new member ranked 10th who joined after Serena's death. The 10th rank is a man in his early 30s who uses speed magic. Ben grins while looking at them and says, "Let's get this party started." Boom. A gun is shot to signal the start of the event and without any delay, the mages are rushing toward Ben. They have discussed a simple strategy before the event started. Their first move is to flank and surround Ben from all sides. Ben only watches them and doesn't do anything for now. Then he suddenly moves his left hand at an insane speed to catch a bullet shot from his left. The attacker is Bisksa who also joins this event. Almost all fairy tale mages join this event because they want to fight Ben. With these many people, their chance to defeat him will be higher. Even with the help of so many people, defeating Ben will be one of the greatest achievements they can get in their life. They also know that Ben will not like it if they don't join this event. Getting beaten up by Ben in this event is far better than getting beaten up later because they don't participate at all. This is also a chance for them to see other mages' skills, so they can't miss it. After Bisksa took the initiative to attack in the middle of the chaos, other mages start to see it as a chance too. They start attacking Ben while moving to their designated positions. Not all of them do it though because not many have strong long-range spells. Ben handles all their attacks calmly by shooting golden fire bullets to destroy their attacks. All kinds of spells get destroyed easily by Ben's small solar bullets. None of them reach Ben because they get destroyed first. Although no one uses their best spells, they still use strong spells, so they are quite speechless that Ben destroyed all their spells with seemingly no effort. Small bullets can destroy the spells they made using a lot of magic power. The time for the mages to launch all-out attacks hasn't come yet, but some mages already rush to attack Ben. Hotheads like Natsu can't wait for too long, after all, so they want to attack Ben as soon as possible. Actually, Natsu is the first one to rush toward him, and it makes others want to attack too. So now, many mages are rushing toward Ben, especially the hothead ones. They just can't wait for too long because their patience is low. The ones who rush at Ben are attacking him without any coordination. They just launch their spells when they get closer to Ben. He smirks seeing their rushed attacks and he finally makes his move after staying in his spot since the beginning. Ben runs toward the attackers without preparing any spell. He just prepares his fists to face these impatient fools. After all, even without magic, Ben is powerful enough to defeat even guildarts in a real battle. His battle skills and physical prowess are just that high. Ben jumps into the crowd and starts punching the attackers. He mainly evades their attacks before hitting them with his punches. With his extremely powerful senses and reflex, Ben can feel all incoming attacks and dodge them before countering. Fists, kicks, elbows, knees, slams, Ben uses every technique he has on the mages. One hit from Ben on the right spot can knock out an average mage instantly. He is now the god that dominates this battlefield with overwhelming power. He is very excited that he says, "Come, mongrels. I'll show you what real power is." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 418 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 429 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 384. Overwhelming. Ben's battle against 1364 mages still goes on without any change in the general situation. Ben still dominates the battle with only physical power. He is basically a dragon in a human body considering his ridiculous physical stats. Name, Ben Cooper. MP, 4,206,001/4,206,973. STR, 1837. AGI, 1975. STA, 2524. Int, 2935. Ben's physical stats have increased a lot after his long seclusion before the war against Tartaros and Aknologia. At that time, his training hadn't been completed, but he left because of the Tartaros incident. So his power hadn't grown to the maximum power he could achieve in that training. But it's been a year since that incident and he has improved his power. He has perfected the Sun Devil Dragon God Lacrima he made in that seclusion. So now his magic power and even physical power have increased exponentially. His magic power has surpassed 4 million points even without using any power mode that boosts his power. That means he already has more magic power than average dragons and is on the same level as a dragon king like Igneel. His basic magic power is still lower than Aknologia though. But Ben predicts that his force mode can match Aknologia. Unless Aknologia has a power boost ability, then Ben will have a chance to defeat that black dragon. Ben has the confidence to win against Aknologia after seeing Igneel rip Aknologia's left hand. That ripped left hand was very useful for Ben because he could learn more about Aknologia's magic. It was very difficult, but he was very surprised when he found out the nature of Aknologia's magic. That ripped left hand also helped Ben increase his own power. Just a ripped left hand of Aknologia has enough power to complete his imperfect Sun Devil Dragon God Lacrima. So Ben knows that Aknologia's raw power is very great and facing that will be very hard. But well, Ben has prepared a lot of things to face Aknologia. He trusts he can win, he needs to win for his family's safety and his children's future. Now, he needs to prepare the others for the incoming danger through this event. Ben will show them that they are still weak, too weak to protect their home. They are so weak that he can defeat them without using his magic. Those with weak hearts will break, but those with strong hearts will grow from this and will keep growing in the future, that's what Ben is hoping for. He attacks them with that hope, but he is also having fun. His eyes are moving around rapidly to look at his targets and scan his surroundings. Ben utilizes all his senses to face all these opponents who surround him from all sides and attack him without any rest. Spells with different attributes are flying toward him from all distances. But he handles them quite easily by mainly dodging them. Some spells can't be dodged though, so he breaks through them forcefully. Spells that can't be dodged are mostly used to immobilize opponents and they aren't powerful usually, so he can break them. Many mages are using fast spells that get activated almost instantly. But Ben can react to them quite easily and dodge them with his monstrous reflex. Attacks come from everywhere, but he can react to all of them. Ben jumps away to evade a sucking ground that looks like an antlion trap. But when he jumps, 5 big magic shots of different elements fly toward him. There is a fire attribute spell among those 5 that comes from Natsu. So Ben immediately plunges his right foot into the fire spell. Then he swings his right leg around to kick the other 4 attacks. Natsu's fire covers his right foot and helps him destroy the other spells. His foot is alright because the fire can't hurt him, it helps him instead. After landing, Ben immediately runs toward the closest opponent who has awaited him along with other mages. He grabs the man's shirt and throws him to a woman behind. Then Ben punches the man with a strong punch that is strong enough to damage even the woman. Both of them fly back quite fast and hit some more people. Ben then sends a high kick to the back. He hits a man's chin while avoiding a sword slash to his neck. Then he puts his hands on the ground and spreads his legs before spinning his body to kick everyone who has gotten too close to him. His attacks keep flowing and he jumps using his hands toward a man who is stopped by the kicked people. Ben clamps the man's head with his feet and uses the man to raise his body. He flips his body backward and pulls the man with him. The man gets pulled into the air as Ben flips backward. Ben raises him quite high before throwing him to the ones behind before landing. No one expected such acrobatic attacks from Ben, so they are not ready for it and they get hit by the thrown man. But they are still not giving up because it has just started. They attack Ben again using their magic and battle skills that have been polished in real battles. Their spirits make Ben grins excitedly as he rushes toward them again. Ben slides on the ground to evade a lot of magic spells launched at him. Then he propels himself to the left to avoid some metal spikes coming out of the ground. He lands on a man who is preparing a spell, disrupting the man's spell, and uses the man to jump to another side of the crowd. His jump power is high, so he shoots the man away and reaches his targets instantly. Ben grins as he sends a punch to a man standing in his horizontal jump path. It's a moderate punch that only takes out the man, but not enough to take out the ones behind. A pair of buff twin men have waited for him and they thrust their spears covered in darkness and wind magic. They thought Ben will evade their attacks just like he did before. But he catches their spears' handles and stops them just a few millimeters from his head. The twin men try to move their spears, but they don't budge. They know it won't work, so they release their spears. But suddenly Ben thrusts their spears at them. They get hit by the spear's bottom, so they won't get pierced, even though the impact is great enough to take the air out of their lungs. Ben flips the spears and breaks their spearheads to make them blunt weapons. They are just sticks now, but they look more dangerous than any weapons in Ben's hands. Not many people have ever seen Ben use weapons, even fairy tale mages. So they don't know how good he will be with weapons. But they all know that even if his skills are bad, his ridiculous physical power will cover his lack of skills. Too bad though, he can use weapons very well. He just rarely had the chance to use them because his bare hands are enough most of the time. Ben spins the wooden sticks in his hands and says, "Come on. Make me use my magic. Squeeze every drop of your magic power." The mages grit their teeth and start attacking Ben again. Their strategy is still the same as before. They just attack him with whatever they have from any distance they are comfortable with. There's no teamwork whatsoever, they just do what they want. However, there is a strange thing in this 1vs many battle event. The 8 teams, wizard saints, and some renowned mages have not attacked Ben so far. They are still observing from the back and don't make any move at all. Ben grins seeing them because he knows they want to observe him first to make strategies. Besides, they can't coordinate their attacks with so many people. Against a force like Ben, some high-ranking mages are much better than hundreds or thousands of average mages. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 419 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 430 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 385. Vines. The battle direction still hasn't changed even when a few minutes have passed. Ben still overwhelms the mages with pure physical power and it gets more overwhelming now after he holds a pair of sticks. His attack range increases, making him even more troublesome to face. But it starts to get boring for Ben because it's like he fights children. The only ones who make this interesting are just Natsu, Gajeel, Grey, Sting, Rogue, and Elfman who join the crowd that attack him. They got hit many times, but they keep getting up to attack him again. It's still boring though without the other strong mages attacking him. So he tries to make it more interesting for him. Ben throws the stick in his left hand and suddenly his left hand disappears. It is not his real hand, after all, because his real left hand has been destroyed by Acknowledge. Ben made his left arm using Arc of Embodiment and now he dispels it. Many people don't know that he has lost his left hand, so they are very shocked to see it. Those who don't know are very shocked because they don't know who has the power to take their strongest mage's left hand. What's wrong? Do you think this won't continue just because I will fight you with one arm? Ha, let me show you what this one-armed man can do, says Ben before rushing forward. The mages finally return to their senses when Ben knocks out one of them with a single hit using his stick. They see him grinning which makes them realize that even with just one hand, Ben is still the strongest person on this continent. What they should do is still the same, fight him using everything they have. Ben now attacks the mages only with one hand and his legs. He still mainly uses the stick in his hand to hit his opponent's bodies. Wood stick is not the best weapon, but it's a whole different story if someone like Ben is the one holding it. Many mages use swords or other metal weapons, but they are helpless against a wood stick. It's not about the weapon, after all, it's about the one who wields it. Even a pencil can kill people if John Wick uses it. Ben hastens his pace at attacking his opponents and he uses more power to take each of them out in 1 or 2 hits. He doesn't want to waste time anymore because he wants to fight the stronger ones already. But he still doesn't want to use his magic, so he just increases his attack power. Everyone is in disbelief as they see Ben defeats the mages without any difficulties. Every time he swings his wood stick, someone falls and can't resume the battle. No one in the crowd can stop Ben and they get knocked out one by one. In just half an hour after the game started, Ben has defeated more than 1,000 people only using his physical power. He still could do it in that short time even though he was also having fun. It still ends that fast even though Ben wasn't serious at all. Will you start attacking now? Or should I attack first? Asks Ben while using the Arc of Embodiment to make his left hand again. He throws his wood stick and changes his weapon into metal claws on both of his hands. His opponent's levels are different now, so he needs to step up his game. There are wizard saints among his opponents now, so he might need his magic, but he will still use his physical power first. Ben really enjoys physical battle now because he is strong enough to face magic using only physical power. In the past, he would still need to use magic even if it was just covering his hands with it. But now, he is strong enough to defeat his opponent's magic with just his body. There are still around 100 mages left to face Ben now. All of them are main members of guilds and even wizard saints. Fairy Tail mages fill the majority of the remaining mages left to fight Ben in this game. They understand Ben well enough to know that the crowd of thousands of mages couldn't stop him. Fighting alongside that many mages will be a lot more difficult than working together with these elite mages. No one makes a move for a while, so Ben takes the initiative because it's taking too long. He runs at a normal speed toward the mages who have waited for this. They have prepared many traps while Ben fought the defeated mages. Ben walks right into their traps and activates one of them. His feet suddenly get caught by mud, stopping him in his track. Then a lot of black chains come out of the ground around him and bind his body, legs, and arms. It doesn't end yet as many more binding magic spells with different elements come out everywhere around him to bind him. Ben's whole body gets bonded by the spells, but his grin never leaves his face. That grin really makes everyone there nervous for some reason. You waited patiently while I fight, all just for this level of trap? Such a disappointment. Let me show you the terror of absolute power, says Ben. Ben's body, which has stopped moving because of the bind spell, suddenly moves. He only moves slightly, but it's already making the mages panic. With these many spells cast on him, moving even just a little need a lot of power. They bind him with a lot of power, but he still can move, after all. So now they need to use a lot more power to stop him from moving even further. But they can't. Ben is still moving and he is getting faster while breaking the binding spells one by one. He only uses physical power, but he can break the binding spells forcefully. These binding spells are cast by high-level mages, but they are not strong enough to stop Ben, who doesn't even use his magic. Their spells break one by one, including the wizard saint's spells. That's just how overwhelming Ben's physical power is. Damn! Attack him now before he breaks every bind! Shouts Laxus, who knows well that the binds won't hold Ben any longer. Laxus turns into lightning and flashes toward Ben, who still has some binds on him. The others follow Laxus to attack Ben from all sides using their strongest magic. They all know that they can't hold back against this monster who clearly holds back against them. Laxus arrives first and he sends a very strong punch toward Ben's face. Ben moves his head down slightly to block Laxus's punch using his forehead while grinning. Laxus's punch doesn't push Ben back even one bit and his fist feels hurt from the impact instead. He sees the others' magic spells are coming, so Laxus gets away from there. Ben only looks at the incoming magic attacks while still having a grin on his face. He doesn't move at all, so all the magic attacks hit him and a massive impact is created on the spot where Ben stands. Do we got him? Asks Orga. We hit him for sure. But it may not damage him at all, says Minerva. She is right because when the after effect from the impacts disappeared, Ben can be seen standing in his initial spot without moving a bit. The ground beneath him is also safe, so he is standing on a small pillar that seems about to break anytime. Damn monster bastard! There's no damage whatsoever on his body, says Gajeel while gritting his teeth. Ben's body is undamaged even though his clothes are ripped apart. He only has his underwear boxer left. It is made of a dragon's skin, Mother Glare's skin to be exact, and Ben has strengthened it using enchantments. So it won't get destroyed by even these magic attacks. Ben looks at them while grinning and saying, that's not enough. I will show you how it's done, kiddos. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 420 of Fairy Tail, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 431 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 386. A little show. Ben's small threat makes the mages flinch because a threat from someone of Ben's caliber sounds very different. Also, it can be interpreted as he will get more serious and probably start using his magic that hasn't been shown in this game. They are correct, Ben will start using his magic to make this game more entertaining. He only used his physical power so far, but he always planned to end this game with magic. Besides, just physical power won't be enough to defeat these elite mages. Ben extends his arms to the sides and makes a grabbing motion. The mages are getting ready to face whatever Ben will do now. They don't know what Ben will do because even the Fairy Tail mages never saw Ben doing this motion. Almighty pull! chants Ben as his hands get covered with a dark purple aura. The mages suddenly feel their bodies getting pulled by an invisible force. They try to resist it, but no one has the power to resist the pull completely. The most they can do is slow down the pulling for a few seconds before they all finally fly toward Ben. All the mages are flying toward Ben at quite a high speed. When they get quite close, Ben raises his left leg before slamming it to the ground along with throwing his hands down. Right when he does that, the flying mages suddenly get slammed strongly onto the ground. Ben hasn't done yet as he covers his right hand with a dark purple energy ball. He crouches and then punches the ground using his right fist. A strong impact gets created from the punch and then the ground vibrates strongly. The vibrations spread through the ground with Ben as the center. Then the ground starts exploding in circles as the vibrations move away from Ben. The mages get hit by the explosions and thrown quite far because of the strong impacts. Just this attack has taken out half of the elite mages. Ben uses such a strong attack even though his sisters are among the mages. This is a battle, after all, and his sisters are ready to face him seriously like everyone else, so he also treats them as real opponents right now. Besides, they are strong enough to face this kind of attack and they prove it by not getting eliminated by this attack. They know Ben's capabilities the best and they've prepared themselves to face things even worse than this. Ben raises his right hand and taunts the surviving mages with it. Come on! We have just gotten started. The mages grit their teeth before they move to attack Ben. Those with strong long-range spells attack him from the back, while those with shorter range spells move toward Ben to attack him from a closer distance. Ben grins before he covers his left hand with black solar energy. He is using his Sun God Slayer magic which he very rarely shows to the public. Then he swipes his left hand horizontally around him and makes a circle. A circle of black solar energy appears and it moves away from Ben while getting bigger and bigger. The circle of black solar energy hits the incoming spells and destroys them. It doesn't get destroyed though and keeps moving toward the mages. The mages do their best to evade it by either proning on the ground or jumping very high. Some people try to block it, but it's a very big mistake because none of them has the power to defend that. They get blasted and defeated instantly by the black solar circle. So that's the true potential of God Slayer magic, says Orga with a stunned expression. Will I be able to reach that level one day? Asks Sharia in wonder. Ben takes out some of the remaining mages and now only 43 of them are left. That's still a rather high number, so Ben reduces it again. He puts his palms on the ground and covers them with dark red solar energy. Sun Devil's world, surfacing hell. Chants Ben before the dark red solar energy on his hands spreads everywhere. The dark red solar energy spread at a high speed and the mages try to defend themselves as best as they can. This spell is not as strong as the previous one, but it has a much wider range and size, making it very difficult to evade because it spreads everywhere and it's very high like a tsunami of fire. All the remaining mages get engulfed by the dark red solar energy for quite some time until Ben dispels it. In the end, some mages are still surviving even though they get some injuries. But Ben is satisfied because it means there are still this many people strong enough to face such a strong attack. Of the 8 teams, Oricai's Finn and Scarmaglione have been eliminated completely. Quattro Cerberus only has Bacchus left, Blue Pegasus only has Ichia, and Mermaid Heel only has Kagura. Lamia Scale still has Jura, Lion, and Sharia. Sabertooth still has Minerva, Orga, and Sting. While the Fairy Tail team is still complete because they flew very high to avoid the previous attack. Also, there are still some mages from their guild who isn't a part of the team. Laxus, Urza, Fried, Kana, Elfman, Natsu, Gajeel, Grey, and Juvia are still there. The 4 other wizard saints are also still there, so all 5 competing wizard saints including Jura are still in the competition. That means there are 27 remaining opponents for Ben to fight. If Myra and Gildarts were here, then there will be 29 left, but Myra wasn't interested in this game, and Gildarts is still on a journey. This result is good enough for Ben because he is sure that his previous attack will take out all of them if they did this last year. That means they have grown a lot this 1 year, so his program is working very well. This means they are more ready to face incoming danger. Alright, show me what you've got, says Ben while smirking. The remaining 27 mages immediately make their moves. They can't waste any time because if they stop even for a moment, Ben will use that time to attack them, and they will get wiped out completely. Their only chance is by attacking first even though their teamwork won't be good. Everyone is going all out and using their strongest attacks. Laxus even enters his Dragon Force mode which he rarely used even in dire situations. He flashes toward Ben and reaches Ben's position ahead of everyone. Laxus sends a full-powered lightning punch at Ben who grins and counters his lightning punch with a fire punch. Their punches clash and create a strong shockwave. The ground even shakes, showing just how strong their attacks are. You've improved, Laxus. But it's still not enough, says Ben before he pushes Laxus back. Laxus gets flung at a high speed and slides on the broken ground. The 5 wizard saints arrived after Laxus and they attack Ben from 5 different sides. Jura uses his earth magic and Jessica uses her plant magic to catch Ben's body to stop his movement so that the 5 of them will be able to hit him. The 5 wizard saints use their strongest spells to attack Ben at a very close distance. Jura and Jessica keep surrounding Ben using their earth and plant magic that they'll explode later. Ellie is using her strongest cut magic spell. Then the other 2 new wizard saints, Fabian and Ilrich, are using their strongest spells too. Fabian creates a massive energy sword above Ben using his blade magic, while Ilrich creates 6 basic elemental balls around Ben that will create a massive explosion. Ben just grins when they execute their spells. Ellie's cut magic and Fabian's blade magic hit his body directly. Then Jura's earth magic, Ellie's plant magic, and Ilrich's elemental magic explode at the same time. A very massive explosion that even pushed all the mages there, including the 5 of them, and shakes the city and mountains violently happen. The spectators are speechless by the scene, and so are the other mages in the arena. This is the power of wizard saints who can shake this continent. Such an explosion will kill most mages on this continent, but Ben is not like most mages. Did we get him? Asks Fabian. You wish, says Ben from inside the explosion smoke. Everyone widens their eyes as Ben appears again. He just stands there calmly without any injuries or even traces of damage. His body is covered by golden solar energy that must have protected him from the wizard saints' attacks. Ben looks at the wizard saints with a gaze that makes them shiver, and he grins while saying, "It seems I need to increase your training. This isn't enough to face the Spriggans. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 421 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 432 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 387, 387. Still one-sided. The one-sided game gets even more one-sided when Ben starts getting offensive. He covers his body with his Sun Dragon Slayer magic solar energy and attacks the mages. His first targets are the ones closest to him, the wizard saints. Ben moves at a very high speed toward Fabian the Blade Mage. He arrives almost instantly and takes Fabian by surprise. Fabian tries to get away, but Ben has caught his shoulder, stopping him from escaping. How many times should I tell you, buddy? Big Blade isn't sharp and fast enough. Ultimate spell doesn't need to be big and flashy. It just needs to be deadly. Even a punch can be an ultimate skill if it's deadly, says Ben before punching Fabian's stomach very hard. Fabian's body arches as he flies back very fast until he crashes onto a boulder. He coughs some blood, but he is still quite fine. This guy didn't get the Wizard Saint title for nothing. He defeated one of the previous members in the competition, so he is very tough. His reflex is also very fast and he could actually block Ben's punch using his blade magic. He made a blade hastily to block Ben's punch. It broke easily because he didn't make it properly, but it could reduce the punch's power even if it wasn't much. The same thing also happens to the next Wizard Saint, Ilrich the Elemental Mage. He gets punched in the face though, but he can also block Ben's punch a little. His block is better than Fabian's because he was ready for it as he isn't the first target. But he still gets considerable damage, especially because he gets hit in the face. Jura the third target handles it better than the 2 of them. He is more experienced and his magic is also better for defense, after all. Even so, Jura still receives a lot of damage because Ben also uses more power to attack him. He only reduces his power when he attacks Jessica and Ellie. Ben doesn't differentiate males and females as enemies, but this is just a game, so he holds back his power because he doesn't want to kill them. After the Wizard Saints, his next targets are the S-class of every guild including Fairy Tale. Laxus, Urza, Freed, Kana, Bacchus, Ichia, Minerva, Orga, and Kagura become his next victims. They get punched and kicked in different areas and no one can defend well enough. Then he goes for the rest including his sisters who also get punched hard enough. They have sparred against Ben the most among everyone in this world. So they used to get hit by Ben and it never became a problem. Everyone has gotten hit by Ben now, but they still don't give up. They could reach this stage with their power, so a punch won't take them out yet. Ben is quite satisfied seeing them standing up again after receiving his punches. That's how this should be. It won't be fun if you are done after getting just a punch each. Now, unleash everything you have because only then will you succeed to hit me, says Ben while grinning widely. The mages grit their teeth before they start attacking Ben again. Ben grins and covers his palms with golden solar energy before facing their attacks using his palms. He blocks, parries, and counters their attacks only using his palms covered by golden solar energy without evading any of them. Sometimes, he even redirects their attacks to hit others or even themselves. There's a very satisfying feeling when he uses their attacks to attack them. Also, Ben wants to show them that they don't always need to use their own power to fight. They can use their opponent's power to be used on those opponents instead. It will save them a lot of energy so they can fight for a longer time. Such a strategy is also quite efficient to be used against stronger opponents and if they face multiple opponents at once. It's also very entertaining because the spectators are in awe of Ben's battle skills. They hope to see him use strong magic spells, but such a show of skills is welcome too. Most mages only exchange magic spells in their fights, but Ben is fighting differently, which is refreshing for them. The mages get tired quite fast because of Ben's battle strategy. Although he has a lot more energy than them, the reason they get tired this fast is that they are forced to use more power in each attack. They can't damage Ben without doing that, after all. But even them going all out is still not enough to defeat Ben. In fact, none of their attacks land a clean hit on Ben's body even after a rather long time. He is like an adult fighting babies. It's very overwhelming that even the spectators feel sorry for the mages. Are you done? Asks Ben while looking at the tired mages who slumped on the ground while panting hard. These are the top mages on this continent, but they are being played by just one man. Now everyone can see why he could become the strongest on this continent. He is just too strong for anyone on this continent, a man standing above all. The mages try to stand up, making Ben grins widely because their spirits haven't been crushed. They know the difference between their power and Ben's, so they have expected this kind of result and are prepared for this. That's why they won't get dispirited even though Ben crushed them effortlessly. They try to continue fighting even though it won't change the result. But they don't want to just give up before doing everything they can. Even if they will get defeated, they will still give it their all and fight until they squeeze out the last drop of their power. Ben just lets them get up and attack him again even though their attacks have gotten weaker. He knows this is a crucial moment for them because this situation is the best chance for mages to surpass their limits and grow stronger. Going through hardships like fighting strong opponents is the best way for mages to grow. That's why he always tried to make all his battle difficult even when he has gotten stronger. He also kept training relentlessly because he can do it every day, unlike facing strong opponents. Now, these mages are facing the most difficult opponent they can find who won't kill them. So they need to use this chance well and surpass their limits. Ben wants to see them do that too, so he lets them struggle even more. Unsurprisingly, the first one who surpasses such a limit is Wendy. Ben isn't surprised at all because he knows how hard Wendy worked and he is the one who trained and taught her everything since they were kids. So he knows what she is capable of very well and seeing her growing like this is not shocking to him. He is just so proud of his sister who suddenly activates an imperfect dragon force. Yes, she activates dragon force on her own will as a first-generation dragon slayer, even though it's still not perfect. Still, it's a great achievement for her to activate it without an external source of magic power. The only one who succeeded to do it so far was Ben when he fought the dragons. It's just that his power at that time wasn't enough to defeat Aknalaja even when he used dragon force. So he transformed himself into a third-generation dragon slayer by forming the lacrima inside his body. The others are shocked though, especially the dragon slayers. They never thought that Wendy would be the first one who gets closer to Ben's level. But they forget that she is raised by the man himself. The only one holding her back all these years was just her hate of fighting. But now she has changed that. She still hates fighting, but only if it's not for a good reason. Her strong will to protect those precious to her has pushed her this far that he surpassed many people. Ben smiles happily and says, "Our little crybaby has grown a lot, Gramps." You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 422 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 433 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 388. Finisher. Wendy has activated her dragon force, but it's still not perfect. Ben knows it because her power doesn't increase as much as how it should. Perfect dragon force should increase a dragon slayer's power by around twice, but she only gets a little more than a 70% boost. It's still higher than the drive mode she did in the Grand Magic Games against Kagura. But it's still an imperfect dragon force, or at least a weak dragon force. That's fine though because Wendy does it on her own without any external help like second or third generation dragon slayers dragon lacrimas. Nonetheless, a 70% boost is still very great, especially in Wendy's case. Wendy's increase in power also means everyone's increase in power. The reason is Wendy's specialty isn't combating by herself, she is a support type mage with support type spells. That means her buff spells are stronger now after she activated Dragon Force. She now can buff everyone and increase their power a lot. Even the Wizard Saints feel a lot of boost from Wendy's buffs now. They feel energized again and ready to continue the fight. Ben grins and taunts them to attack him immediately. He wants to see how much improvements they got from Wendy's buffs. Also, he wants to test how strong Wendy has gotten after activating Dragon Force. They start battling again and Ben is still doing what he previously did. He faces them only using martial arts with his magic-covered arms and legs. No chanting, no magic circles, no big spells, just pure skills that have been polished for years. Ben was taught effective martial arts in the military in his past life. But none of those things work that well in this world and he rarely uses them now. The main reason is the difference in power between Earth and Earthland people. Average mages here have power equal to tanks and fighter jets on Earth. S-classes and above are equal to nuclear weapons, atomic bombs, etc. They have the power to destroy Earth by themselves, so the martial arts taught to him in the military are not so effective here when he fights against such beings. Even with his great power, Ben still needs to use powerful blows on the mages. To make powerful blows, he needs a wider range of motions, which are not effective based on Earth's military standards. But they are actually effective because they're used by the current Ben. He is very fast and powerful that he doesn't need any rules in his attacks. The effectiveness of his military martial arts only works for normal humans with their limited power. Mages don't fight flashily for no reason. They need to deliver powerful attacks to break their opponent's magic defense. So Ben's attacks are flashy like the ones used in movies. It looks even more like a movie because Ben fights a lot of opponents at once like a movie's main character. His attacks look ineffective, yet no one is able to handle them well and keeps getting hit by Ben. What's wrong? Don't you get buffed a lot? Where are the buffs going? Asks Ben while grinning as he holds Bacchus's head. Bacchus tries to retaliate by sending his right palm toward Ben's stomach at high speed. But Ben catches it with his left hand before slamming Bacchus to the ground strongly. Bacchus is knocked out immediately because of that slam. Come on. Show me what you really got, fledglings. Says Ben while taunting them. They grit their teeth before attacking again and Ben faces them more seriously this time. He decides that it's time to level up the game and take them out if they can't keep up. It's been too long, after all, and if they still can't keep up, then it's over. As the battle goes on, Ben sees that they are improving, but their bodies can't handle it because they're too tired. They've reached the peaks and almost broken their limits, but their stamina itself is a bigger limit. Their stamina and endurance are too low to help them break their skill limits, so they need to work on those first. You need to work even harder after this, says Ben before taking out Ichia that has transformed into a very big and muscular man by punching him in the stomach. Then Ben takes out Minerva, Kagura, Carla, Bella, Romeo, Sharia, and Juvia. They've gotten too tired and won't be able to continue, so he takes them out now. He only uses enough force to take them all out in one hit. He attacks the others and starts taking them out one by one. Ben makes these high-ranking mages look like weaklings by defeating each of them with a punch. After a while, the only ones left are Wendy, Urza, Laxus, Orga, and the wizard saints who have a lot of stamina. Natsu, Gajeel, Elfman, and Grey have been taken out because they used too much energy before. They also have too much ego, so Ben took them out faster to give them a lesson. Fried and Kana also get defeated because they don't have a lot of stamina even as S-classes. You guys have lasted this long, so I will give you the honor to feel my new spell, says Ben while grinning. The mages who have gotten tired and have a lot of injuries become devastated when they hear that. Now they wish they got defeated earlier because Ben won't say that if he just wants to use a weak spell. Ben grins and chants, lock on. A pair of black gold magic circles appear in front of Ben's eyes. Then black gold magic circles suddenly appear beneath the mages. They don't even have time to evade because black gold fiery chains suddenly come out of the magic circles and tie their bodies, restricting them. Ben raises his right palm in front of him and he chants, Evil Dragon God's Jaws. Black gold dragon heads with red eyes come out of the ground below the mages. The heads' jaws are open with sharp teeth in their jaws. So all the mages are now inside the evil dragon god's scary jaws. Ben clenches his hand and says, crush. The evil dragon god's heads close their mouths and their jaws crush the mages inside. Everyone feels a strong force crushing them from their sides. They scream in pain and it makes all the spectators flinch. Ben is still holding back, but the spell is still very strong. It is still a deadly attack and he does it even to his sister. He does it because he knows they can take it, and Wendy can take it. For years, Ben always taught Wendy that they need to be serious in battles even in their battles. The evil dragon god's heads disappear and the mages fall to the ground. They all lose their consciousness and now Ben is the only one standing. There's no trace of battle at all in his body, he is still as clean as when they start the game, which shows how overwhelming this whole battle was. Everyone watching is too stunned to even realize that the game has ended. The ending might not be too grand, but the entire game was just too awesome to watch. It's truly a one-sided battle and Ben won without using too many grand magic spells, truly showing why he became the strongest. The organizer finally wakes up and announces the game has ended. Everyone hears that and starts cheering so loudly that the defeated mages who have woken up can hear them from the game location far from the city. They can only sigh and admit Ben's superiority over anyone living on this continent. Ben closes his eyes and whispers, I hope this will help them grow faster to face the incoming war. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 423 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 434 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 389. Post-event. A few days after the event, Ben can be seen training Wendy in their backyard. He is guiding her to improve her dragon force and perfect it. She still can't use it freely too because she doesn't understand much about it. Natsu and Gajeel are also training very hard now because Wendy has surpassed them. They challenge Dragorm Dungeon Tower every day and make good progress. The other fairies are also training very hard for the same reason. Wendy's progress was a great hit to everyone in Fairy Tale. She never showed her achievements and kept training hard without showing it, after all. So even her guildmates never saw her real power. Only her family members know how hard she worked to reach this point. While Ben trains Wendy in the backyard, Myra is training Elfman and Lysina in the underground training facility under their house. Their training is more intense, so they need a place that can hold the effects of their training. Elfman and Lysina also don't want to be left by Wendy, so they asked Myra to train them very hard. Myra doesn't hold back and she beats them up in their training. Her children will cry if they see their mother becomes a literal demon and beats their uncle and aunt to pulps. Ben knew this, so he asked Carla and Bella to take care of the twins, and now they watch Wendy's training, which is not too intense. The main problems to activate your dragon force are your understanding of it and magic power. Your magic power is still too low to make your dragon force perfect, says Ben while Wendy activates her imperfect dragon force. Her imperfect dragon force doesn't increase her power properly. A 70% boost is not bad, but there will be consequences if she doesn't perfect it. Imperfect dragon force can ruin her Dragon Slayer magic's power and magic power container because it's not stable. Then what should I do? I start to understand this, but I can't increase my magic power as fast as you, says Wendy worriedly. No need to worry, I've thought of a solution for that. You just need to increase your understanding to increase the stability of your dragon force. My solution won't work well if you don't have a great understanding of your power. You need to understand your Sky Dragon Slayer magic in general, not just your dragon force. So try to pry deeper into your power. It will help you understand more about your dragon force, says Ben. How should I do it? I've been doing many things to learn more about my magic. So I don't know how to improve it anymore, says Wendy. That's because you only see it from your perspective. Try to see it from others' perspectives and you'll find more things that you never even thought about it before. Magic is different from math, which only has one answer. It can have a lot of correct answers based on the perspectives that are used. A 9 can be seen as a 6 from the other side, says Ben. Others' perspective. Ponders Wendy while thinking hard after she deactivated her imperfect dragon force. Try to ask wind mages about their magic and what they think of it. You will find different answers that will help you find your own answer. You can even ask non-wind mages what they thought about wind magic if you want, says Ben. Just wind magic? Asks Wendy. That's the basic. You can ask about healing, your buff spells, or ask about your Sky Dragon Slayer magic specifically. The point is you need more perspectives on your magic because they are important to improve your magic. I always said that you can't just stick to what Grandini taught you and explore more of your magic. You are not a dragon, you are not Grandini, so don't copy her, says Ben. Wendy nods as she remembers how Ben always told her that since they were kids. He wanted her to use her Sky Dragon Slayer magic as she wished, creating spells as she liked, using them freely without getting bound to existing spells, and not following Grandini's steps to make her own path of magic. She now has some original spells that she made herself and some that Ben made for her. The ones she made are still not as good as the ones Ben made, but she likes them a lot and often uses them. She always tries to improve her spells to make them stronger. She's very similar to her brother in that regard now. The next day, Wendy starts doing what Ben asked and asks some people about her magic. She asks some of her guildmates first, especially the S-classes and Dragon Slayers. Their answers are quite unexpected and rather funny because of their strange imagination. Then 2 days later, Wendy goes to Lamia Scale to meet the most important person to ask. She needs to ask Sharia, who has become one of her best friends now. Sharia uses Sky God Slayer magic, so she must have a lot of advice for Wendy and Wendy can give advice to Sharia too. Both of them train together because Sharia also wants to know if she can achieve God Force. Ben has shown that mode to the God Slayers like Sharia, Orga, and Romeo. It is more powerful than Dragon Force, but it is also more difficult to achieve. The easiest to achieve is Devil Force, but it actually has the most risks. Devil Slayers have the highest possibility of turning into demons compared to Dragon and God Slayers. There are pros and cons to each power, but there will always be answers to remove the cons. Ben is the best example of that. He found solutions to those drawbacks by himself and even made them his power. Now, all Slayer mages only need to ask him to succeed. The only thing they need to do is work hard, maybe as hard as Ben if they want to follow his steps, but it is easier to say than done. Anyway, Wendy and Sharia are training hard together and then taking a difficult job together. Bella and Carla join them on this job that almost reaches an S-class job. Only the 4 of them go to do this job, so it will be VER6 challenging. But such a challenge is needed for their growth. Ben lets them do it because he knows if he always keeps them under his wings, then they'll never reach their full potential. Jura also finally lets Sharia does this after Ben persuades him. The bald guy is a worrywart despite his tough look and he's always worried about his guild mates. The girl's job is to retrieve an artifact from a destroyed magic guild in the country of 7. That guild was destroyed by an invasion of crazed magic creatures. No one knows the reason for those magical creatures' rampage, but they all know those creatures are very dangerous because they could destroy a big guild in one night and gave the survivors trauma. So the girl's job is very dangerous because they will face enemies that could destroy a guild by themselves. They only need to retrieve the artifact needed by the council, but they will still go through those creatures. Besides, if they really want to improve themselves, they need to destroy the enemies that also threaten a nearby town. The girls arrive quite fast with Bella's and Carla's flying abilities. They arrive in 4 days and now they can see why this job is almost S-class. There are many magical creatures that seem to have mutated and look much stronger than their normal versions. What should we do, Wendy? Asks Sharia. I'm not sure, says Wendy. First, we need to rest because we have just arrived. Tomorrow, we will gather information about everything. Then the next day, we will start attacking. I think the best strategy is to fight a few of them at a time and reduce their force slowly. Attacking them at once is only possible if you are wizard saints, says Carla. Ben can, says Bella while smiling. He is a wizard saint, so he is included, says Carla. Wendy and Sharia think it's a good plan, so they agree and the 4 of them go to find a place to rest now. Meanwhile, Ben also has a job, and he is now standing on a tall rock on the coast. Sometime later, 3 ships with Alvarez Empire flags appear on the horizon. Ben smirks and says, even if they are spies, 3 ships are too few, Ziref. But it's good to relieve my boredom. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 424 of Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 435 of Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 390. Trapped. 3 Alvarez ships are getting closer to a coast on Fiori. Ben got the information about Alvarez's attempt to send some spies first, so he waited here. His informants are very reliable and their information is very accurate. The 3 ships are moving fast toward Fiori and Ben is getting ready to move before he suddenly gets a call. He sighs deeply before picking up the call that comes from none other than Wolfheim, who also waited near the coast with Draculos and Warod. What is it, old man? I'm just about to start having fun, says Ben frustratedly. Having fun? What do you mean? Have they appeared? Asks Wolfheim confusedly. So you can't see them, huh? I guess their illusion is great, after all, says Ben while looking at the 3 ships. The ships look very clear in Ben's eyes, but no one else can see them, even the old 3 gods of Ishgar. It's because the ships are hidden from their sight by high-level illusion. Too bad though, their illusion utilizes light magic and no light magic can affect the current Ben, so he can see them clearly because Ben is immune to any kind of light alteration. Ben closes the call and grins, well, this will be interesting. Especially if they don't expect any attack now. Without waiting any more, Ben flies toward the ships at a very high speed. He crashes onto the one in the middle almost in an instant after he flew. He is so fast that it looks like he teleports there, but the crash is proof that he actually flies instead of teleporting. The ship is destroyed and everyone is alerted by the sudden crash. Many people on the middle ship are taken out by that crash because the impact was very powerful. Everyone then looks at the culprit who caused that. They look at Ben who stands above the destroyed ship warily. Is Ziref really sending you guys to infiltrate Ishgar under my watch? Damn, he's either looking down on me or trusting you too much. But no matter what the case is, I will stop you right here right now, says Ben while grinning. Why you are? Ben Cooper, the Sun Eater. Why are you here? Shouts a soldier panically. Oh ho? Sun Eater? Is that how you called me in Alvarez? That's a cool name, better than Ishgar's son's child. I guess Ziref has a better naming sense than those old bastards in the council, says Ben while rubbing his chin while smiling after hearing such a cool name. He is quite pissed though because his informants never told him about this. Maybe it's not that important for them, but it's absolutely important for Ben. Such a cool nickname should be used and spread, after all. Well, that's that, it won't change the fact that you all will either sleep in this cold sea forever or behind the cold bars in Ishgar. Don't be too easy though, I came here myself because I have high hopes for Alvarez's soldiers' power, says Ben while smirking. We won't disappoint you then, says a man before suddenly the sea frees at high speed, trapping all the ships. The ice spreads on the destroyed ship and even climbs Ben's feet until it covers his whole body. But Ben doesn't fight back and just grins as the ice keeps covering him. In the end, he is encased in thick ice while standing on the destroyed sea. Is this it? Asks a soldier. The man who made that ice shouts angrily, don't let your guard down. We are facing Ishgar's strongest mage that even the Emperor is worried of. So hurry up and do what we've planned. My magic isn't as strong as our winter general, so it might break anytime. All the soldiers scatter to do whatever it is they have planned. A man who stands beside the ice mage suddenly throws a lacrima ball at Ben. The lacrima ball breaks and many runes come out of it to stick on Ben's frozen body. A rather big transparent white dome also appears on the new ice land. It's a space barrier to prevent anyone inside from coming out and vice versa. They want to trap Ben here and prevent anyone from helping him. The ice that covers Ben's body suddenly cracks and it breaks in a short time. Ben comes out unscathed, but then he frowns a little when he sees the runes on his body. These runes are different from the ones he knows, so it seems Alvarez has different runes than Ishgar. You came prepared, hey? No, you came expecting me to come and stop you. Ziref knows me quite well, doesn't he? Asks Ben jokingly while smirking. Ha ha ha, you've fallen into our trap. Now you won't be able to use your magic, says the man who threw a lacrima ball at Ben arrogantly. The runes that stick on Ben's body are made to seal his magic. So now he can't use his magic because the runes disrupt his magic power's flow and disperse it when he tries to use his magic. Well, these rune formations are impressive. Who made them? Asks Ben curiously. Ha ha ha, of course, they are impressive. They are made by none other than Madame Irene. Even you won't be able to break it. Now, you are trapped here with us who still can use our magic freely, says the arrogant man. Irene, hey? I've heard rumors about her and I really want to fight her. The first dragon slayer, I want to know how strong she is. Still, although this whole trap is good, I need to tell you that you are wrong. I am not trapped here with you, you are trapped here with me, says Ben while grinning and getting into his battle stance. Ben jumps onto one of the ships and he reaches it in one jump. It surprises the mages because they never expected a man who can't use his magic to do this. But Ben just grins and sends a sidekick to the arrogant man who pisses him off. The man has a good reflexes so he can defend himself by crossing his arms and creating a crystal shield on his crossed arms. Ben's kick hits the crystal shield, but the man still gets flung back quite fast and crashes onto the space barrier. The soldiers are surprised to see one of their leaders get hit like that by a man who can't use magic. Ben still has his grin while he looks at the surprised soldiers. He raises his left hand a little and makes a taunting motion to all of them. Come on! Show me what Alvarez can do, says Ben with a mocking tone. The Alvarez soldiers grit their teeth in anger before attacking Ben together. But Ben just calmly waits for them and fights them using just his physical power because his magic is sealed. He could even defeat Ishgar's wizard saints and S-class mages using only physical power, so these soldiers don't have a chance at all. It doesn't need that long for Ben to defeat all of them. The leaders who are still conscious can't hide their surprise because Ben single-handedly defeated them who are in full power while unable to use magic. Their levels are too far apart, it's like facing the final boss. Ben grabs the ice mage's head who is the highest authority in their group. He lifts the man's head by pulling his hair while crouching. Then Ben looks at the man's eyes with a serious expression before it turns into a mocking expression. Did you have a good time watching? I know you were watching the entire battle, Sprig Gans, says Ben while smirking. The ice mage widens his eyes in surprise because Ben knows the Sprig Gans watched this through him. But then he suddenly loses consciousness because a Spriggan is taking over his body to communicate with Ben. It seems August didn't exaggerate it. You are really a monster, says the possessed ice mage. Who is this? Asks Ben. The one who prepared this trap, says the possessed ice mage. Ah, Irene, is it? I must say I'm impressed with your plan. But you are looking down on me too much. Do you think this level of trap is enough to stop me? Asks Ben while breaking the runes on his body. Irene is more surprised now because Ben breaks her runes so easily. I am a rune master myself. Just because you use different runes doesn't mean I can't destroy them. So you better improve yourself before you come here, or you'll die too fast. Also, tell Ziref that he better clean his neck before I chop it off, says Ben with a menacing grin before he makes a massive explosion from his body, destroying everything around him. The only one left there is Ben. He doesn't spare anyone here because he knows they won't give any information if captured. They are suicide squads, after all, so they rather die than leak information. Anyway, Ben now knows that the war will probably come in a few days, so Ishgar needs to be ready. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artists IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 425. Dragon Annihilation, Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 435. Escaping Impel Down, transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 391, 391. Mighty Wendy. A few days after Ben stopped the 3 Alvarez ships, Wendy's team finally returns. They have succeeded at their job spectacularly. Not only they retrieved the artifact, they even eliminated all the mutated magical creatures that caused the Magic Guild's destruction. Their strategy was to defeat a few creatures at a time, so it took them a few days to finish even though it was effective. The 4 of them are very satisfied because they have improved a lot in the last few days. Wendy has stabilized her Dragon Force too even though it still only gives her a 70% boost. The only problem left is her amount of magic power that is too low. But Ben already thought of that and now Wendy is ready for it. Ben and Wendy are in their old village now because Ben thinks it's the best place to do this plan. No one will disturb them here and they haven't returned here for a rather long time. Besides, this plan needs an item that currently is being kept in Ben's lab near this village. Are you ready? Asks Ben. Yes, says Wendy firmly. Bella, Carla, Sharia, Myra, Ariel, and Gabriel are watching from afar. They see Ben takes out a bluish-white lacrima crystal ball. They don't know what it is but it looks very valuable and expensive. This is Sky Dragon lacrima that I made using your magic power as its base. I actually made one already in the past, but I gave it to future Lucy for future Wendy. You couldn't use it at that time anyway, so I gave it to her and made a new one for you. Now you are ready for this because you have unlocked your Dragon Force, says Ben. Wendy is in awe by the Dragon Lacrima and so are the others. But Wendy has a question, why do I need to activate Dragon Force before having the Dragon Lacrima? Sting-san and Rogue-san installed them before activating their Dragon Force. Yeah, they did it way earlier than even me. But you surely realize the difference in power between their Dragon Force and mine, right? Well, maybe it's just because I'm too great, so let's forget it. The main reason is I don't want you to depend on this like them in the past. You can only depend on your own power, this is just a tool to help you, not your real power. I'm sure you understand this, says Ben. Wendy nods and Sharia is also nodding a few times on the side. She also wants to achieve it, the God Force that Ben showed her once. So she is watching this process intensely to learn 1 or 2 things from them. Ben then installs the Sky Dragon Lacrima into Wendy's body using some runes to help the process and make the Lacrima integrates with her body perfectly. To maximize the effect of the Sky Dragon Lacrima on Wendy's power, Ben needs to install it properly. Sting's and Rogue's Dragon Lacrimas were not installed properly. Even Serena's Dragon Lacrimas couldn't release their full potential because he didn't use the best procedure. Their Dragon Lacrimas are not a part of their bodies, they're just attachments. Meanwhile, Ben's procedure will make the Dragon Lacrima a part of the user's body. He did this procedure to Romeo once using the Fire God Slayer Lacrima. He wanted to use it on himself too, but he found a better way that would also eliminate his Devil Dragon God Seed, so he made the Lacrima directly in his body. Now, he uses the procedure on Wendy and he isn't worried because it's already been tested before. Also, he has strong faith in his power, knowledge, and experience. So he knows it will succeed and Wendy will reach a new level. The procedure is long and it takes almost 5 hours to finish. Those who watch are getting sleepy and the twins even slept already. They only see Ben sitting cross-legged behind Wendy and putting his hands on her back all the time, but it's actually a very complicated procedure because he needs to make sure everything is correct, so it takes a long time to finish. Then when everything is finished, the spectators are excited. They want to know what has changed in Wendy, but they don't see any change. Well, there is no physical change, after all, and even her magic doesn't change much, yet. In the procedure, Ben is using a lot of Wendy's magic power to integrate the Dragon Lacrima perfectly. That's why her magic power still looks the same as before because she spent a lot and get a lot. Besides, her new Dragon Lacrima hasn't taken its full effect because it has just integrated into her body, so there isn't any visible change now. The next day though, everyone is shocked by Wendy's massive change. She tries to activate her Dragon Force and it's very different from how it was. Even those who aren't sensitive to magic power can feel how strong her current Dragon Force is. I think you can defeat Urza or Laxus now, says Myra while smiling. That's, says Wendy with a rather panicked tone. She's right, you have a chance to defeat them in your normal form. But in this form, you will even have a chance to defeat Gildarts. You just need to polish your skills because power isn't a problem anymore, says Ben seriously. Wendy scratches her head and laughs shyly because of their compliments. On another hand, Sharia is surprised to hear Myra and Ben said that. She knows Wendy has gotten much stronger now, but not to such an extent. Master Ben. Please teach me too, shouts Sharia excitedly. Ben looks at her and says, I don't mind, but will that old woman allow it? I will persuade her, says Sharia. Even if you succeed, can you follow my teaching without complaining? Asks Ben again. Ugh, that's, says Sharia while looking away guiltily. Ben has trained her for a few days because she wanted to see Wendy's training and tried it. But it was too hard for her and she kept complaining until she gave up. I have more resolution now, says Sharia firmly. Fine, but you need permission from that old woman first, says Ben. Sharia nods happily before she starts celebrating it with Bella. Both of them have gotten much closer in their previous job. Ben smiles seeing them and tells everyone it's time to go back to Magnolia. They return and all fairy tale mages have the same reaction as the ones who went to Kate Shelter Village. Everyone is stunned by Wendy's power after perfecting her dragon force. Her magic power is on par with the S-class mages now, so of course, they are surprised. The hot bloods like Natsu and Gajeel immediately want to challenge her. She is not sure, but she accepts it after Ben told her to accept it. Wendy fights against Natsu first and the battle ends briefly and unexpectedly. Natsu lost in a short time with an overwhelming gap in power. Wendy hasn't even used her dragon force yet, but she still defeated Natsu just in a few moves. Gajeel also gets the same result and so is Grey who comes up after him. Her basic power has increased a lot after receiving the dragon lacrima. In the past, Wendy's main problem was her raw power, not her skills. Now it has been solved, so she can use her skills better. Well, how could her skill be bad if she was trained by the best mage in Ishgar since she was a kid? If she didn't dislike battle so much, she would become an S-class already. But even with her dislike of battle, she still can reach this level, so her potential is very great. Ben looks very proud of her sister and now all his worries seem to have disappeared. He can finally execute his real plan to save and protect his loved ones. Then the next day, Ben disappears without any news. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmountain. I've uploaded 1 chapter 426. Surprising appearance, fairy tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 437. To Marineford, transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmountain. 392. Invasion. Ben's disappearance causes a big stir in the whole Ishgar. But it doesn't happen immediately and will take time before people realize that he really has gone. His wife knew what he would do, after all, and decided to help him. Currently, Ben is floating in the sky while looking down at a big city that has a massive castle made of some tall buildings that look like skyscrapers. They are not as tall as Ben's Dragorm Tower, but they are very tall for this world's standard. The city also has many big buildings with different architectural styles from Ishgar. It's because this city isn't in Ishgar. This is Vistarion, the capital of the Alvarez Empire. There are many individuals with magic power here, so Ben knows they are preparing for their invasion to Ishgar. They have gathered their power here, hey? Well, that's good then, you don't need to spend your energy going to Ishgar. So you should be on your full power now, Alvarez. Take this and show me how strong you are, mumbles Ben before a massive golden magic circle appear right under the cloud. Everyone in the city senses the change in atmosphere and looks up at the sky. Their eyes are widened when they see a massive golden dragon coming out of the golden magic circle in the sky. It is a dragon made of golden solar energy that spreads heat so hot that the soldiers' clothes, buildings' paints, and other things start to melt. Some individuals are standing on top of the very tall castle while looking at the massive golden dragon. They are the Spriggan 12 of Alvarez that already has full members again after Ben killed Jacob and Serena. The Spriggans are looking at the solar energy dragon with serious expressions now. He really came here alone, just like what the Emperor said, says a green-haired girl named Brandish. He would come if he really wanted to protect Ishgar. If the war happens in Ishgar, then even if they win, they will still get a lot of loss and destruction, says August. His coming here isn't the main issue here. He is coming alone to the enemy's base while they are at full power, just what was he thinking about? Asks Ajil. That just shows how confident he is. You should have realized it by now just from the power of that thing, says Irene. That massive golden fireball really feels strong. But with the 12 of us here, that won't be a problem, says Invel. Yeah, the 12 of us. That means 1 or 2 of us can't stop that thing, says August. That's not what I mean, Invel can't continue what he wants to say because Ben finally starts his attack. Ben is floating right below the golden dragon while crossing his arms. He looks at the city for a while to lament about the casualties that will be caused by his attack. But this is a war. His attack might kill innocent people, but if he doesn't do it, then his people and family will be the victims. He finally steeled his heart after a while and simply chanted, "Dragon dive." Ben doesn't shout or raise his voice, but everyone hears it clearly. His voice echoes in the sky and it makes the soldiers tremble unknowingly. They tremble even more when they see what happens in the sky right now. The golden solar dragon explodes and creates numerous sharp projectiles that fall toward the city. Ben is looking at the 12 Spriggans who are looking at the falling projectiles. They aren't panicking although they look worried. Then he sees Irene suddenly stabs her staff into the floor. The area around her glows red before a massive reddish dome covers the whole city. She has made an enchantment to protect this city after Zeref told her that Ben might come here and ordered her to make it. Ben's dragon dive projectiles bombard the red dome everywhere. Powerful explosions happen all over the dome and shake the entire city. The dome seems strong enough to block Ben's attack, but Irene is actually having a hard time maintaining it. Even so, she still can maintain it till the end even though cracks appear everywhere. Ben is impressed because Dragon Dive is more powerful than the countless falling stars he used against the dragons in Crocus. It means her preparation to stop him was very serious. Still, if it almost break just from that, then you were not serious enough, says Ben while pointing his left hand at the sky. A dark purple aura appears on his left hand and he chants, "Shattered Heaven." Nothing happens even after Ben chanted that, so everyone gets confused. The Spriggans know that there is no way Ben would make a bluff attack now of all time. That's why they are rather anxious about what he will do. "This is our time to strengthen the protection. Hurry up and help Irene strengthen it," says August. The other Spriggans do what he says because he is their leader. They try to fix the protection dome while nothing happens. But then everything turns dark as the sunlight seems to be blocked by something. It's not about to rain though because the thing blocking the sunlight is something they never expected. The 12 Spriggans widen their eyes in shock because this is very surprising. Even Zeref is also surprised while he sits on his emperor's throne while watching everything from there. They all look up at a massive meteor that is bigger than Vitarion itself. Ben pulled it from space using his gravity magic and aimed it at Vistarion. The meteor is still pulled by gravity now, so it moves very fast and will have a very great impact when it lands. It will destroy Vistarion instantly if no one stops it. "Let's see how you'll stop this thing that weighs 3 times more than its original weight because of the gravity," says Ben while looking at his falling meteor. The 12 Spriggans move fast and do everything they can to block the meteor. "Fuck! That thing is far bigger than what Irene ever pulled," shouts Bloodman. "Stop complaining and start doing something. Make protection, attack it, or help Irene, do anything you can do now. If that meteor falls, it will hit His Majesty's castle and himself." "We can't let that happen," says August. "I will make it smaller," says Brandish as she steps forward. "No. Stop. It will still have the same weight and power even if its size reduces. That man has full control of gravity, so he can control that meteor's weight and falling speed as he likes even with a change in size. Besides, this distance is too far for your magic to be effective, and you can't reduce its weight, you'll just compress it," says August. Brandish is disappointed and she decides to help the other Spriggans. She decides to work together with Agiel who has prepared his sand magic. He creates a massive amount of sand and makes it into a massive ball that he sends to the sky. "Agiel, let's explode it," says Brandish. "Hey? Oh, that's a great idea," says Agiel after realizing what Brandish wants to do. Agiel's massive sand ball suddenly gets smaller and smaller even though he keeps adding more sand. They move fast and when they think it's ready, they shoot the sand ball into the sky. The sand ball is just the size of a football now, but its weight is no joke because it's compressed. Irene lets the sandball bypass her protection dome so that it can hit the meteor. The sandball clashes against the meteor and the moment they clash, the sandball creates a massive explosion that covers half of the meteor. That explosion can push the meteor back a little and stops its momentum. Ben is very impressed because then he sees Agiel trying to stop the meteor's fall using the sand that covers the meteor's bottom side. Invel then makes a giant ice pillar to stop the meteor too. August makes many explosions on the meteor using his blast magic, but the meteor only gets chipped. The other Spriggans without strong long-range attacks transfer their magic power to the other 4 to help. But then Ben says, "That is not enough, Spriggans." He clicks his finger and the Spriggan sees a nightmare for the first time today. Another massive meteor is falling above the previous meteor that they can't destroy yet. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artists IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 427. War Against the Dragons, Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 438. Marineford War, transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fat Mutton. 393, 393. Getting down. Another massive meteor fall and hit the previous meteor that hasn't even gotten destroyed yet. The Spriggans now know they can't hide their power anymore and use their full power. Irene, says Zeref with a low voice, but all Spriggans can hear him. TCH, I know, says Irene rather pissedly. Her body suddenly glows and a scarlet aura burst out from her body as her eyes also glow scarlet. Scales start to appear on her skin and her body grows bigger. Irene transforms into a scarlet color sage dragon. August, don't just stand around, says Irene. Of course, says August before his staff starts to glow white. Irene takes a deep breath and a bright scarlet light forms in her mouth. Sage dragons roar. A massive bright scarlet beam is shot from Irene's mouth toward the massive meteors. August also shoots a massive white beam from his staff. Both magic beams move fast toward the meteors and hit the one at the bottom first. The two beams pierce the first meteor before piercing the second meteor too. Then the meteors explode and turn into many smaller parts. These smaller parts are still as big as houses though, but they won't cause as much damage as the two massive meteors. Impressive, but that's still not enough, says Ben while smirking. Gold auras cover the meteor chunks before they suddenly get covered in golden solar flame. They also start falling even faster than before because Ben uses his gravity magic too. Now, what will you do? Asks Ben while still smirking. August suddenly steps forward and stabs his staff into the floor. Then, numerous black magic circles appear in front of him. Dark missiles. Numerous black projectiles come out of the magic circles and fly toward the falling meteor chunks. This is a spell August made from magic bullet and missiles spells. He mastered a lot of magic, so he has also created some spells by combining spells he learned. The black missiles hit the meteor chunks and they explode into small rocks. Their momentum also gets disturbed, so they won't cause too much damage now. Even so, they still make holes in the buildings, so there is still damage to the city. Ben smirks and says, "Good, this will be boring if you guys are too weak. Now, let's have some fun, people." After saying that, Ben free falls without using any magic onto the city below. I think I need to do that, superhero landing, says Ben while rubbing his chin. Ben does it, he lands on the city's plaza with a superhero landing. Of course, he increases the impact by making himself a lot heavier. The whole plaza cracks and the spot where Ben falls is destroyed. He stands up and cracks his neck before looking around. "It's nice to see you still have the will to fight me," says Ben while looking at the soldiers who rush to the plaza from all sides. These are the soldiers who survived the meteor shards that fell onto the city. They are very loyal to their emperor and didn't leave even when many of their comrades died just now. But I'll tell you this, you won't return alive if you still decide to fight me. I will give you 10 seconds to leave and I won't attack those who leave in the next 10 seconds. The choice is yours, says Ben before counting from 1 to 10 without moving a single bit. 9, 10. That's it, you run out of time, says Ben while smirking because no one left. I guess you are ready to die then. Requib. Says Ben while taking out his lovely old Pendragon sword that he made in the past and hasn't been used for a long time. Let's do this the old way, fellas, says Ben before he rushes at the soldiers. The soldiers don't rush at him, but they prepare magic spells to attack him. They shoot many magical attacks but no one hits Ben who moves very fast and evades them all. Ben finally reaches the soldiers and he jumps into the crowd with a big excited grin on his face. Time to be a knight, says Ben before he starts slashing his sword. Ben slashes the soldiers' bodies as he advances forward. He swings his sword freely while evading or blocking the enemy's attacks. Ben is being a swordsman now, so he only uses his sword to block an attack without using other parts of his body. Even so, he still can overwhelm the soldiers because he is very fast and strong. Soldiers fall with every slash he makes and no one can block his slash at all. His slash even cuts their magic weapons made of tough metals and strengthened by magic. Ben's Pendragon sword is very sharp and hard that it can cut magic armor without being coated by his magic. So he advances without any problem and defeats his enemies easily. He is unstoppable for a while until someone quite strong appears. A woman suddenly blocks his sword using hers, stopping him from advancing more. Ben is impressed she can stop his sword even though he doesn't use his magic. Pendragon is very strong, so her sword must be very strong too, and so is she. Well, I thought a random soldier stops my attack. But it's actually a Spriggan, says Ben while smirking. The one who stops him is DeMaria, a member of Spriggan 12. She looks at Ben while smirking excitedly without any fear. The girl doesn't get intimidated even after seeing what Ben did a while ago. "Are you sure you want to face me alone?" asks Ben. "Why won't I? You've come down on your own, so there's no need to worry about anything. I'll show you that you've made a big mistake by going down here. You should have just stayed in the sky and shot spells from afar like a coward. Now that you've gotten down, you won't stand any chance," says De Maria smugly. Oh ho, interesting. You seem very sure of your abilities. Well then, why won't you show your power to me? I hope you aren't just all talk, says Ben while smirking too. Ben starts attacking De Maria using his sword without using any magic. He only uses his physical power and swordsmanship skills. This is the kind of fight that Ben prefer more than just using magic spells to fight. De Maria's battle skills are very good and she can match Ben's skills. In terms of pure swordsmanship skills, De Maria is even better than Ben actually. Ben isn't a pure swordsman, after all, so there are many people better than him at swordsmanship. Even in the guild, Urza is a lot better than him in pure swordsmanship. De Maria's swordsmanship is similar to Urza's level, so she's good. She didn't become a Spriggan for nothing, after all, so Ben is not disappointed because this means the Spriggans can give him some good fights. Ben and De Maria keep clashing in the middle of the crowd. Some soldiers try to assist De Maria, but Ben slashes them when they get closer. He is very fast, he can keep fighting De Maria while defeating the soldiers with only his sword. Of course, it makes De Maria pissed because this means Ben isn't taking her seriously. It's like he says that he can defeat her easily if he focuses on her. She doesn't know how true that is because Ben is just playing around with her now. The other Spriggans are looking at their fight from afar to judge Ben's power. They don't know much about him, so they need to observe him first. De Maria headed out to fight him even without them asking and they let her fight to observe Ben's power. Why doesn't she use that? Asks Ajil. She will use it soon, says August. Right after August said that, everything around De Maria becomes monochrome except for her. Everyone stops moving because De Maria stops the time around her using a magic called Age Seal. But it doesn't reach the Spriggans who stand very far from De Maria. It's over, says Neinhart smugly. The other Spriggans also smirk except for August and Irene who get even more serious instead. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 chapter 428. Stronger Acknowledge, Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 439. Joining the War, Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 394, 394. Little fun. De Maria has stopped the time around her, so everyone except her stops moving now. She walks toward Ben with a big smirk on her face because now she is in full control. In this stopped time, she is the one who decides everything. Your high and mighty attitudes are nowhere to be seen now, hey? You thought just because you killed Jacob and that new guy mean you can face the whole Alvarez alone? Ha, I don't know, the strongest in Ishgar is such a fool. The level of magic in Ishgar and Alakatasia is very different. We have a great leader who has guided us, so our magic development is much better, says De Maria while smirking. There is no response from Ben because he is frozen in time. De Maria smirks and raises her sword quite high before slashing it down at Ben very strongly. The sword cuts Ben, but De Maria's smirk disappears because there is no sensation of touching something. It's like she is just cutting the air. That looks so real, isn't it? Asks Ben who appears slowly from thin air with a smirk. De Maria widens her eyes as she sees Ben's body appear slowly in the monochrome world. His monochrome self is still there though, with a wide cut across his body. Now De Maria knows why she didn't feel anything when slashing Ben. It's because he was never there, it's just an illusion. Ben was never trapped in this stopped time because he has prepared a counter for this since Zeref used it on him once. He could just attack De Maria before, but he decided to play around and made that illusion using his light magic. It was his illusion that gets stopped by De Maria's spell because even light freezes when time stops. As I thought. There is no way someone like him will get caught by that, says August. You know what he did? Asks Walito. Not really, but I knew he won't get defeated by that, says August. Stop talking, De Maria can't handle him alone. Ajil, Wal, Neinhart, go help her, says Irene. You want the 4 of us to attack him together? Asks Neinhart. Yeah, if you are smart enough, you would have understood that he could erase this whole city earlier if he wanted even with all of us here, says Irene firmly. TCH, fine, I don't want to get nagged by you, says Neinhart before he leaves with Ajil and Wal. The other Spriggans stay in their positions to keep observing the battle. Ben is looking back at them while grinning, ignoring De Maria who is still surprised by what has just happened. De Maria. Dispel this thing. Shouts Ajil from a very far location. De Maria can't see Ajil because there are many buildings between them. But the other Spriggans who stay in the castle can see Wal and Neinhart just entered De Maria's time stop area. They also get frozen in time and can't do anything now. Although she doesn't know what happens, De Maria dispels her age seal, so now everyone can move again. Ben's illusion disappears when time flows again. The frozen soldiers don't know what happened, but they know the situation is bad for them now. Agil, Wall, and Neinhardt finally arrive and they stand beside the retreated De Maria. The four of them are looking at Ben before ordering their soldiers to get away. These soldiers will just disturb them in this fight, after all. So it's four now? Why don't all of you just attack me together? Sigh, this is why the baddies in movies or games always lose to the main characters. If they just attack the MC from the beginning, they won't lose in the end, says Ben disappointedly. What are you talking about? Asks Agil. Ah, sorry, people from an underdeveloped empire like you won't understand it. I know your empire is good at magic, but honestly, your technologies suck. If not for your robotic race people, you will look very underdeveloped. Even in magical development, Ishgar is catching up to you since I got this position. Also, your overproud empire will be nothing with Ziref's death, says Ben while grinning. Ben points his finger that he shapes like a pistol toward the castle. Then suddenly, a small light bullet gets shot from his fingertip. It flies very fast toward the castle and pierces it. No one can stop it even though they can see a glimpse of it because it's very fast. An explosion happens inside the castle and all the Spriggans know where it comes from. It comes from the throne room where their emperor stays now. They all look at the castle with widened eyes before they try to look if their emperor is fine. Don't worry, I didn't shoot his head because it won't be fun if he dies this fast, says Ben while smirking. They suddenly get telepathy from Ziref who informs them that he is fine. Ben's light bullet explodes a few meters on his left, so he is fine even if the explosion was strong. Besides, he could protect himself using his magic because he is not that weak. Now you know that I can just attack your emperor anytime. So do your best to prevent me from doing that. If you guys are too boring, then I will just take his head and go home, says Ben while grinning. Weaknesses found, says Wall with a robotic voice. Ben looks at Wall whose eyes are covered by spinning light circles. Then his body glows and then a huge amount of electricity comes out of his body. He shoots it at Ben who just stands there while looking at the incoming attack calmly. The electric attack hits him and creates a big impact. Ben can feel the electrical currents are targeting a few points of his body like his eyes, brain, heart, or manhood. He knows Wall is trying to fry these body parts using electricity, but it makes him laugh. Phew phew phew, ha ha ha, what an interesting ability, says Ben excitedly while his body gets attacked by the electric currents. The four Spriggans are surprised to see Ben acts very nonchalant while Wall's electric attack is still active. It's like the electricity doesn't affect him at all. So you could find weaknesses, hey? I guess from your perspective, these spots are my weaknesses, right? That was quite an interesting judgment because these spots are basic weaknesses of humans, don't you agree? Asks Ben while grinning. Wall's electricity suddenly gets pulsed out of Ben's body. Of course, Wall is surprised by this, but he is more surprised by what he sees. The weaknesses that he saw before have gone and the spots actually change. They keep changing for a while before they disappear from Ben's body completely. How? How is that possible? Asks Wall with shaky eyes. Of course, it is, Robocop. Your ability allows you to find the weakest parts of your enemies. So if I manipulated my own weaknesses using my magic, you would see them change, says Ben while grinning. That's impossible. No one can control their weaknesses. Shouts Wall. Why not? People can train to remove their weaknesses. A mage with full control of his physical and magical power will be able to do this too. If they have full control of their mind too, says Ben. What are you talking about? Asks Neinhardt. Well, I guess you won't understand. You just need to know that I want to kick your asses now, so come here, lads. Says Ben while taunting them. They get back to their senses and remember they are in the middle of a fight. So they get ready again to fight Ben who is very interested in their magic. There aren't many mages of their calibers, so as a magic maniac, Ben is very eager to see their magic. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 chapter 429. Real Dragon Slayers, Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 440. Invading the Plaza, transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 395. Cancelled? Ben's battle against the 4 Spriggans is about to start. He is very excited to see more of their magic that he rarely found in Ishgar. Mages of their calibers are also very rare in Ishgar. They can rival Serena, after all, the former strongest mage in Ishgar. Show me what you got, motherfuckers, says Ben while taunting them with his hand. Damn cocky bastard, I'll crush that arrogance of yours, says Agil while extending his hand toward Ben. Antlion! Shouts Agil before Ben suddenly feels his body get sucked into the ground. He looks down and sees the solid ground has turned into sand that sucks things down like an antlion's nest. Ben has seen this spell before, but the power was far lower than this. The suction of Ajeel's spell is much stronger than the one he faced in the past. Average mages won't be able to pull their feet out of the sand trap. The bind is so strong that they will get sucked into the pit without any chance to escape. But that's not a problem for Ben, who can pull his feet out anytime he wants. Doing that won't be cool though, so Ben uses another method to get out. He heats up his feet and spreads the heat just in the sand pit. Then under the four Spriggans' surprised eyes, the sand turns into glass at a visible rate, starting from Ben's feet and spreading until the border. Ben pulls out his feet easily because the glass around his feet is still melting from the heat. He can't leave the pit immediately though, because suddenly an explosion happens out of nowhere right in front of his face. Neinhard uses his blast magic to create the explosion. It's a very strong explosion despite having a small exploding effect. The force created by the blast is enough to badly injure an S-class mage. "Huh, a blast magic that isn't made of the fire element, how rare," says Ben from inside the dust smoke. Ben is just standing there, right in his initial position. His face is covered by dark red fire that protected him from the blast. Even Ben would get injured by that, he isn't an invincible fortress that can't get hurt. Although the blast wasn't strong enough to push Ben away and break his fire mask. As a sun magic user, Ben has dealt with explosions too many times in his life. So even if the explosion is made of a different element, he can deal with it easily. "That was a good explo." Boom. Ben can't finish his sentence because another explosion hits him right on his back. Then some more explosions happen around him for a while. Neinhard doesn't want to give Ben any chance to fight. Wall joins in and shoots many missiles combined with electric bullets from a mini railgun he made on his shoulders. Their attacks last for a while before they stop. But then, a lot of sand suddenly rises around Ben's location like a storm. The sand then falls on Ben's location and forms a small mountain. Ajeel then presses the sand until the mountain turns into flat solid ground. "Eat that, motherfucker," says Ajeel while raising his middle fingers. "Sorry, I don't eat sand," says Ben, who suddenly appears right beside Ajeel. The four Spriggans are very surprised and jump away from their spots. He has teleport since Neinhard made a lot of explosions around him. Although he could defend all their attacks, he didn't want to spend his magic power doing it because he could just get away. "Ew, why are you getting away from me that fast? I swear I don't bring a deadly disease," says Ben jokingly. But the four don't see that as a joke and immediately attack him again. Ben sighs before grinning while moving forward to fight them. But then a loud bird chirping sound can be heard out of nowhere and Ben suddenly jumps away from his position. He takes out his COMM device that looks like a smartphone. On the screen is Mest's photo and a green phone symbol at the bottom. He slides the phone symbol and puts the smartphone on his ear. "Hello?" asks Ben. Says Mest through the phone. "All right, go to the hideout immediately." "I'll finish my job here," says Ben. Says Mest before closing the call. Mest is also in Alvarez right now because Ben asked him to join. Last year after the council got attacked by Tartaros, Mest returned to the guild. Almost everyone didn't remember him as Doran Bolt because he manipulated their memories. Makarov was the only one who knew it, or so they thought. Ben wasn't affected by Mest's memory manipulation because he is much stronger than Mest. Besides, his AI chip, Quora, can block any kind of mind attack, making Ben totally immune to mind spells. Without any other choice, Makarov explained everything to Ben. Besides, as a former guild master and fairy tale's strongest pillar, Ben has the right to know it. Ben never minded it and accepted Mest easily after confirming that everything Makarov said was true. For this job, Ben took Mest with him because Mest has better teleportation magic than him. Also, there is a job that only Mest can do, so Ben took the guy with him. That job has been finished just now, so they will start their plan. "Well, sorry folks, it seems I can't stay here for too long. There is something important for me to do. But don't worry, I will leave a gift for you," says Ben while taking out a black lacrima ball. Ben waves his hand a little while grinning before he disappears. The black lacrima ball doesn't disappear with him though, and it falls onto the ground. His disappearance makes the Spriggans confused and they try to find him because they think he will launch a sudden attack. But suddenly, they hear telepathy from Ziref. "Get away from that lacrima ball, now." The four Spriggans are confused, but they still get away from it because their emperor has ordered them. Ziref rushes them because they just walk, so they run with confused expressions. Luckily, they follow his order because suddenly, the black lacrima ball explodes. The explosion fire is also black, even the smoke is black. It's not just a strong explosion, it's a massive explosion that covers half of the city. The four Spriggans are still caught in the explosion, but they have gone quite far, so they don't receive that much damage. Their bodies are also very strong and they just get flung by the impact. "What was that?" asks Larcade, who watches from the castle. "A magic time bomb," says August. "I know that, but why was it black?" and why didn't we just block it? Asks Larcade. Zeref suddenly appears among them and says, that bomb was made of his Sun God Slayer magic. Even if we could seal that bomb, it would take us hours to do it. The bomb would explode even before we finish. How are you so sure? Asks Irene. Because I know him quite well. He won't prepare something that could be handled easily. Even teleportation magic might not work on it, adds Zeref. Do you mean he might have made it very sensitive to magic? So even a slight amount of magic that touched it would trigger the explosion, says Irene. There is a very high chance of that. He is very meticulous in everything he does that I rather fight Aknologia than him now, says Zeref seriously. His subordinates are very surprised by that statement because, for years, Zeref always said that Aknologia was the biggest threat in this world. But now, he says that Ben is even more dangerous than Aknologia. But when they think about it, they start to understand Zeref's statement. Even if Ben isn't as strong as Aknologia, he could be more dangerous because of his brain. Aknologia fights just using instinct, but Ben can make strategies that even Zeref can't predict. The Spriggans are very concerned now because they've seen Ben's abilities. But Irene is the most concerned among them because she is a dragon slayer just like Ben. But just from watching him, Irene knows that Ben is a human, completely a human, unlike her and Aknologia. She knows that Ben used Sun Devil and God Slayer magic to suppress his dragonization. But she still can't understand how could that be possible. She has searched for the method to become a human again for hundreds of years, but she never succeeded. When she heard about Ben, she immediately researched his method. But from that research, she found out that the success rate is utterly low, that it's almost impossible. If other Slayer mages try that method, they will 100% die from the clash of their Slayer's magic. That's why Irene says, he surely is terrifying. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 chapter 430. Evil Dragon God, Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 441. Admiral's Power, transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 396, 396. Warning. A day after his disappearance, Ben suddenly appears in an unexpected way. He appears in every town in Alvarez and even the surrounding countries in Alakatasia. Massive screens suddenly appear above those towns, so everyone there can see them. It even appears on Vistarion, so Zeref and the Spriggans can see it. Mest was spreading the broadcast devices in every town yesterday when Ben was fighting the Spriggans. As for the one in Vistarion, he installed it himself. Ben is currently in his hideout that looks like a TV studio while facing cameras. He looks like a news anchor with his suit, slick hair and the news studio setup. Even the background is similar to modern Earth news studio. Morning, people of Alvarez and the surrounding countries, says Ben, gathering everyone's attention. This is Ben Cooper talking. I am a mage from Ishgar who come here as a response to Alvarez's declaration of war. This broadcast is a warning to every citizen of this empire and the surrounding countries. If you don't want to get caught up in this war and become a victim, then I advise you to leave immediately. I have attacked Vistarion to show you what kind of destruction this war can cause, says Ben while showing pictures of Vistarion's current state. I've attacked this place alone yesterday and caused such destruction even against your strongest forces, the Spriggans. This will just get bigger, so you better get away because even your Spriggans and Emperor can't protect you from this war's effect. 3 days, that's the time I will give you to leave before I launch another attack. If you are still here, then don't blame me if you die in this war. As for you Zeref and Spriggans, you better prepare for my next attack. And if you are thinking of finding me, you better stop, you will never succeed, says Ben before closing the broadcast. It's a brief broadcast, but the impact is big, especially because Ben showed the state of Vistarion. Most people don't know Ben, but if he could destroy half of Vistarion alone, that means he is as strong or even stronger than their Spriggans. As much as they trust their generals, the normal people are still afraid of death. They don't have enough power to protect themselves against even normal mage. So they don't know how they will survive when a mage of Ben's level starts his attack. People are panicking after Ben's announcement of war. They want to escape as far as possible as soon as possible. The soldiers try to stop them because as a military nation, even the citizens are obligated to protect their empire. But then Zeref sends an order to let anyone who wishes to leave. They don't need to assist the people, just letting everyone does what they want. He wants his soldiers to just focus on preparing for the war because this won't be easy even if they just fight against one man. In the next 3 days, many people flee to other nations. Some stay in their homes because they trust their emperor and Spriggans. While some stay because they don't think they will be safe even in other places. Then after 3 days, Ben really starts his attack on Alvarez. He attacks Vistarion again, which is filled with soldiers now. Millions of soldiers who are mostly mages are gathering in Vistarion to fight against Ben. Unlike in his first attack 4 days ago, Ben is walking toward Vistarion. He walks alone without any rush toward Vistarion's west gate, which is guarded by August, Brandish, and Bloodman. Then as soon as Ben appears there, August calls the other Spriggans to move their troops here. "How high do you think our chance is?" asks Brandish to August. "Very slim, just like what His Majesty said. It will be even slimmer if Acknowledger really appears as predicted. We must follow that plan well to win this war, that's the only way," says August. "Then, let's start it," says Bloodman while preparing his magic. Bloodman swipes his hands in Ben's direction and suddenly numerous explosions happen around Ben. It's the very same bomb curse used by Jackal. Bloodman can use all curses that were used by 9 demon gates with high mastery. But just like how it was with Jackal, Ben comes out of the explosion unscathed. Fire-based magic like this won't affect Ben even if it's a curse. Bloodman has been told not to use it, but he is just curious, so he tried it. "Well, it's worth a try. Now, for the real attack," says Bloodman while raising his arms. A massive amount of black water suddenly appears on the barren land and moves toward Ben like a tsunami. Ben looks at it impressively while keeps walking toward it. He is just impressed, not scared even though he knows it's very poisonous water. The poisonous water tsunami engulfs Ben and Bloodman compresses it to crush Ben. But suddenly a bright red dot appears inside the black water. Then a dark red beam pierces it and gets shot toward the soldiers. August points his staff at the incoming beam, creating explosions to stop the beam. But the beam keeps coming, so August also keeps making the explosion. The beam finally gets destroyed completely a few meters away from the soldiers. "I should have used another magic," says August while rubbing his chin. "No shit, old man. You almost killed these guys and hurt us because of that," shouts Bloodman angrily. "Stop it, he's coming," says Brandish. They all look at Ben who keeps walking at his previous pace. There's no sign of damage and worry on his face even after receiving that attack. "Of course, the man who eradicated Tartaros won't have a problem facing their curses," says Irene who suddenly appears there. Irene isn't the only one coming, the other Spriggans and their troops also appear there. They were teleported by Irene here after August informed them about Ben's appearance in Westgate. So now, the millions of troops are all here to face Ben. "Quite a nice welcoming party you have for me. I feel honored," says Ben while grinning. "This will be your funeral, you bastard," says Agiel Pisley. "Oh, I don't know that. The last funeral I have wasn't attended by this many people. Although those people also have the same angry expressions as you guys," says Ben while still walking. Everyone is confused by that, but they don't mind it too much because it might just be a mockery. The most important thing is they will face this fearless dude who keeps walking toward them as if this is just an everyday event. His confidence alone is enough to overwhelm the soldiers' emotions. They all feel strong pressure just from staring at Ben's eyes. It's not just the soldiers, even the Spriggans feel that pressure. It's a pressure people will feel when they face a king or emperor. Ben has that majestic aura that comes from his magic legacies, after all. Even without him using that aura to suppress them, they already feel pressured by it. Furthermore, what he did 4 days ago has been etched in their minds. The soldiers get more nervous with each step he takes. "Shouldn't we attack him now?" asks Irene, waking the other Spriggans from their daze. August stabs his staff into the ground and makes a big black magic circle in the air. Then he says, "Soldiers, pour all your magic power into this magic circle." With his order, the soldiers send their magic power toward the black magic circle. Ben can feel the power accumulated in the magic circle get higher and higher. He is very excited to know how strong their attack will be. "Dark Rain!" chants August, making the magic circle becomes completely black. Numerous black lances come out of the black magic circle and fly toward Ben. There are so many of them that fall toward Ben that it really looks like rain. Ben just stands there calmly before he coats his hands with golden solar energy. "Larcade!" calls August. Larcade moves forward and points his right palm at Ben before chanting, R.I.P. An array of beams hit Ben who doesn't even bother to dodge. He suddenly feels very drowsy, then the golden fire in his hands disappears as his hands drop. His head also drops while his eyes are closing. Even he falls on his knees as if he passes out instantly. Larcade and the other Spriggans are excited to know the RIP spell works. Now Ben won't be able to evade or stop the black lances from skewering him. Then they see the black lances fall onto Ben mercilessly. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciated. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 431. Dragon King's Second Defeat, Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 441. Blackbeard Pirates, transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 397, 397. Lone attack. Do we got him? Asks Bloodman after seeing the black lances fall on Ben's body. There is only a field full of black lances on the spot where Ben stands. They can't see anything because the black lances cover their view. Seeing the number of black lances, they are sure that Ben has been skewered by those. Of course, he won't be able to defend that, says Agil confidently. But their faces stiffen instantly when they hear cracking sounds. Many black lances on a straight path toward Vistarion suddenly get crushed onto the ground. A clear path appears and Ben can be seen sitting smugly on the ground without any black lance on his body. There is no black lance that stabs him and all the black lances are stabbing the ground around him. He was using his gravity magic to repel the black lances that almost hit him. As for the RIP spell that Larcade used, it didn't affect him. Ben is immune to mind-controlling magic, so he could resist that spell. He just played along to give his enemies some false hope. If there is anything that can describe how evil Ben is, then his hobby to give his enemies false hope before crushing them will be one of them. Nice try, people, but it seems you don't know me that much. I don't know if you don't know or just underestimating me. But those kinds of attacks would just waste your magic power instead of hurting me. Although those black lances are quite interesting. It looks quite similar to my spell a few days ago. Or maybe you made it based on that, says Ben while standing up. He walks again through the path he made between the black lances. Ben enjoys his walk that looks like a badass overpowered main character walk. Even at his current level, walking alone toward millions of enemies still feels very thrilling. You have attacked a few times, so it's my turn now, right? Asks Ben before snapping his fingers. A pair of black gold magic circles appear on his left and right. They rotate in different directions and keep following him as he walks. Ben grins and simply chants, "Bombardment." Right after he chanted that, the 2 magic circles shoot black gold light beams rapidly. It's like Ben is shooting Gatling guns at his enemies using big-ass explosive beams as bullets. The magic circles move around to target the enemies in all positions. The Spriggans are blocking his attacks using their magic though because they can't lose their men this fast. Ben doesn't care that they block his attacks. He doesn't even increase his attack power because what he does right now is simply terrorize his enemies using this strong rapid attack. Even if the Spriggans aren't intimidated, the soldiers will be terrified. They are seeing explosions above their heads that happen without any rest. Those explosions are caused by one man, but it needs all their Spriggans to defend. Invel! Shouts Irene. Invel Yura nods before he extends his right hand toward Ben. Suddenly, the ground freezes and the ice moves toward Ben at a high speed. Instead of freezing Ben's attacks, Invel chooses to attack Ben from the ground, avoiding the massive solar bullets. His ice reaches Ben's location and Invel tries to freeze Ben. But Ben just grins and releases heat energy strong enough to prevent Invel's ice from reaching him. Ben keeps walking while releasing the heat and he melts the ice as he walks. Even the ground is melting and turning into lava because the heat is so intense. What Natsu did in the Grand Magic Games can't be compared to this. Ben can turn this entire area into lava, but he holds back because he wants to have fun. Invel grits his teeth while keep trying to freeze Ben, but to no avail. He also tries another spell that puts an ice collar on Ben's neck. But that spell also breaks even before reaching Ben because of the heat he's releasing. So Invel changes his target toward the 2 black gold magic circles beside Ben. But they are still inside Ben's heat protection, so he can only freeze the bullets. Even so, the frozen bullets still fly toward them and they still can explode because they aren't getting frozen completely. The explosions have become weaker though, so Invel's attack is not that useless even though it can't stop Ben's attacks completely. He is very frustrated though because it's the first time someone can counter his ice magic so easily. Ben keeps walking without any care, but then the ground around him suddenly moves. The ground on his left and right suddenly raise, forming massive walls. Then both massive walls suddenly crash themselves with Ben in the middle, creating a very strong impact. Irene was the one moving the ground through her enchantment magic. Then August adds the attack by compressing the merged massive wall to be smaller and smaller until it turns into a small mountain. Both of them have made sure that Ben doesn't escape as he did 4 days ago. But it seems this combination isn't enough for August because then he makes the compressed mountain explodes. This explosion can't be compared to Nionheart's blast because this one is very massive. It can destroy the entire Vistarion easily if August makes the range bigger. It's an earth-type magic explosion, so Ben should get damaged. August has calculated many things, so he has high confidence that this will work. But sometimes, even a mage of his caliber can make errors in their judgment. Ben appears in his initial spot without any sign of injury. He floats on the massive crater created by August's explosion. Around Ben are black, red, and gold magic circles, 2 of each color facing each other that shape a cube that encases Ben inside like a box. These magic circles defended Ben from their continuous attacks. He made them to melt Irene's earth walls when they crashed into him. They protected him when August compressed the walls and exploded the whole area. That was a nice combination. Now try mine, says Ben while extending his hands forward. The 6 magic circles fly in front of him and make a circle formation that faces the enemies. They glow and form a small black-red-gold solar energy ball in the middle. Ben grins before he punches the energy ball, making it cracks and explodes. Evil Dragon God's Madness, Great Annihilation. A spiral black-red-gold solar beam comes out of the explosion and shoots toward the millions of Alvarez troops. It keeps getting bigger and bigger as it gets closer to Ben's enemies. The beam is destroying the ground as it moves and the millions of people look very small compared to it. The 12 Spriggans don't have any choice but to block this attack with all their power now. It's not only their men who are in danger but them too. If they hold back, then the massive attack may break their blockage. Irene boosts all Spriggans' magic power to block this attack. Then they use their magic to make layers of shields. The average mages also help make shields even though theirs are weak, but every bit counts. Agiel makes a very thick and tall sand dome, then Envel forms a thick layer of ice in front of the sand wall. Neinhart makes a wind shield in front of the thick ice. Bloodman makes numerous thorny vines using Mardgeir's curse behind the sand wall. The 2 new Spriggans who haven't shown themselves because they kept wearing hoods finally show themselves. Surprisingly, they are God Serena and Jacob who were revived using Neinhart's Historia of the Dead and enhanced by Ziref using black arts. Zombie Serena who has bad blood with Ben creates 8 layers of the shield using his 8 Dragon Slayer magic behind the thorny vines. He still has his Dragon Slayer magic even without the dragon lacrimas in his body. The magic has been running through his veins, so it doesn't leave his body. As for Jacob, he makes a space shield behind Serena's 8 dragon shields. He has learned some new space magic spells just to face Ben because he wanted to have his revenge. Although his chance is slim because his revived self is weaker than his real self, Serena too, so they will gladly help the others if it means they can kill Ben. Wall then encases the shield layers using his electricity. Larcade covers the layers of shields using his white arts. August also covers the whole shield using strong barrier magic that can block powerful attacks. The shields are massive already, but Brandish increases their size using her magic. Lastly, Irene uses her enchantment to strengthen the shields. This is the strongest defense ever created in the history of Alvarez. Ben's great attack hits the defense and a massive impact is created by the clash. The shockwave and impact even reach towns far from Vistarion. The clashing sound can be heard from the whole of Alvarez and the surrounding towns. That's just how strong the clash is and it still goes on. Ziref who watches from his castle is frowning while watching the clash. So that's your plan, huh, Ben? You really always thought steps ahead. But I don't know if you made the correct choice or not. Do you really want to make this a 3-sided war while being alone, you crazy madman? You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artists IG at Fatmutton. I've uploaded 1 chapter 432. Irene again, Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 443. Shocking Marine Ford, transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmutton. 398, 398. Provoking. The Spriggans' shields block Ben's massive attack, but not completely. Ben still has full control of his attack and he moves it across the shields instead of forcefully trying to break them. The black-red-gold solar energy runs on the shields and reaches the backside. Of course, the Spriggans notice it and they try to extend their shields to the back. But they can't do it fast enough and they are too late anyway. Ben's 3-colored solar energy attack reaches his enemies from behind and he crashes it onto the soldiers at the back. They try to block Ben's attack, but none of these mage soldiers are strong enough to block Ben's attack. Lucky for them, Ben doesn't use all his attacks for them. He only uses a quarter of its power for them while he uses the other 3/4 to break the shields and make the Spriggans occupied. Also, he needs to make sure the clash keeps happening for his plan. This clash causes strong turbulence in the atmosphere and changes the quality of magic on this whole battlefield. The ether nano in this area will flare up and powerful beings with magic will notice it. I know you still want that Lumen Histoire, Ziref. But I've told you, the battleground is Alvarez, not Ishgar. So let's invite all involved parties here. No one will mess my home, says Ben while pointing his right palm at his massive attack. Ben makes a motion as if he is rotating something using his open hand. The thing he rotates is his black-red-gold solar energy attack. It rotates at a very high speed like a circular saw or spinning grinder and it grinds the shields, chipping them at a fast rate while creating turbulence. But then a spinning black energy shield that moves in the opposite direction appears on the shields that almost break. Ben grins when he sees that because he can feel the energy of death in that black shield. It's very contrast to his solar energy that full of life force. You finally decide to appear now? Asks Ben as the black death energy shield and his solar attack break each other. I can't stay silent after knowing what you are planning, says Ziref. Plan? I don't know what you're talking about, says Ben with a mocking tone. His Majesty, what do you mean by the plan? Asks August. He is trying to call Aknologia here. That big clash will attract Aknologia's attention, says Ziref, surprising the Spriggans. Using a big-scale attack at the beginning of the war was not his style already. He did that to force you to create a big-scale defense too. The clash of your magic would surely cause a big impact that can be felt from far away. A being who likes chaos like Aknologia will surely get attracted by that, says Ziref seriously. Ben has fought against Aknologia twice, so he knows why that thing appeared. Big-scale war will attract him and he knows if it's a real war or not because he never showed up when it was just sparring even though the clash is strong. It's like he can sense the chaos of war, the hatred and the fear in it. What Ben did 4 days ago was a setup for today's war. He spread chaos and fear while making people hate him. All just to increase the scale of this war from the first day. Alvarez took it seriously and sent all their forces, which was just as Ben wanted because it meant they could make big clashes that would attract Aknologia. That should be enough to attract his attention. Now let's call him here, says Ben while coating his feet with solar energy. Ben suddenly shoots himself like a rocket toward the enemies using solar energy on his feet. He passes by Ziref and the Spriggans who can't respond to his speed. Then he lands in the middle of Alvarez soldiers who look much stronger than Ishgar soldiers. Human, Machias, and even Aetherius. Hey? This will be fun, says Ben after he slammed some soldiers upon his landing. Alvarez soldiers are composed of 3 races which are humans, Aetherius demons, and a mechanical race that possesses magic power called Machias. The variety extends to the Spriggans because Larcade and Bloodman are Aetherius, while Wall is a Machias. Ben is excited to fight these soldiers with high magical abilities. They are also equipped with strong weapons like lacrima-tipped spears, powerful magical staffs, high-quality blades, high-quality armor, etc. There's no nation in Ishgar that has such power and can equip its troops like this. Then, let's increase my power first, says Ben while grinning before he dashes toward the Aetherius demons. Ben covers his hands and feet with his Sun Devil Slayer magic solar energy. Then he starts attacking the Aetherius demons using his fists, palms, elbows, feet, knees, etc. He does his usual close combat game to warm up and have fun in a serious situation like a war. The number of these Aetherius is very high, so Ben is excited. Even if they are small fries, they'll still give him some power after he slew them. Every bit of power will help him fight all these enemies and Aknologia. Ben slays an Aetherius in every attack and receives some bits of power each time an Aetherius dies. He is increasing his power instead of spending it to fight. It makes him feel like a phone that is used to play a game while being charged. Many Aetherius demons get slain just a few seconds after Ben started attacking them. He is utterly fast, after all, and they can't react to his speed at all. To them, it looks like Ben is just moving around, but everyone he passed just died. But the Spriggans are different because some of them can see him at that speed. They can't chase him, but they can follow his movements with their eyes. Then someone is finally making a move and trying to attack Ben. Ben senses this and grins before he purposely stops his attack. He moves his left hand to the back and catches a fist aimed at him. The fist comes from Bloodman who decides to attack him first. Ha, are you trying to save your Aetherius friends? How cute, says Ben while smirking. Ha, as if. I just think this is the best time to attack you, says Bloodman. Well, if you think so. But you sure are smelly. When's the last time you clean yourself? Asks Ben genuinely. Ben is a devil dragon god slayer, so his nose is very sensitive to smell. He genuinely asks Bloodman because this guy really stinks. Ben even needs to make a fire mask that filters the air because of how smelly Bloodman is. But then Ben realizes that Bloodman is releasing poisonous magical barrier particles from his body. Even so, this stinky smell won't just come from these particles. Ben is sure that Bloodman really hasn't cleaned himself for days, weeks, months, or even years. Ugh, damn, dude, you must be full of germs, says Ben while releasing Bloodman's fist which now looks disgusting. Ben covers his hand with a very hot fire to sterilize it from germs. He never felt this crazy about cleanliness in both of his lives. Now I'm really glad you didn't come to Ishgar because you will be the source of the pandemic there, says Ben while wiping his hand with a wet tissue before throwing it away. Bloodman's blood boils and he gets very angry at Ben's insult. Indeed, he hasn't washed for a long time, but he is sure he doesn't smell and he is clean. He won't get angry by such an insult in the past, but Ben's way of talking is just too irritating. I'll fucking kill you, damn it. Second seal. Says Bloodman angrily. The soldiers who have gotten away before move away even further. They don't want to get caught in Bloodman's attack because they know how dangerous it is. Meanwhile, Ben frowns even deeper because the smell is getting worse. So it's his curse that smells really bad, hey? But I'm sure his body is also smelly, says Ben, still persistent about Bloodman's smelly body. Suddenly, numerous skulls covered by dark particles appear around Bloodman and Ben. Ben can feel the skulls try to pull his soul even before attacking him. Then they start moving to attack him from all sides. Ben covers his hands and feet with Sun Devil Slayer magic again. He attacks those skulls back and breaks using his magic because he doesn't want to touch these smelly skulls. Bloodman has expected this, but he is still surprised that Ben's soul isn't affected at all by the skulls. Damn, these smelly skulls are annoying. I need to breathe fresh air, says Ben angrily before he covers his right foot with Sun Devil Slayer magic and stomps the ground strongly. A massive amount of dark red Sun Devil Slayer magic's solar energy comes out of Ben's stomp. It spreads everywhere like a tsunami of dark red flame. The skulls get caught by it and it even reaches the Aetherius demons nearby. Bloodman moves back quite far to avoid the dark red solar energy wave that broke his skull instantly. He clicks his tongue and intends to activate his third seal. But then August grabs his shoulder and tells him to stop for now. What do you want, August? Asks Bloodman pissly. You can't do it alone, we need to attack him together, that's the only way. I'm sure you know he was just playing around with you, says August. Bloodman is pissed, but he knows August is right. So he agrees to attack Ben together with all the Spriggans. Ben grins before he looks far to the horizon. His grin gets wider while Ziref's face doesn't look good now. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 Chapter 433. Rebuilding Future, Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 Chapter 444. Black Blades, Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 399, 399. Despise. Ben looks at Ziref with a grin while saying, this is getting interesting. Don't you think so? You are just crazy, says Ziref. Ben smirks and says, so it's crazy if I make that thing come here, but it's alright if you make it come to Ishgar? Such irritating double standards you have there. Well, what do I expect from someone who created demons that destroyed the world but used them for his own empire? Or should I state a fact that you made them to kill yourself but instead you use them like subordinates? You said you hated Aknologia who endanger this world, but aren't you yourself a danger to this world? In the past, I heard you say that humans are destroying this world. So tell me an individual who created more destruction in this world than you. You said about eradicating humans, but why don't you kill yourself? Ah, you said that you are immortal, so you can't die. Well, can you really not die, or you are just not serious about killing yourself? If you really want to die, then just fight against Aknologia that you could never defeat in your 400 years of life. But I guess you just want to live longer and justify anything you did. You always smiled and acted as if you loved your brother that you revived, Natsu. But if you really loved him, then you won't make him die the moment he kill you, and you won't even make him kill you in the first place. If you said that it's all because of the curse, then get the fuck out of my face. If I have even had a chance to revive my brother, then I would do anything even if Angsarum gave me the worst curse. I would beat the crap out of that damn god and take his power so that my brother can have a real life. I would even beat the crap out of every god in this world if they tried to stop me. You are just full of shit, a piece of shit who thinks himself is the most righteous, rambles Ben pissly. Everyone, even Ziref, is stunned by what Ben just said. It's their first time hearing him talk for so long, and he is actually talking trash about their emperor. Ben doesn't care if they are angry or pissed because he is more pissed at Ziref. He doesn't know what Zird has gone through, but he doesn't care. No matter what Ziref has gone through, it doesn't change the fact that his loved ones are in danger because of this guy. He doesn't care if villains were once good people, they still chose to be villains, and that's enough reason to remove them. Aknologia will come soon, so I don't have time to play with you anymore. Let's wrap things up faster so that I can focus on the greatest threat, says Ben while clapping his palms. Ben closes his eyes and a golden aura starts covering his body. He opens his eyes and a golden bright magic circle appears on each of them. Then a very wide golden magic circle appears in the sky above them and covers the entire battlefield. The Spriggans and Ziref widen their eyes because they can feel the massive power of that magic circle. So they immediately try to stop that magic by attacking Ben. But their attacks just vanish before forming completely. It's useless. No magic of my enemies can be activated when I do this, says Ben while opening his palms. A bright gold orb appears between his palms and Ben chants, Fairy Law. The orb's light spread and covers the entire battlefield. Ziref knows this spell, so he is very stunned by the power and scale of this spell. He is sure that even its creator, Mavis, can't make it this big and powerful. Ben's Fairy Law damages every individual in the Alvarez group. The weaker enemies get killed first and the stronger ones get killed next. No one among the soldiers can resist it because they are far weaker than Ben and this spell can't be blocked. Although they are lucky that Ben is using this spell against numerous enemies. This spell was meant to be used against a single enemy. Using it against numerous enemies will take a toll on the user and would be lethal to their lifespan. Ben's life force may be higher than even a dragon now, but it is still limited. So he can't use fairy law to kill every one of his enemies here. But at least he can kill more than 2/3 of Alvarez's soldiers and intimidate the rest. He doesn't go any further because he still needs a lot of power to fight against Aknologia. Although there are still many soldiers, they won't give him any more fight. They are too scared of him because the fairy law still broke their spirit even if it didn't kill them. Even the Spriggans are feeling quite intimidated by him for a moment. But they wake up soon because they are strong enough to resist the fear. The only ones who can resist it after a while other than the Spriggans are their close aides. Ziref is the only one who didn't get affected, but he has a hunch that it could greatly injure or might even kill him if Ben only targeted him. Ben will never do that though because it will be a too easy way for Ziref to die. He needs to suffer before dying to feel the pain of every innocent soul who died because of him. What kind of spell was that? Asks Brandish in surprise. That was a kind of law magic, says August. Oh, it seems you can do that too, says Bloodman while smirking. August gets silent for a moment before saying, I can't copy that. It is very complicated that I can't copy that just by seeing it once. Now the Spriggans get even more surprised, but Ziref isn't surprised because he knows Ben quite well. Ben must have modified the spell and made it stronger. He is right, Ben has modified all three of Fairy Tail great spells to make them stronger and better. The basic is still the same, but Ben modified them well enough to prevent them from being copied even by high-rank mages like August. Ben himself is a copy magic user although he prefers to use it to know the mechanisms of his opponent's magic and learn magic easier, not copying them just as they are. That's why he knows well what it needs to copy a spell, so he modified some important spells and made them difficult to be copied even by high-rank mages. The drawback is these spells will be more difficult to learn, but they are stronger than the normal versions, so it's a fair trade. Rather than trying to copy my spell, why don't you do something about me? Asks Ben who suddenly appears in front of Bloodman. The surprised Bloodman doesn't even have time to move away because Ben has caught his face. Ben grins and chants, Devil Ignition. Bloodman suddenly feels his body getting hot to an unimaginable degree. He screams as his blood literally boils and his flesh is cooked. His body becomes bright red before the dark red fire comes out of every hole in his body. Everyone watches in horror as Bloodman's body finally gets burnt by the dark red flame. His scream of agony sends shivers down one's spine because it sounds very painful. Ben's Sun Devil Slayer magic will torment demons based on their evil deeds. The more evil deeds you have, the more pain you will suffer from this spell. Just from your scream, I can conclude that you have so many evil deeds. Even demons without evil deeds won't cry like you, so it's not a matter of race anymore, says Ben. Ben made this spell after learning a lot about souls, then he integrated it into his Sun Devil Slayer magic. He does that to make that magic lethal to not just demons. His enemies are mostly criminals who have done a lot of evil deeds and he really wanted to punish them his way. But the main reason is he wanted to use this on Ziref and Aknologia. He doesn't know how many innocent lives were lost because of these two, so he wants them to feel the sufferings of those innocent souls felt. Ben isn't a hero, but he sure hates those who killed innocents because it reminds him of his parents and brother. Bloodman is burning in front of them, but no one dares to step forward and save him. Other than their low camaraderie, the gaze Ben gives them is terrifying them. His gaze tells them that they will end up like Bloodman if they come forward right now. Even Ziref doesn't step forward for Bloodman because even he isn't sure he can save Bloodman. Also, he doesn't think there is a need to save the Aetherius. He can just make another one later if he needs it. In the end, Bloodman turns into ashes after suffering for a few minutes. No one really steps forward in those few minutes to save him. Ben is really disappointed in them, but he has expected this kind of thing from these people. They would rather sacrifice their comrades if it means they can learn about Ben's power. But they'll never find it out until Aknologia come and it won't take long because Ben already feels that Calamity's magic power near them. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 chapter 434. Another Universe, Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 445. Clowns in Marineford, transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton. 400. Aknologia arrives. Everyone suddenly feels uneasy and restless. The soldiers don't know why, but the stronger ones like Ben, Ziref, and the Spriggans know the reason behind this. Aknologia has finally come to the battlefield and his aura is the one causing this uneasy feeling. Well, Ziref, this is getting interesting, don't you agree? Asks Ben while grinning. I don't know what's interesting about this, says Ziref with a serious expression. Ben grins even wider when he sees Ziref's expression. It is really fun to see your nemesis feel despair even if it's just a little. The Spriggans also feel pissed at Ben for causing Acknowledge to come here this fast. Damn bastard really needs to make this more complicated, says Agil. Larcade just smiles and says, don't worry, we still have a chance. But we can't hold back anymore, it's time to go all out. He's right, August, Irene, time to show your full power. No need to care about the consequences. As for you soldiers, leave. You will just hinder us and die needlessly, says Ziref. The soldiers do his order because they know they can't do anything here. So they leave and go to Vistarion. They don't plan on giving up yet though because they are preparing their weapons in Vistarion. Ziref has made a plan about this, so the soldiers know they don't just retreat from the war. Ben ignores whatever they do and just looks far to the west. He grins when he sees a small silhouette appear on the barren land. It is quite a surprise though because Ben never thought Acknowledge would appear in human form. Well, looks like someone is enjoying his human form, says Ben while grinning. Ziref and the Spriggans also look at Acknowledge as he gets closer to them. Now they can understand why Ziref was always worried about this guy his whole life. They can feel the horrifying magic power coming out of his body that they've never felt on anybody else. 3 dragons, 2 with familiar scents, says Acknowledge while looking at Ben, Irene, and Zombie Serena. Acknowledge looks at Ben's left hand and frowns because he clearly remembers Ben has lost his left hand in their last fight. What is it? You can't recognize me because of this? Asks Ben while raising his left hand. Ben suddenly removes his left hand that he made using the Arc of Embodiment. Remember me now? Asks Ben with a smirk. I always remember you, the one who has faced me 2 times, says Acknowledge with a pissed face. Good, it seems you haven't gone senile yet, old man, says Ben while nodding mockingly. Acknowledge doesn't really understand it though and he ignores it. Then he looks at Irene and grins because he recognizes her and she also clearly remembers him. Both of them have met in the past when the dragons were still alive. The mother of dragon slayers, I will make sure to kill you here, says Acknowledge while grinning widely. Do you think I would let you do it? Asks Irene while smiling. Acknowledge just smirks before looking at Zombie Serena who also grins back at him. Serena is excited to fight Acknowledge because he defected to Alvarez just to find and fight Acknowledge. He wants to show that it's he who deserves the title of Dragon King. Although he is weaker now because he is not his real self, Serena still has the desire to kill Acknowledge. He won't be a true dragon slayer without slaying even a single dragon, after all. He has lost against Ben, but he thinks he still has a chance against Acknowledge, especially now when some strong people fight with him. Ben knows what Serena is thinking right now and it makes him want to laugh. When he lost to Ben while having his full power, Serena should have realized that he doesn't have any chance against Acknowledge. But the prideful Serena thought that his compatibility with Ben was bad, so he lost, and it may be a different case against Acknowledge. The 3 sides look at each other from 3 different spots. Acknowledge looks at Ziref and the Spriggans for a while before he walks calmly toward them. Ben just stands there watching because he doesn't have a reason to stop his enemies from killing each other. The Spriggans are getting ready to fight, but then they widen their eyes in surprise when Acknowledge disappears from their sight. Ben can see him clearly though because Acknowledge is not too fast for him. He is not even too fast for the Spriggans, they are just too intimidated by his presence to react. Acknowledge appears behind Zombie Serena who now has his heart ripped. The Spriggans are surprised because he could move past them easily and kill one of them just like that. Their bodies stiffen a bit because they can still feel the pressure of Acknowledge's magic power. Only August and Irene aren't affected, but even they can't do anything about Acknowledge. Ziref suddenly snaps his fingers and wakes them up from their daze. He uses his magic to release them from Acknowledge's pressure. The Spriggans now have cold sweat while gaping for air. Acknowledge's presence is that overwhelming for them. This is the first time they've felt such an ominous presence that can destroy the world just by being there. Acknowledge, you really need to come here, aren't you? Asks Ziref rather angrily. I smelled destruction and death along with the dragon slayer who took my interest. There's no way I won't come to add more destructions, says Acknowledge while looking at Ben with an ominous grin. Ben grins back and taunts Acknowledge using a finger. Acknowledge grins even wider before dashing toward Ben at a very high speed. He tries to do the same thing he did to Zombie Serena, but he is not fast enough to do it against Ben. His wrist gets caught by Ben right before he hits Ben's chest. Acknowledge grins excitedly and so is Ben who now can match Acknowledge's power while both of them are in normal human form. 2 one-handed men are grinning while looking at each other menacingly now. Both of them don't say a word before they release their massive reserves of magic power. The clash of their magic power causes turbulence in the air and shakes the ground. A very strong earthquake and a storm suddenly appear there because of their clash. The Spriggans are surprised once more because of Ben's power. They didn't realize he has this much magic power. He hid it really well and didn't use much of it before. He was holding himself back a lot when facing the whole Alvarez. They are the real monsters, says August while protecting himself and the other Spriggans from the impact using a magic barrier. Isn't this a good chance to strike them while they are busy? Asks Wall. You are right, let's use this chance well, says Larkade before making some cheesy movements as if he is doing a ritual. Pleasure. Chants Larkade. Suddenly, many tentacles come out of the ground around Ben and Aknologia. The tentacles wrap around their feet and go up to their bodies until reaching their heads. Then the tentacles suddenly glow pinkish and give them a strange sensation. The hell? Why do I suddenly feel horny? Asks Ben with a dumbfounded face. Aknologia also feels the same, but he seems to suffer more than Ben. But after a while, Aknologia stops reacting, and then he crazily eats the tentacles. Ben's sword that got hard suddenly becomes soft again because the sight of Aknologia eating the tentacles is gross. He doesn't want to see it again, so he burns the tentacles and gets away. It will be another case if they are octopus tentacles, but those tentacles look disgusting. Ben won't eat those things even though he has eaten so many strange things. Larkade seems very surprised and so are the other Spriggans. Then Zeref tells them that Aknologia is immune to almost all magic except Dragon Slayer magic. He really needs to tell them after they did it, not even before Larkade attacked the two. Well, the fact is Zeref also hoped that Larkade's attack will work. White arts are different from normal magic. Also, Larkade is an Aetherius, so he has the power of curse. That's why Zeref hoped that Larkade's attack would affect Aknologia. But Aknologia's magic resistance is just too high for even Larkade's curse power to break. Although the bigger surprise is Ben who didn't get affected that much. He only felt a little horny but didn't suffer because of the pleasure. Pleasure is a spell that gives an unimaginable sense of pleasure to those who have done the forbidden act. Of course, Ben has done it many times because he has a wife and already has kids. But he wasn't affected because of his high immunity to mind spells. Ben is still impressed by that spell though because it's the first time he knows such a spell exists in white arts. But Aknologia doesn't take it happily and now his target turns into Larkade rather than Ben. Ben who sees it just takes some steps back and gets ready to watch his enemies fight. You can read up to 35 chapters ahead of my fanfics and more pictures on my Patreon page if you are interested. Voting for this book is highly appreciate. Cover image is the MC, artist's IG at Fatmugton. I've uploaded 1 chapter 435. Elantir, Fairy Tale, Sun Eater. 2 chapter 446. Group of Emperors, transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmugton.